me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome in Butterfly. Welcome in Vixie. You guys are always first in here with me. I appreciate that. Good morning. Good morning. Another day. Butterfly, I just received what you sent me. I'm going to review that. So I guess what happened, girl. I went into that Discord too to watch the Peacock special. Not long into it, I had a phone call, and then after that, my son asked me to go ride down the highway with him to go look at the flooded creeks or whatever. So I came back, and then I started watching Joe's recap, and then I went to go watch the Gilgo Beach special, and I fell asleep. So that's on the plate to review later because I totally fell asleep and I didn't mean to. And I woke up halfway through it and I was like, oh man, yeah. So did you get to watch the whole thing, Butterfly? I guess you guys can hear me okay. Okay, let's see. They had some new. Where'd it go? Oh, I know where they're at. Look. Mic check. They added some new stuff to my restream. Silly. Silly, silly. All right, guys, are we all ready for day 31 of Karen Reed? More of the shit show? Let me save this that Butterfly sent me to the where I can find it easily outside of Discord. There we go. Okay. Did you fall asleep too, Butterfly? We're gonna have to start it like early in the evening, I guess. We like call each other up. Hey, old lady, it's 6:30. Start watching so you don't fall asleep. Gosh, there's just a lot going on lately in true crime. To keep it all in check. And then I had to go over there. Well, I didn't have to, but of course I went to Joe's to support last night, and I was a mod and everything. But he kept us waiting on some information to the last minute, and I was like, man, you got to tell us, or I'm going to go to sleep and find out tomorrow. So it was a long evening of catch up. And then after we ended Karen Reed, we of course watched part of Lawyer Lori try her hand at being a lawyer. I'm thinking her case will wrap up today, guys. As far as we can tell, she has no witnesses to put on. Our prosecution should be calling their final witness today, which I believe is Nick Balance. So they may get to closing arguments today over there at some point. If not, it'll be tomorrow. We'll see how Karen Reed progresses today. Do you guys think they'll have a couple more days in at least? What's today, Thursday? Today's Wednesday. Oh yeah, the judge reminded us today was going to be that day. Sorry guys, I'm checking something real quick. I missed some notifications last night over, apparently. I was too busy. Okay. Um, so, Joy, welcome in. Good morning, guys. Let me pull up the stream on the side over here. They've got the fan spinning, and now a few minutes ago it wasn't. So, we'll be able to get in there on time. Bets, immediate sidebar. We know it's probably going to happen. Yeah, there wasn't much too eventful, Butterfly. You know what I mean? It just Lori had a couple of decent little arguments that she didn't know how to land or run with, so her bad. It wouldn't have made or break the case, but it would have been something any defense attorney would have dug at, but she didn't know how to do that. So it was a pretty much nothing burgers, car color discrepancies, little things like that. Bullet trajectory, like she knows what she's talking about. But other than that, just Lori being Lori over there, trying to figure out how to be a lawyer. Yeah, you know what though? That jury's not going to put up with much more of those sidebars, right? They're going to be like, "Ma'am, we've heard enough. We're ready to decide something here." I think they really are. I mean, come on, 31 days in, you're asking these jurors to put up with a whole hell of a lot, including all your courtroom chaos. I seriously just about got done with this trial when the prosecution was allowed to get up and misrepresent evidence, completely misrepresent it, and then he decided what the remedy was going to be for his big old mistake, and Bev's just going to sit there and go, "Okay, you're good to decide the remedy here, sir." Like, that shit just blew me away. I'm like, "Nope, I'm out right this second. I don't even care anymore." That's almost where I got with that. We're so invested now, we can't stop. Bev's going to see who runs that courtroom, and them jurors get up and walk out that door. I'd say, I'll take my fine, ma'am. Contempt me of court. But y'all a little too much over here. Let's see. Oh yeah, what was Bev doing that day she was up there in court, covering her mouth with her hand and talking nefariously into a little microphone or something? That's what that looked like to me, Butterfly, on that clip that we saw. I don't know if all you guys saw it. It was on Twitter. I'll have to go grab it and we'll look at it. But it was at one point in the trial, Bev's just sitting there and she's got her hand over her mouth and she's talking, and then she moves it briefly and you can see it, and then her mouth goes right, the hand goes right back over the mouth, and she sees the camera, and I'm like, what in the world is she doing? Is she got, like, 18 people living upstairs and she's talking to a couple of them, or whispering into her microphone to her handlers? What are we doing up there, Bev? Butterfly says they're so fed up, they're sending her notes. She's not reading them. She'll say, "I don't have time to read this right now." Okay. Okay. And they're going to just be like, "Holy cow, lady." Could have been her watch, Big C, but the way she had her hand over her mouth, it was weird. It was just an odd camera moment, right? And I didn't notice it during trial. I don't even know which day it was. Let me see if I can grab that, if we can look at it and let you guys see. Where did it go? I know that I'll have to mark it. Okay, here we go. Let me see if I can. Save it here. Okay. Now let me see if I can. Whoa, I thought I closed out the stream accidentally. Well, it could be for somebody who was sitting in front of her, but it's the way she had her hand over her mouth. It's like she was literally covering it up and whispering. So let's take a look at it. All right. We got a couple minutes before they get into the courtroom. Let you guys see what you think of this. All right. Let me start it from the beginning. Okay, there we go. Watch how she does. See how she's. What was the point of putting that? Like, that's weird. See? Nobody can see or hear. Look. What the hell, Bev? What is that? Who are you talking to? It makes no sense. But then again, she makes no sense, right? Up there acting a fool. What did you guys think? Um, they sent her a note yesterday night before Jackson was about to talk about at the podium. They wanted clarification on the strike. Oh, did you watch some updates last night and get some juicy information? Because I did not watch any Kieran Reed updates at all last night. They got to be wanting to know certain things and why this and why that. I don't blame them. And is that the strike where they were told to ignore Hank's blunder of the misleading of the evidence? Because that needed to be a little more elaborate. Juries don't like, well, let's say this. Going forward, I don't think jurors are going to like finding out with information was withheld, right? Or presented the wrong way. Things like that. We thought for sure Delphi jurors would get out of that case and see what was actually out there that they did not see and like be in an uproar, but no, crickets. I don't know if any of them researched anything afterwards to find out all the extra stuff that wasn't allowed in court. So they can only go by what they're presented, and if they're confused, they can't make a good decision. They're going to be like, well, we can't make the best decision because you didn't give us all the information, therefore we're just going to go with what we got. That can be good and bad. Thanks, Butterfly. Appreciate that. Thank you to all my mods who come in and work and help me keep everything caught up and organized, because I'm telling you, if I miss an update, they're on it, Johnny on the spot, and they'll let me know. And Butterfly does know all the different cases that I have rambling around in my head. We're going to get to start to presenting more of that as this case winds down and wraps up. And get back on track to covering a lot of different true crime stuff. Which reminds me, today at lunchtime, we are going to go over that 22-page document that was dropped in the Koberger case, the state's opposition to the defendant's motion to continue. I didn't even read that last night because you know what? Koberger will keep. He's not actually going to go anywhere. So I'm good to review it this morning on my own. I didn't watch anybody else's reviews of it. I couldn't tell you what anybody's out there saying. I don't know. We're just going to do it our way here. So we're going to take a look at that at lunchtime. There was also an interesting filing that it was an order sealing defendant's motion and order for independent analysis of evidence. I was like, what are they independently trying to have analyzed? Analyzed, is that a word? What are they trying to send out for an independent analysis? There was like a motion filed, I don't know, a year and a half ago about something, 2 years ago, about a piece of evidence like that. It made me wonder, what is this particular piece of evidence they need an outside independent analysis of? Good morning, Jeff. What do y'all think that could be? What independent analysis of a piece of evidence in the Koberger case could they possibly need? The sheath? I don't know what they're talking about. Independent analysis when each side has their medical experts, so I don't think it would pertain to that. It could, but I found it interesting, especially when I remembered the old filing about something leaving for independent analysis, and they had to like secure it and all this weird stuff. And I'm like, well, what was that about? There's not a lot of physical evidence that we know of in this case. Got one piece, the sheath. Are they sending out Linda Lane footage and 1112 footage for examination. Shit, send that to YouTube. We got enough examiners over here. We'll get it done. Huh? Isn't that right, Jeff? We can analyze the shit out of that video. Jeff does a real good job on Linda Lane. I'm not going to take that away from him. I super appreciate his work, and I've used it a couple times. Used your videos, Jeff. You know that, though. Been a lot said about those damn videos, huh, Jeff? Not yours particular, but Linda Lane in general. And you've always done a good breakdown of that. So I always appreciated that. Delay tactics. Are we talking delay tactics, guys? We don't need any. Okay, thank you, Butterfly. You know, if they, you know what? They run the risk of really irritating that jury. And they're like, you know what? We're just going to let this lady go. Y'all are weird. You know, then again, they might think like half them folks on the Twitter and be like, send her ass to prison. It's weird. We don't need any delay tactics. Hopefully, you know, they can be. Well, I'm not even going to say, you know, Bev's not going to let that happen, but she's going to let whatever happen happen. And she makes herself look so guilty. I'm sure if they're thinking, well, nothing happens to him, what can she do to me? I don't like the fact that the prosecutor got to stand up there and say, I think the remedy should be this or that. Well, you can suggest it, but that doesn't mean the judge should go for it just because you said it. Jeff says, use any and all of my videos. Offer goes out to everyone. We appreciate you, Jeff. You've always been that generous with your videos over there. For a long, long time, dude. For what, a couple years now, Jeff, we've been doing this. He says, yes, it's interesting now that we have 2 camera shoot of that neighborhood. Yeah, actually 3. You have the light bulb camera at 112. We have 13 Linda Lane or 1330. Yep, you're right. We got all those 1320. When you put them all together, Jeff, I've done that. I went and synced up all the times and made a video about it, using some of the stuff that was leaked and different it's all right there. It all matches up, doesn't it? We still don't know who's in that darn car, you know, or what kind of car it is. Good morning, Firefly. Welcome in. Interestingly enough, Jeff, my son works at a dealership, right? And I had never asked him about Linda Lane footage or anything ever. Occasionally, I'll ask him questions about random cars here and there in a case. And a few weeks ago, I walked into the room and I was like, hey, dude, what kind of car is this? And it was the leaked 112 footage. And he looks at the car. He's like, well, Chrysler 200. I was like, oh, hell no, you did not just say Chrysler 200. And he said, yeah, that or a Hyundai Elantra. I was like, oh, there we go. We redeemed ourselves. And I consulted him on the color of Tyler Ryan's Jeep because he works for a Jeep dealership. I'm so tired of hearing about the color of that damn Jeep. It's called Earl Grey, Lori. Get over it. It looks aqua it's gray with a hint of aquamarine. Okay, solved. Here to watch the end of the crap fest. Amen, sister. Let's get it on, right? We are done. We're tired. We're like the jurors now. Like, I feel like Bev needs to listen to me because I'm like the 13th juror, according to Miss Shorty. We're done, ma'am. Give us the case. My mind's decided. This is crappy evidence. We won't even talk like we know sophisticated words. We'll just make her annoyed. Let's see how we can annoy Bev today. Probably not a good idea. She'll take it out on Karen Reed, right? The case got so messy so fast. I think we can only blame the judge for that at this point, for letting things get so chaotic and keeping it that way. She wants to pretend like she's up there doing a great job and I got this, and watch how I run my courtroom, and we'll just take up issues as they arise and all this. Shoot, we got Judge Hippler over there saying, I'm denying this. Y'all ain't getting these extra exhibits in. I'm like, what extra exhibits? What were they trying to get in, Judge? Tell me more. There's some interesting things also on the case summary for Idaho 4. Something about an emergency order. There was another interesting filing that the judge ruled on for the defense. We're going to go over that at lunch on that case summary, because I'm like, what in the world? They weren't on the docket. Well, I didn't check the case summary yesterday, but I knew the day before we were waiting on some docs, right? Then it's this morning when I checked it, there were some new ones on there. And I was like, what are these? What emergency order for what? So I'm curious to see those documents come down. They may come down today while we're on, and we'll check. You think we'll see last witnesses today, Firefly? I hope so. I don't know. We may bleed into tomorrow. If I was an attorney and it was time for closing arguments, I'd want the whole damn day. I don't want to question any witnesses. I want that part to be over with. And then I'm coming in hot with my strong closing argument. I'm going to recap everything I just laid out for you in a beautiful story, right? Take that to the jury room. That last impression. I'm so looking forward to closing arguments. I love a good opening statement, and I love a good closing argument to match. We'll see where I sit with them when they're done with their arguments. I don't think Hank's going to be able to bring it like he thinks he's going to bring a bunch of shade. He's so worried about confusing the jurors and the judge. All these slides might confuse the juror. Well, your prosecutor's doing a really good job of that, ma'am. Misrepresenting evidence and stuff. Yes, after Crash Daddies, they're allegedly done calling witnesses. That's what I have heard as well. Which is a very interesting way to play this trial out versus the first trial. Because you notice, it made me, we all had to wonder what, when they, in the beginning of the trial, when they were calling Jen McCabe and what's her name, Carrie Roberts up there, the prosecution did that, right? And they only had to have them out there to establish, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. They were the first ones with Karen that morning. Obviously, they need to be there. But the defense asking certain questions of them, right, without having to call them to the stand and without really pushing that third party culprit stuff, right? Because there's a lot of rules behind that kind of thing. But casting that reasonable doubt, that's what they needed to focus on, and focus on the injuries, right? What did they learn from the first trial that they felt they did wrong? Because all attorneys go back and evaluate what they just did. They're not all completely happy with all the choices they made every time. If you go watch the Delphi attorneys after the case and listen to what they had to say, it's so interesting to go back and hear these attorneys talk about these cases once they're over. The coulda, shoulda, wouldas. How do we do it differently? What could we have done? They always love to talk to jurors to find out their take on things and their impressions on things. There's a lot that goes into it. I'd hate to be in their shoes though, and have to second guess yourself. Did I do the? Did we make a mistake? What could we have done differently? Maybe they learned a lot from the first trial, and they think this is the best way to do it without bringing like Higgins to the stand and all the players in the house. Hard to figure out what they were actually thinking through the whole thing. Butterfly says, "You're the only reason I've stuck with watching it. Y'all are the only reasons I've stuck with watching it. If I wasn't there watching it with you, I wouldn't." Well, thank you. We appreciate you sticking it in there with us. My God, it's been a rough one. It has really been a crazy This is a theatrical case almost. I mean, we've seen some wacky stuff go down in courtrooms, right? If you're a trial watcher. Um, this trial is so intriguing. And I've been going over there on Sunday mornings. I'll get up with my coffee early and I'll go check out Murder Church with Publicly Buzzed. And it's so interesting to watch Alan Jackson in that case because it's the what's that guy's name? I keep forgetting his name, and he's so damn popular. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Um, Phil Spector, that case. Publicly Buzz has been covering it for quite a while on Murder Church, and they've been going through the whole case, and Alan Jackson is the prosecutor over there. So it's interesting to go on Sunday mornings. I go watch Alan Jackson be a prosecutor while I'm having my morning coffee. Let me pull up this screen because they should be starting here soon. And they got the fan spinning as well, as usual. 8:13. Let me refresh it. They better get on with the business. Yes, thank you everybody for joining us. As usual, we do appreciate it so much for our little channel over here. If y'all don't mind, hit the like button. We'd appreciate that as well. Everybody who is always watching, you're welcome to join the conversation. That's what we're here for. Okay. Oh, yeah, Firefly, did you get your email fixed? My goodness, she's had nothing but issues. Hopefully they'll get her all straightened out and she can conduct herself accordingly at work. You can't perform if they don't have your stuff together for you. Is somebody late for court? Uh-oh.
Do not do that today.
We have noise in the courtroom now. Oh, they took the noise away. Oh, yay, Firefly got the work issues fixed. Now she can act like she knows what she's doing and they won't bother her.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Kenobi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, they shall be heard. I say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Can we have Dr. Rentschler again, please?
Every time I look at that court reporter now, I think about Mary Catherine Gallagher. Did y'all see that clip where she smelled her underarm in court and somebody called her Mary Catherine Gallagher from Saturday Night Live?
Yes,
It's fucking
Good morning.
perfect.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready. Are you ready, Doctor?
I am, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Rentschler, good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were discussing materials that you had been provided to review, and you described much of that material in furtherance of your answer that you were asked to review certain data and undertake certain testing as it relates to testing that was done by Aperture, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to illustrate the analysis and methodology in your review and testing of this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you bring that with you today?
I did indeed.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive I'd like to have marked as next in order.
Okay. Is there an objection?
Not for identification.
Okay, so it's marked for identification.
Thank you. That'll be KK for ID.
Yes, Spinster, it is the time to do that. Write it down, burn it, bury it, return it to earth. And it is a big full
Let me know whenever. Pardon me. Let me know whenever you're ready, Dr. Rentschler.
Sure, do you want me to bring up the PowerPoint? Or?
If you could bring up the first slide, let's start with
Sure.
that.
Let's see here. There we go.
Is this representative of the PowerPoint that you presented, or sorry, that you prepared for presentation for the jurors?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Are there several blank slides, just sort of placeholder slides as we walk through your analysis that the jurors will see?
There are, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about first of all, what was the purpose of your investigation? What did you seek to undertake?
So the purpose of my investigation in this matter was to evaluate the evidence, and particularly as it pertains to the alleged theory of what occurred in this case.
All right, so I'm going to strike that answer. Ask the question again.
Sure. Did you seek to undertake an analysis of Aperture's testing or part of their testing?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. With regard to that testing, what was the reason that you undertook to analyze Aperture's testing?
Sustained.
Ultimately, were you in receipt of a PowerPoint presentation and a report from Dr. Judson Welcher?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review that PowerPoint presentation in whole?
I did, yes.
Were you able to look at his report and read his report and review his report?
I was, yes, sir.
Did you undertake an analysis based on his reporting and his PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
So I'm going to see you both at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Jesus Christ. Can the man get through a question session with a witness without that weirdo in front of you throwing you a look? Oh, goodness gracious. Spinster, I think I need to write down some stuff I need to release tonight as my anger and aggression towards this people, this prosecutor and this judge. You write down what no longer serves you, and you either burn it to ash or you bury it and you return it to earth. It's as simple as that. And it works. You just keep at it. You'll be surprised. Tonight I need to set my crystals out under that full moon and charge them and clear them. Get rid of all this negative energy. I need to sit myself down in front of that full moon and do the same thing. I did it for a little bit last night. Thunderstorms all went away and the sky cleared up. And when I came back from checking out the flooded creeks with my son, this big giant full moon sitting over my house. I was like, oh, look at that. It's my buddy. I love me a good full moon. I will sit out there for 2 hours under that moonlight, just cleansing myself and rejuvenating my soul. Uh-oh, I'm about to have a lap full of kitty cat. Get down. trying to have my morning coffee and she'll cause me to spill it. Yes, girl, try it. Maybe I should start doing full moon ceremonies with you guys. It's easy. And at the new moon, you write down new intentions that you want to manifest. And you don't burn those. You seal them. It's a whole thing. You'd be surprised at writing down what doesn't, and be honest with yourself. Bad relationship, a fight with your, I don't know, your sister, a fight with your man, whatever doesn't serve you, write it down. But you got to be honest with yourself. Okay, Firefly, we need to work that out because I do need, it is, it's a whole interesting thing. And I've taken crystal healing courses and things like that. I can do a grid on you. I can do a lot of things. So yeah, we need to do a cleansing live. We need to close Lori's portal. We can do a whole lot. There's a whole bunch we're going to do in that session. We'll put together a members only live and we'll do it like that. That way we don't have people coming in saying, what are you weirdos doing? Y'all leave us alone. We got this. I need to burn like a stick of sage in front of this computer and sage that whole darn courtroom. Like I need to put it right around certain people too. Like stand up like the Indians would make you do. Let me smudge your whole entire body. I've smudged my kid before when he was acting some kind of way. He stood there and let me do it. I'm like, come here, little boy. You got an attitude. I need to cleanse you. I need to cleanse that dude right there with the glasses. Ain't no hope for him. He's the devil.
May I?
Yes.
Did you undertake to review analysis and testing that was done by Aperture as reflected in the PowerPoint that you reviewed, as well as the report that you received?
I did, yes.
Did ARCA, yourself included, undertake testing based on your review of the testing by Aperture?
We did, yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me, what was the biomechanical analysis, that's the second point on your PowerPoint, what was the biomechanical analysis that was undertaken after you reviewed the Aperture reports and Aperture testing? What did you undertake to do?
So I touched on this yesterday a little bit. A biomechanical analysis, there's certain steps that you have to do to actually perform a biomechanical analysis. First of all, you have to determine what the injuries are. What are the diagnosed injuries? Second, you have to determine what happened to the individual. So in this case, what would have happened to Mr. O'Keefe? His kinematics, how would his body move? Was it contacted by anything? Was it contacted by the Lexus? If so, what forces were produced on the arm, on his body? Were they sufficient to cause the injuries that he sustained? And in this case, it's a little more involved. We have, was he hit by the car? What happened after that? Did he somehow move into the yard? And then did something happen in the yard to actually cause the skull fracture? So in order to determine if that's what actually occurred in this case, you have to look at each of those three separate events. And you have to evaluate that from a biomechanical analysis by looking at the force, looking at the kinematics, looking at a human tolerance, and determining or attempting to determine what happened. Now, if you try to determine what happened, not only do you have to prove that that was the case and the facts support that that's what occurred, you also have to eliminate all other possibilities. Because if you're saying this is how it happened, not only do you have to show that that's true.
So next question, and I'm going to strike that. Next question.
Is there an element of differential diagnosis that goes into biomechanical analysis?
There is, absolutely.
Explain that for us, please.
Let me demonstrate. So there are several peer-reviewed articles that I reference.
Is this slide number 2, by the way?
This is slide number 2.
Thank
correct. You. This is injury reconstruction biomechanical analysis of accidental injury. And that sets forth the methodology that I just described. It's well written about, well reviewed in peer-reviewed articles. This is the method you need. If you're going to opine on biomechanics, this is the method you need to do, the steps you need to go through in order to provide an actual opinion.
And describe that method just a little bit further. Does that include testing?
That includes testing.
Does that include both lab testing and field testing if it's possible?
Absolutely, yes.
Explain that.
In fact, let me explain. Let me get through here. You know, I just had a couple examples here. This third slide, another reference about biomechanical analysis. Again, it's all throughout the literature, very well established how to do this. Now, it's all based on the scientific method, okay? And the scientific method, which it was really established back in the 1620s, but this tells you how to do a proper scientific analysis. So you have an observation, you observe something. So in this case, you might say, all right, there's superficial abrasions to Mr. Keefe's arm, and there's a shattered taillight. Are those two things related? Well, the first thing you do is you research the topic area. You look through the literature, you find or look for any examples of that happening. You see if there's any reports or peer-reviewed articles written about this very occurrence. Can you actually demonstrate that if your arm hit the taillight would shatter and cause those abrasions? If this occurs or is a common occurrence, it should be in the literature. You should be able to find information about it. Then you form a hypothesis. Either you say, I think this injury is related to hitting the taillight, or it's not. Whichever one you choose, that's where you then start to go into your experimentation. You have to develop tests to get data to actually back up your hypotheses. So if I said, well, I think the injury is related to it, what would you do? You would go and you would test it. You would get an arm. In this case, we got a hybrid 3 dummy arm, and we got an exemplar vehicle, and we hit the vehicle with the arm. Or we hit the arm with the vehicle, we ran into it, to determine what's going to happen when that occurs. Do we get the right circumstances, the right loading to actually occur in that case? So this, and then you go back and you analyze that. And if your results don't match up with your hypothesis, you have to reevaluate. You have to go back and see. If we don't get that type of injury, if we don't get the kinematics or the force associated with what we see, you have to reevaluate if your hypothesis or what you think happened is actually true or not. So you have to continuously go through this process. And that's what experts do. That's how you perform an analysis, and that's what's important. You know, I have 3 kids. I have a 9-year-old who's actually...
So I'm going to ask you to wait for the next question.
Okay, sure.
Was there an example that you could use of sort of a real-world example that you might want to use to explain some or part of the scientific method?
There is, yeah, and I would like to explain an example of what's important with that. So I was going to say I have 3 kids, a 9-year-old who's actually turning 10 today. Happy birthday, Kai. And I have 2 older ones.
All right. We're going to stop this. Another example.
Go ahead. Less editorializing.
Minus all the personal.
Shut up.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Shut up, Blake.
Go ahead.
Details matter, okay? Details in an investigation matter, and details matter here. You need details. You have to explain how things happen, okay? As an expert, I can't come in and just say...
Sustained. It needs to be more question and answer.
Why do details matter?
Because your opinions have to be based on the facts and the evidence.
Why is that?
Because that's what determines your conclusions. I can't come in and say, I think...
This heifer.
What if you don't have all the details and facts?
If you don't have details, if you haven't performed a proper analysis, then you can't come to a conclusion that something happened. You can't depend just on your experience. You have to have the analysis, the evidence, and the details to come to a conclusion in a case.
How do you best get details to come to a conclusion in a case?
You need research. You need peer-reviewed articles. You need evidence. You perform testing. You have to demonstrate what you think happened is A, possible, and B, actually did occur. And in order to do that, you need hard evidence to demonstrate that that's what actually occurred in this case.
Do you get that through both lab testing and field testing?
The form. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Can you get that in lab testing?
Absolutely.
Can you get that in field testing?
You can get that in field testing as well, yes.
Are those integral to an analysis?
They are. If you don't have any other evidence, if you don't have research, if you don't have peer-reviewed articles showing or demonstrating what happens, you have to formulate, you have to get that evidence. And the way to do that is through field testing, if you have no other evidence and no other source of information to provide that type of evidence.
Let's go to the next slide. Did you undertake, and this is a placeholder, did
Yes.
you undertake the scientific method in this case?
I did, yes.
What was the hypothesis of the incident that you utilized in furthering your analysis?
So the first step, the first part of this event is contact between Mr. O'Keefe's arm and the vehicle.
Could you describe for the jurors what hypothesis you used based on your review of the information you got from Aperture?
Sure. So the hypothesis that I looked at, Aperture, their testing and report indicates that Mr. O'Keefe had his arm out at a 90-degree angle.
Sustained.
What do you see? By the way, where are these from, these two slides?
These two slides are from the PowerPoint presentation that Aperture provided.
All right, so you didn't create these?
I did not, no, sir.
Describe the angle of the arm in the left photograph with the drinking glass in the hand.
So the angle of that arm is approximately 90 degrees. The other photographs in the PowerPoint demonstrate that for someone the same height as Mr. O'Keefe, the arm would be at about 90 degrees with an individual standing erect. That's what was demonstrated in their PowerPoint.
Do you note anything in their PowerPoint, the Aperture PowerPoint, related to the clothing worn in that left photograph?
Yes, they have the surrogates wearing a hoodie or a sweatshirt, which is the exact same type and brand that Mr. O'Keefe was found wearing at the time of the incident.
Did that play a part in your overall analysis, the fact that the individual, the surrogate, as you used the name, was adorned with the same type of sweatshirt that was found on Mr. O'Keefe?
It did, yes. I mean, that's one of the details that we have to look at. Details matter, so we look at the clothing that was worn and the evidence found with respect to that actual sweatshirt.
I'd like to stay with that for a second. Why is that important? Why would the clothing matter?
Well, because that tells us, that gives us evidence of what may or may not have occurred. Mr. O'Keefe was wearing the sweatshirt when the time of this alleged incident occurred. So if there is contact between his sweatshirt and that rear vehicle, the taillight from the Lexus, there would likely be evidence of that. And we have to look at that sweatshirt to see the condition of that sweatshirt, if there's evidence on that sweatshirt, and be able to pair that or match that up to with what happened on the vehicle.
Is that part of a normal biomechanical analysis to evaluate clothing of the body as well?
Absolutely, especially when you look at automobile pedestrian impacts.
Why?
Because the clothing tells you or can tell you how the impact occurred, where contact occurred between an individual and the vehicle, what part of the vehicle, what part of the individual. So it either may or it may not, but it can give you very important clues about what may have occurred during the incident.
Is that part of the normal methodology that's utilized in the field of biomechanical analysis, especially as it relates to pedestrian motor vehicle incidents?
It absolutely is, yes. Look at the damage to the clothing. Look if you compare it up to the vehicle, to the ground, to other sources. It's another tool, another detail, and part of the evidence that allows you to try and determine what occurred.
Do you have experience in reviewing clothing of individuals that may have been involved in vehicle pedestrian incidents?
I do, yes.
How often has that played a part in your biomechanical analysis and the methodology that you employ?
It happens quite often when we look at automobile pedestrian impacts. That's really one of the steps that you need to do. You need to look at the clothing, you need to look at that evidence and see if that matches up with any other evidence in the case.
Would it be a proper methodology to just ignore the clothing in a vehicle pedestrian incident?
It would be, yes. I mean, it's really one of the first things you should do.
I'm sorry, my question was, would it be proper if you just wholly ignored it?
No, it would be improper. It would not be proper. It would be improper if you just ignored it.
Getting back to the slide at hand. And we're on slide, just to stay coordinated, is this slide 7?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. You've talked about the left photograph. What is the right, the short video?
So this short video is what I refer to as the paint transfer test that was performed by Aperture. And what they did was take a surrogate the same approximate height and weight as Mr. O'Keefe and had him stand behind a subject, an exemplar Lexus, the same year, make, and model. And they put paint on the rear taillight cover on the fender, and then they backed it in to the surrogate's arm. And the reason for this is they attempted to show that where the paint contacts the arm, that it's the same area where the superficial abrasions were on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Did you utilize these photographs and videos from the Aperture report in conducting and building the field testing and or the lab testing that you ultimately undertook?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What's depicted in this slide?
So this is from the Aperture report, and the third conclusion is that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and the orientation of the right taillight on the Reed 2021 Lexus LX57.
How did you interpret the phrase geometry?
To me, geometry just means shape. So the way I interpreted this is the one test that was performed with respect to the taillight. This is the only test I saw that Aperture performed involving the taillight and the arm, is that with this paint transfer test, they concluded that, again, the area where the paint was transferred onto the arm is consistent, the same shape and orientation as apparently the lacerations found on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm.
Did this test, in your opinion, establish force multipliers that were exerted on the taillight?
It has nothing to do with force. It doesn't describe the force exerted on the taillight or on the arm. It doesn't describe how the arm would have moved as it hit the taillight. It doesn't describe how the taillight would fracture. It doesn't describe how you would actually get the lacerations on the arm. Again, all this does is generally, and I made an error there. This report, and you can see the slide says laceration. Mr. O'Keefe did not have lacerations on his arm.
What did he have?
He was diagnosed with superficial abrasions.
Is there a difference between a laceration and an abrasion?
There's a distinct difference, both biomechanically and medically, yes.
Is that an important distinction?
That is.
Why?
The first step of the biomechanical analysis is identify the injuries, and you have to take the diagnosed injuries identified by a medical doctor. So it's superficial abrasions. To put lacerations on, that's simply incorrect.
So I strike the end of that.
Would you describe the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm as lacerations?
No.
Would they be more properly described in another way?
It would be, yes.
What's that other way?
So they've been diagnosed as superficial abrasions. An abrasion occurs when there's rubbing or scraping of the skin, and it just rubs away the top layer, the epidermis of the skin. Now, a laceration is a jagged ripping or tearing of the skin, which gets down through the epidermis into the dermis. So abrasions take much less force. They're less severe than what a laceration actually is.
In a biomechanical analysis, if it's done properly, is it important to get the proper injury to the body as a foundation to the entire analysis?
That's core to the analysis, because you're trying to determine how an injury occurred. You have to know what that injury is. You have to have the correct injury to be able to evaluate it.
Let's go to the next slide. This is a placeholder. I want to ask you a little bit while this is up. We can turn the lights up. First step in the analysis. What is the first step of the analysis after you determine the injuries, the type of injury?
So in this step, after you determine the injury, what we want to do is we want to look at the physical evidence. So we have the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and we have the sweatshirt that he was wearing at the time. So the first step in any investigation is to determine, does the evidence from the arm match up to the evidence on the sweatshirt?
Did you undertake that analysis?
I did, yes.
Is that indicated in a slide a little bit later on in your PowerPoint?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this explains the injuries, and this is from on the left side, that is the diagnoses from the autopsy. The right side is from the hospital. And you can see it says blunt impact injuries of head and extremities, abrasions and lacerations. The laceration is on the back of the skull, on the back of the head where the occipital skull fracture is. When you look at the extremities, everywhere where it talks about the extremities, it's superficial abrasions. So the first step in a biomechanical analysis, you review the medical records, determine exactly what the injuries are. And you can see there's a picture of the actual abrasions. Those are the documented injuries or abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Are these acceptable sources? Well, let me ask you this. What are the sources that are reflected on this slide that you referred to or you relied on in coming to your opinions and conclusions regarding Mr. O'Keefe's injuries to his right arm?
Again, on the left side is from the autopsy report from the medical examiner, and then the right side is actually from the Good Samaritan hospital where Mr. O'Keefe was taken. Are
autopsy records, hospital records, medical records acceptable sources for a biomechanist to rely on in determining or coming to opinions and conclusions?
They are. They are the sources you go to determine what the injuries are, yes.
Did you see... you reviewed the entirety of the medical records as well as the entirety of the medical examiner's file, is that right?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you see reference to any fractures that were noted on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his arm, his forearm, or his hand?
No, there were no diagnosed or references to fractures on any part of his right arm or hand.
I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk to display a couple of exhibits, the x-rays.
Okay.
So he's going to take over the TV screen.
Sure.
If that's okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is an exhibit that was marked yesterday. I want to say 226. I may be wrong, Your Honor. I'll get the right nomenclature in just a second. This is one of the exhibits, one of three exhibits that was introduced yesterday. Do you recognize what's depicted on this?
That's the X-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand taken January 31st, I believe.
Did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Was it part of the medical record, medical records or AE's records?
It was. A series of the X-rays, yes, was attached. It was part of the medical records that were provided to me and that I reviewed in this matter.
Thank you. Just for the record, so I can clarify, this is Exhibit 229A, as in apple. Do you see, have you looked at X-rays before?
I have, yes.
Have you interpreted X-rays in furtherance of your analyses in years past?
I have during my biomechanical analysis, yes.
Are you trained to look at X-rays and determine whether there are fractures, hairline fractures, broken bones, things of that nature?
I've been doing this for 20 years. In graduate school, I worked with surgeons and doctors to look at X-rays.
Is that part of the normal methodology that biomechanists undertake in furtherance of injury analysis?
It is part of what we normally do, yes, sir.
Would it be an important part of a biomechanist's ultimate analysis and conclusions as it relates to an injury analysis?
It would be, and especially in this case, if we're talking about impact to the arm and the hand, very important to determine, as I said, not only what the actual injuries are, but what injuries did not occur.
Would it be appropriate to come to any opinions and conclusions in an injury analysis if you were to ignore X-rays, if they existed?
No. If X-rays exist, you need to review them. You need to determine what they represent and what injuries either did or didn't occur. You absolutely need to look at them.
Do you see any injuries represented or any defects represented in this x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
I do not, no, sir.
Can you describe what you do see or what you would expect to see if there were injuries, broken bones, torn ligaments, things of that nature, swelling? What would you expect to see?
You could actually see the fracture lines on the bones. They are evident along the hands or along the ulna and the radius. Any dislocations you see, there would be a difference in the space at the joints between the bones. Dislocation, then there would be increased space or even a decreased space if there's compression of the joints, the interphalangeal joints, the metacarpophalangeal joints, the wrist joint. There's no indication on these x-rays of any fractures or any trauma or any type of injury to the bones or the joints.
Can we go to 229B as in Bravo with the court's permission?
Yes.
You see what's depicted in this photograph?
I can, yes, sir.
What is this?
So this is a x-ray. The forearm shows the ulna and the radius, which are the two bones in the forearm.
Do you see any defects, injury, trauma to these bones or anything associated with those bones?
I do not. And when you're viewing this on the software to look at the x-rays, you can actually adjust the contrast. So you can adjust the brightness and the darkness, and it allows you to go through the whole range to better evaluate whether there are any fractures. This is a little bright, so when you're looking at this, you would actually decrease the contrast a little bit.
In terms of your review of this particular photograph, what did you note in terms of trauma or injuries at all?
I did not note any indication or any signs of trauma or injury to the forearm or to the wrist in this case.
If we could go to 229C as in Charlie, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the right humerus, the right upper bone of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Do you notice, or did you note, did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you note any defects, trauma, injuries at all with regard to the bone is the
humerus.
The humerus?
I did not, no, sir.
What about the joints associated with the humerus, top or bottom?
I did not note any injuries or damage to either the elbow or the shoulder joint.
What is your opinion and conclusion, having reviewed all three of these x-rays, with regard to the condition of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, starting from the arm, the forearm, and the bones in the hand?
There's no indication of any type of acute injury from the x-ray to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his hand, his forearm, or his upper arm.
Thank you. We can switch that back. And if we can go back to your PowerPoint. Can we go to the next slide, please?
Maybe. Let me see if I can start back in on it here. Okay, there we go.
What are we looking at in this slide?
So again, this is the hoodie or sweatshirt that Mr. O'Keefe had on at the time of this alleged incident.
Did you consider these photographs in conducting your injury causation analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
What role did these photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's hoodie play in your injury causation analysis?
So this shows the hoodie, and it was inspected by the police department, and it was noted, as you can see on the right sleeve by the triangles, there were 9 different punctures or holes noted in the sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these series of photos?
So let's move to sidebar for a minute and Mr. Jackson, bring your PowerPoint, please.
She has such a problem with everything that, oh, I can't with this lady. Got nothing nice to say. I'm done with her. This is a sham. I wonder though, so I've got closing arguments on the brain. We heard from that PI that the defense brought on. And all he testified to is the measurements he took from the front of that home to the doors, right? That's going to corroborate cell phone data from past testimony. And I'm wondering, is the defense going to use his measurements to corroborate that phone data to say John O'Keefe made it at least to the front door, at least to that garage? Because there was really no other point to have the PI come up there and explain that I took measurements, 3 separate measurements from mailbox to door to door. Yeah. And how many feet those were. And I'll go back and I compare that to the phone data of John O'Keefe's phone, and I see what it says. And I'm like, oh, y'all, what was the whole point of bringing this guy on? To get that little bit of information to the jury's mind. Also, we're going to use that in our closing arguments. I think we're going to see some fiery closing arguments. I hope so. I hope Alan don't hold back. Whoever's going to do the closing arguments, just get up there and let it rip. Good morning, Dolphin. Welcome in. We're on a, well, we'll call it a brief sidebar, but it depends on how brief these people are. Y'all know that. So now we have x-rays displayed, and Dr., or I don't even know what he is, Welcher, didn't he say there were no x-rays? He didn't look at any x-rays. Huh. I really got to sit down tonight and go through some more of my notes to match up some certain things that am just rambling around in my head. Because I don't think it'll be just one thing that the jurors debate once they get into that deliberation room. If they took good notes, they've realized there's a lot there they got to look at, especially with certain times things were happening, inaccuracy. All of a sudden, 5 minutes later, we have accuracy. Oh, 2 minutes later, we have, bad accuracy. All within 10 minutes. In 10 minutes' time, this man has taken steps around this yard and, oh, low accuracy, high accuracy. I don't trust your accuracy at all. Yes, Welcher said no x-rays of the arm. That's what I thought he said, Firefly. So did Hank not turn those over to him? Did he not ask? Did he, well, he is just a insurance reconstruction guy, right? To tell the insurance companies we were at fault when we wreck. We don't like you, dude. So y'all think about that the next time you're in an automobile accident and the insurance company's fighting you. Think about Welcher and fight tooth and nail. We're not putting up with it. Dolphin, how's the pup doing this morning? I bet she's acting like nothing's wrong with her. She's recovered. I hope she has anyway. I hope she's feeling good. Poor Pipsqueak. Good morning, ma'am.
Oh, good morning. Sorry, I was trying to turn off the other, mute the other stream.
So how's Pipsqueak doing this morning?
She's good. I just let her out to go to the bathroom and I looked up on that hill and you guys, this deer is a trip. The deer was just laying there, right? Looking at me, watching me tell her to go pee pee, right? And stayed in the same spot the whole time. So I just, when she was done, I went and got the food and put it in there. And when I turned around and came in, a cardinal flew down to the storage bin where I dumped the food and
Yeah.
was like perched on the edge of the storage bin. So now we've got a cardinal and squirrels that are poaching the deer food. And yeah, but then she finally walked over there. So
Well, good. Dolphin's got a wildlife sanctuary happening in the backyard.
yeah, but you know what? The craziest thing though, I thought her like just lying there, and not moving was crazy. Yesterday, I went out to dinner last night, and I went to get in the car. She was up on the hill, right? I went to get in the car and she started walking down the hill. I was sitting in the car, hadn't cranked it up yet. She walked down the hill and literally walked right past the front of my car, looked at me in the windshield, went over to look at the bin to see if there was any food there, and then literally stood there and kept like looking over her shoulder at me sitting in the driver's seat. Like she was that close. I was like,
Yeah.
oh my
She's
god.
like, "You're not about to go to dinner without leaving me dinner. What the heck
Yeah,
is going on here?"
yeah.
That deer's got you figured out, ma'am. She's
She
stalking you.
does. She does. This is the nice one, not the mama. I
Oh,
haven't
yeah,
seen the mama in a couple of days.
yeah.
So, yeah.
Firefly says, "I wouldn't be feeding them if they attacked Pipsqueak."
It's not the one that, yeah, the one that I'm feeding is not the one that attacked Pipsqueak. Yeah, I recognize that heifer.
That heifer. I like that
Yeah,
one. You know,
yeah.
and, Firefly says, "I still have my cardinal couple at my house." You know, guys, at my old house,
Mm-hmm.
I had a yard full of cardinals all the time. It was like a little sanctuary for cardinals. I'd never had that many in my yard at one time. Out
Mm-hmm.
here where I live now, I've not seen one at all.
Really?
Not even one. I get the woodpeckers and all the singing birds that are out there, but no cardinals live around here.
Mm. Yeah,
My
I've
old
got a
house
couple
is
around
full.
here too. I just saw the
Yeah,
one though this morning.
yeah. They're always so pretty to watch. I miss the ones at my old house. They were just like everywhere. I'd never had a yard full of cardinals like that.
Mm-hmm. And a blue jay. There's a blue jay somewhere around here too.
Yeah.
He pops out from time to time.
We got a ton of bird activity around here. I just like sit outside and listen to them. So relaxing. They were fighting the other day, but then the neighbor's kid come out. He's like, "Hey, be careful outside." And I'm thinking, "Oh my God, what we got a predator roaming around?"
Mm-hmm.
He said, I had noticed the day before these birds were acting very odd, like very aggressive. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, what's wrong with those birds? So the next day he tells me that he was mowing the grass and he saw a bird that was injured. So he went over to try to help it. And when he did, these other birds came down and tried to attack him. I was like, oh goodness. Like they were,
Really?
yeah.
Now
We,
that is weird.
we don't know if they were protecting the little bird or and defending it and thought he was trying to harm it. We don't know. But I was like, I'm not messing with these birds. I'd let them just be birds out in the yard. They'll work it out. Circle of life,
Mm-hmm.
all that. This is not my business to step into. I might alter history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just leave it be. But yeah, he said they tried to attack him. I was like, but they do attack. Well, they don't attack my outside cat. They just go steal his hair for their nest. He doesn't like it.
Oh wow. It's funny.
You can see him out there trying to dive and dodge the birds. It's so funny. I'm like, dude, just go in your cat condo house. You know where it's at. They'll leave you alone in there.
Mm. Yeah, that's a trip. But no, we've got all kinds of wildlife back there. The squirrels are super bold. They won't get out of the little bin too quickly when I walk out there.
Yeah.
Just standing up eating.
Oh yeah, they're like that. We used to my cousin's old yard. Well, she still lives there. Her backyard's full of squirrels, and we sat out there in the pandemic. We just sat outside all the damn time.
Hmm.
We named all the squirrels. We had little Stubby. He had half a tail. These they would come out and they sit there and they wait for you to go out and feed them. And then there's just they're everywhere out there. They're so fun. We sat out there. We had a time with those squirrels during the pandemic. They were our
Yeah,
friends. They were just that's all we had. It was the hawks and the squirrels.
I've seen a little baby one, skirting around too back there with the adults. So
The bunnies are out around here, like they're hopping everywhere.
now I have not seen one of those in a little while.
There was one doing something crazy on the side of the road yesterday. We went down to the creek and like I saw him out the corner of my eye and I looked over and he was just like hopping like a mad bunny. I was like,
Hmm.
"Dude, calm down before you hop out into the street." I don't know
Hmm.
what he was doing. Don't know.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, after I got back from dinner, I started like really late last night. I started looking at Twitter, right? And so now I see why you guys were telling me yesterday afternoon to go back and watch Dr. La Posada. And
Uh-huh.
oh boy, that was funny. The memes on Twitter are
I
hilarious.
know, girl, it cracks you up. It gives you some comedy relief over there.
Hmm.
Um,
She was
Butterfly,
sassy.
she very sassy. I liked her. I mean, she didn't take his stuff. I like it too when he's like, "Good afternoon." She's like, "Well, it's 6 minutes till noon." Was it six
Yeah.
minutes till noon or something like
Hmm.
that? Yeah. Butterfly, I saw those motions this morning. We're going to review those in a little bit. They're, she's so common. Lori, sit down, girl. The jig is up, right? The jig is up, Lori Vallow. But I did see that, and I have that saved. Um, they should be wrapping her trial up today. Well, they should be getting Nick Balance on the stand over there today, and then she should. I don't think Lori has any witnesses lined up.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
that'll be interesting.
they tried to really discredit the doctor from yesterday with some things, but I read up on some of that stuff yesterday evening, and there's not much to it. I mean, it is what it is. There's no way to discredit her really. I liked her testimony. It made sense, right? It has to make sense. I don't care which side presents the damn expert. Who's going to make the most sense to me? Her testimony made a lot of sense, you know. Sassy Queen Firefly says. People were making fun of her breathing on the Twitter, though. One person literally accused her of being on opioids. They're like, I know what causes that kind of breathing. And I was like, are you serious?
Oh, jeez.
Do you see how old this lady is? Some people just are heavy breathers. They can't help it. You know, I wasn't
Yeah.
about to make fun. My mom taught me better. I can't make fun of the old people. I mean, I might make fun of Bev, but I'm not going to make fun of that doctor on the stand and her heavy breathing. My mama would slap me down from heaven. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I
Bev?
just figured she's got COPD.
Very well could be. That's what I had also wondered, you know, but, you know, people are going to do them. They're going to do shit like that. They're mad because we were able to discredit the other side's people
Oh,
with their
you are kidding me.
weird educations and stuff.
The deer literally is eating right now, and there is a squirrel like lurking right outside the tub. I'm like, is it trying to jump in there at the same time this deer is eating?
I wouldn't put it past them. Probably said, "What my cat is going crazy under my bed." It's like she hunts in the morning, and I don't know what she's hunting because there's nothing in here with me and her. All right, we are back in session. It looks like I'm going.
Jurors, I apologize that took so long, but it was
Liar.
necessary to do rather than sending you out. So,
Oh, he's standing
Sure.
by her back feet. What's he doing?
thank you. Tori, can you give me a couple of these?
One moment.
Okay.
Dr. Winchler, my eyes aren't good enough to see the upper right-hand corner. What slide number is this? That's
Number
on-
12.
Number 12, thank you. Did you look at these photographs and consider these photographs in furtherance of your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we move to slide 13, please? Did you also look at and consider these photographs in coming to your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes.
Can we move to slide 14, please? Did you look at and consider these photographs in coming to your conclusions and opinions
I
regarding
did.
this case?
Yes, sir.
Can you move from slide 14 over to slide 18, please?
Can I switch through real quick?
Sure.
Yeah. So we 18.
Let's go to 18. What are we looking at in slide 18?
So this is Mr. O'Keefe's right arm at autopsy, and they're holding up a ruler to demonstrate the size and dimensions of the abrasions.
And what are the yellow indicators?
Those are indicators I added based on the length of the ruler to show the approximate size, length, and width of those abrasions.
Was it important in your biomechanical analysis to measure and denote all the injuries?
It was, yes.
Did you actually count the number of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
How many injuries did he have? How many distinct and separate injuries did Mr. O'Keefe's arm present?
Conservatively, I counted 36 different superficial abrasions on his right arm.
And did you go through all the photographs in an effort to count and distinguish one abrasion and one defect on his skin from another?
I did, yes, sir.
And you said conservatively 36 separate abrasions, correct?
That's correct.
What does that mean in terms of the mechanism that you would expect to cause that abrasion?
Well, you need 36 different points of contact to get through the sweatshirt and get to the skin to actually cause abrasion to the skin. 36 different separate points of contact to the skin.
How many defects, remind us, how many defects were noted by the crime lab in Mr. O'Keefe's right sleeve?
9 defects.
Can you scroll to slide 22 quickly, please? What is this?
This is a slide, again, from Aperture, from their PowerPoint. It's the only slide, the only photo, the only indication of the hoodie that I found in their analysis. And it also has pictures showing, looks like they try to line up the top of that taillight cover.
Sustained.
Do you see there's some sort of marking on that lower left photograph with some yellow lines?
I do, yes.
How did you analyze that marking?
I analyzed that. It goes through the part of the taillight cover and then goes through part of the upper arm of the surrogate.
And there's a parallel line to it a little bit in a V shape. There's a parallel line below it. How did you analyze that line?
I analyzed that as apparently showing that the area of the taillight.
So not apparently. What did you
How did you
analyze?
interpret that?
I interpreted that represents that area of the taillight corresponds to the area of the upper arm.
And there's a red dotted line around the taillight, correct?
Correct.
How did you interpret what that represents?
That was the part of the taillight that fractured.
Did you put any of these lines on there, or are these all from Aperture?
These are all from Aperture. I did not put any of those on there.
You see the small, it's horizontal, I'm sorry, it's vertical photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I do, yes.
Did you note anywhere in the Aperture report a denotation of the number of abrasions, counting the number of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
There's no denotation, no indication that the number of abrasions were ever counted. No, sir.
Ultimately, based on your review of all of your testing, did you come to an opinion or a conclusion as to whether or not the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm are consistent with striking the right rear taillight of the Lexus?
I did, yes.
And what is that conclusion?
That they're inconsistent with striking the taillight or being produced as a result of contact with the taillight.
Why did you come to that conclusion?
There's a number of reasons that I came to. First of all, the abrasions, the numbers don't correspond to the number of holes or...
Sustained.
Did you consider, without counting the number of abrasions and the number of holes, did you consider the abrasions?
I did, yes.
Did you consider the sweatshirt?
I did.
Was that an important part of your analysis?
It was, yes.
What else did you consider?
I considered that it was not possible to line up 36 different abrasions with
So I'm going to strike that answer, ask it differently.
Your Honor, if he could finish his answer. He was about to say contact with the taillight.
Yep, so ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. What did the 36 abrasions, conservatively, and their interaction with the taillight have to do with your ultimate opinion and conclusion?
Well, that you have to, if those abrasions came from contact with the taillight, you have to be able to correlate them and line them up with contact, 36 different contacts from the taillight.
And ultimately, based on your understanding of Aperture's review and the photographs that you saw, you were presuming, based on Aperture's testing, that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that hoodie. Is that correct?
Sustained.
What was the condition? Let me ask it this way. There's a photograph in the Aperture report that we're looking at with blue paint on an arm, right?
Correct.
Is that your understanding, or did you test that Mr. O'Keefe could have been hit wearing short sleeves?
No.
What did you test? What was your presumption and assumption in your testing?
That he was wearing the hoodie that was found on him at the time,
With the 9 holes in the right sleeve.
with the 9 holes in the right sleeve.
Watch the form of the question, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Let's go to the next slide, please. What is this?
These are the top two and bottom right slide are from the Aperture PowerPoint.
How did you interpret the the 2 photographs on the right, the parallel lines and the red lines in that slide?
The parallel lines correspond to an area of the fractured tail light, and then the red dotted line corresponds to an area of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm, and there's a red arrow pointing to part of the fractured tail light.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
Again, this is the paint test. This is the only test that was conducted by Aperture to look at the tail light and the arm in this case, and the interaction between the two.
Did you note whether in all of Aperture's data that you reviewed, whether or not there was any measurements to determine whether the abrasions were consistent with contact with the Lexus?
I did. There were no measurements at all taken with respect to that test. No measurements with respect to where the contact happened on the car or on the arm itself. There was no indication of where that blue paint extended on the surrogate's arm, say from the wrist up to where the laceration or the abrasions would have occurred.
Is that important?
It's very important.
Why?
Because you can't say that the area where the blue paint is corresponds to the area of the abrasions if you don't take measurements. If you just eyeball it, all you can say is by eyeballing it, it looks approximately the same. But that's not scientific. You can't come to an actual conclusion that where that paint covers the arm is where those abrasions actually were. They could lie outside, they could lie forward, they could lie above that painted area. You can't say with any scientific certainty that that area of paint corresponds to where the abrasions are.
In this motion video and the still photograph to the left in slide 24, is that what we're on, 24?
We are, yes, sir.
What did you note with regard to the positioning of the surrogate's arm? I think that's Mr. Welcher, as it relates to the taillight and the back of the SUV.
Yes, the positioning of the arm in the photographs as well as the one test that was performed, the arm is approximately 90 degrees, level in line with the rear taillight of the vehicle.
Did you seek to do any testing approximating the positioning of the arm as you saw it, as you interpreted it in the Aperture data?
I did, yes, sir.
What were you seeking to determine when you did your testing?
Well, if we want to determine whether the orientation and the position of the abrasions on the arm correspond to the tail light, you have to have the arm in the position that you claim it struck the tail light and then look at the abrasions. Because if you're looking at orientation and the direction of the abrasions, you can't look at how they exist with the arm. The only pictures of the arm of the abrasions are with Mr. O'Keefe's arm extended. But that's not how he would have had it according to the test. It would have been at a 90-degree angle.
Dr. Rentschler, were there any peer-reviewed articles cited in connection with Aperture's paint transfer test?
I did not see, I was not provided a single peer-reviewed article with respect to the paint test or any indication of any test or article looking at arm contact with the vehicle or a taillight cover.
Can we go to slide 25? What are we looking at in this slide?
So in this slide, the picture on the far left is the photographs provided from the autopsy in hospital with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm fully extended. Again, those are the only photographs we have.
What about the photograph in the middle and to the far right?
In the middle and the far right, what I did was actually take that arm and then rotate the forearm to put it in a position that it would be in as demonstrated by the paint test, with the arm at approximately 90 degrees.
What was the import of this, this undertaking?
Well, if you look at the paint test and the way the arm's at 90 degrees and having the car come and essentially contact and push the arm out of the way, that's going to give you or tell you the directionality or the direction of the abrasions. Because if you have your arm at a right angle and the vehicle comes and pushes and slides against it, on that forearm, you would expect those abrasions to be horizontal, to be in line with that forearm.
Are they?
They're not. You can see some of them are vertical, some of them are angled, some of them it's hard to tell what the directionality is. But if your arm, again, is being struck and pushed this way, as it's pushed and as the car goes by, if this would occur in this manner, you would expect those abrasions to be horizontal in the direction that the vehicle is actually traveling.
When you say horizontal, do you mean horizontal from the elbow to the wrist?
Correct, or parallel, yes, with the forearm.
Can we go to slide 26, please? This is yet again the same video that we saw earlier.
That is correct. This is the paint test video, yes.
And what has to happen in order for the paint in this test to reach the upper forearm?
Well, in this case, to reach the upper forearm, there has to be contact between the forearm and the taillight cover.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is this slide showing?
Again, this shows, you can see on the right, I added arrows to kind of show the directionality of the different abrasions. And on the forearm, they simply do not line up with the type of kinematics or the type of motion shown in the paint test. Again, of the arm getting pushed out of the way and the car traveling past. If there were going to be abrasions from the fractured glass as it moves along, again, it would be lengthwise parallel to the forearm.
If the arm was positioned as it was indicated in the paint test done by Aperture, would you expect to see this pattern of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm if, in fact, it contacted the taillight and if, in fact, it was abraded based on the taillight?
You would not. You can't get, for instance, horizontal abrasions on the upper arm and somehow get vertical and angled abrasions on the forearm. The kinematics don't work out to actually produce those types of injuries.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
So again, this is the paint transfer test, and it demonstrates there were no measurements taken, so we don't know the exact size or location of that paint or the lacerations. And you can see the photograph on the right basically shows that after doing the test, a picture of the right arm was put next to it and basically eyeballed to say it's the same, well, it's only approximately the same area.
So I'm going to strike that. So next question.
Do you see any measurements, any tape measures, any laser measuring equipment, anything like that in that right photograph?
Nothing, no types of measurements whatsoever.
Can we go to the next slide, please? This is, on the left, the same video that we've seen several times, correct?
That's correct.
What are we looking at on the photograph on the right?
So on the right, it is the video of this test taken from the side of the vehicle.
Did you notice anything of note in this angle of the paint transfer test?
I did. I slowed this video down, and so as you can see, as it starts out, and you'll see the vehicle starts to slowly back. So there was no photographs showing the position of the arm in the back of the car. The video is from the side, and the top video, you can't tell where the arm is positioned against the tailgate. But whatever positions it's at, you can see as the car backs up here, look at the elbow and the upper arm. If the car backed directly in this direction, there would be no contact with that elbow or the upper arm. And remember, this test is to show where the paint would transfer and if that correlates to the lacerations.
You mean, before you start the video, when you say there would be no contact with the elbow or the upper arm, you mean the biceps area and from the elbow up?
That's correct.
Is that based on the photograph on the right and the positioning of the surrogate?
Exactly. You can see right now, if the car just backed directly straight back, it would not contact the elbow or the upper arm.
Before you play the video, what did you note when the car from the angle to the right of the video on the right? What did you note as the car, just before the car starts to make contact with the surrogate? What did you note?
So in order to get that pattern on the arm, right as the car contacts the arm, the surrogate pushes his elbow forward, leans into the car against the light, and then rolls off.
Can you play that for us, please? Did you see what you were describing in that video?
I did, and I can slow it down. So you can see, even at this point, as the car approaches, it would not contact the elbow or the biceps. So as it comes in, watch the elbow all of a sudden shoot in. Surrogate turns his arm in and then leans against the light cover. So this is not indicative of someone standing there and having a car back into their arm. In order to get that pattern of paint on the arm, someone would have to stand there, and as the car approached and contacted their arm, they would have to actually push their arm forward and lean into it to get that paint pattern.
Is that, in your view, proper scientific testing?
Sustained.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What is this?
And so this is that same event, and you can see I slowed it down even more just so you can see the actual movement of the elbow and the upper arm to get that pattern.
Thank you. Can we move to the next slide, please? This is slide 30. And let's go to 31.
Yeah, this is 31.
I'm sorry, 31. What conclusions or opinions did you reach or could you reach after reviewing the totality of the results of the paint transfer test?
The paint transfer test, all it can show is the approximate area, of where the arm was covered in paint as the surrogate jammed his elbow in and rolled against the taillight cover. So it tells us nothing about what may have actually occurred, how the lacerations were actually, or the abrasions were produced. It doesn't talk about the kinematics of the arm to actually cause those abrasions. All it does is just say, under this specific condition, if someone was to stand there and then shoot your elbow forward and lean in, you would get paint on this approximate part of the arm, because we don't even have any measurements for it. That's the only thing that test demonstrates, and that's the only test that was conducted to look at the interaction between the arm and the Lexus in this case.
Did you reach any opinions and conclusions regarding whether the physical evidence is consistent or inconsistent with the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
I did, yes.
And what are what's the basis?
The basis is looking at the number of laceration or the number of abrasions on the arm, as well as the orientation and direction of those abrasions. And they don't correspond to how the arm would interact with the vehicle if it was at a right angle and struck by the rear of that vehicle.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, Doctor?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? Actually, slide 33. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Did any of the testing that you saw in terms of the paint transfer test or any other testing that you saw included in the Aperture report and the Aperture PowerPoint presentation indicate that there was any consistency or any results that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm being struck by the taillight, causing 36 plus abrasions to his right arm while wearing the shirt, or the sweatshirt, with 9 holes in it.
That's sustained. You have to ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you determine, based on the testing by aperture, whether or not it was consistent, that paint transfer test was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's arm being damaged by the taillight at speed?
I did.
Okay, and what is that conclusion?
That does not represent that at all. The evidence from that test, again, it's only puts paint on the arm. So in no way does that determine or demonstrate how, if the arm struck the taillight cover, how the taillight cover could shatter, how the movement of the arm could interact with the cover to produce those abrasions.
Did you go, I'm sorry.
There's just no evidence of that. There's no steps taken to demonstrate how, if that's even possible, would that actually occur in a case like that. First, you have to show it's possible. I saw no peer-reviewed articles, no research data, and the only test that was done that links the injuries to the taillight cover is this paint test.
Is that the paint test in which the arm was leaned into the car?
In which the elbow was shot forward and then the arm and upper arm was leaned into and against the cover.
Doctor, did you also go on to further your injury causation analysis by performing impact tests to evaluate the kinematics involved?
I did, yes.
Can you describe that for us, please?
Sure. So one of the steps involved in the biomechanical analysis is the kinematics, the motion. So we need to look at the motion of the arm. If the arm hit the taillight cover fractured, and you got abrasions, you need to be able to show that. You need to look at how the arm would actually move if it was struck by the vehicle. I've seen no peer-reviewed articles or research to demonstrate that. So what you need to do then is do testing to look at how the arm would actually move and whether it's possible to create those conditions to actually get that injury.
Did you use an ATD hybrid 3 arm for testing?
We did, yes. We used a 50th percentile male ATD hybrid 3 arm.
Is the use of that hybrid 3 arm accepted in your industry in terms of testing?
Yes, it certainly is. As I said yesterday, it's the gold standard for testing. And the arm itself is used just for that very purpose. In fact, there's a number of studies. They use the 50th percentile arm to look at airbag deployment. One of the issues with airbags for the driver is it comes out of the hub of the steering wheel. So if you're steering and you're turning your car and you hit something and the airbag goes off, what happens? It blows right into your forearm, and it can actually cause fractures. We see that quite often. So they perform testing with the 50th percentile arm to look at the forces and acceleration on the arm as airbags go off. Very similar to if your hand was hit by the back of the arm was hit by the back of the car and propelled forward. That's very similar to having an airbag deploy. Actually, this would probably be more severe. An airbag's almost like a giant pillow enveloping the arm, and here we have an SUV actually contacting the rear of your arm.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
Sure.
This is 35.
Let's see, here's 35.
There we go. Thank you. What's depicted here?
So this was testing done at 15 miles an hour. So this is with the hybrid arm and suspended so that it was actually impacting the right rear of the Lexus as the Lexus was traveling at 15 miles an hour.
Was there acceleration that was noted on the arm, force and acceleration?
There was on both the arm as well as the hand, yes.
What was the result of the damage to the taillight based on this test?
So in this test, there was actually no damage. As you can see, it catches kind of the hand and the forearm. And if you want to describe it as kind of a glancing blow, there was not enough force at 15 miles an hour on this glancing blow to actually fracture the taillight.
Is the position of this arm relative to the SUV consistent or inconsistent with the original spot that the surrogate in the paint test was standing as it related to the SUV?
It's consistent. We lined it up so it's consistent with that original location so that it would not impact the elbow or the upper arm. So at that position, if there's impact to the arm at 15 miles an hour, it doesn't cause the taillight to fracture. And it's also important to look at the kinematics. If you look at the acceleration data below, that hand and arm is accelerated. The hand's accelerated up to the speed of the vehicle in about 2 to 4 milliseconds.
How long does it take to blink your eye?
250 milliseconds. It takes a quarter of a second to blink your eye. So this occurs if your hand's hit at 15 miles an hour by a car, it's going to be accelerated up to the speed of the car about 50 times faster than you can blink.
Can we go to the next slide, please? And what are we looking at in this?
So this is lab testing at 17 miles an hour. So the housing and the cover was basically propelled into the forearm of the dummy at 17 miles an hour.
What was the acceleration that was noted on the arm?
So when you look at the arm, the acceleration here is almost 300 Gs.
What does that mean just to us?
So, 300 Gs, if you look at weight, if you say the weight of the arm is 10 pounds, 300 Gs means there's 3,000 pounds of force acting on that arm.
Is that enough to break a bone?
It's more than enough to break a bone.
Is that enough to to tear ligaments?
Absolutely, yes.
What about the bones in the hand? Are those stronger or the same resistance as the bones in the forearm? Or are they more delicate?
No, the bones in the hand are, as you can imagine, much weaker because they're much smaller. When you look at the carpal bones, the metacarpal interphalangeal joint, which is basically your knuckles, they are much smaller, and it takes much less force to fracture your hand bones compared to your ulna or your radius.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is a 24-mile-an-hour impact with the arm of the dummy contacting the rear, again, tail light. And it shows you the motion, the dummy suspended, shows you the motion of the dummy and, again, the force and acceleration. Now, that right video I put in because that's real-time video. We've been showing the low speed, but look on the right. This is the actual speed at 24 miles an hour. That's what it looks like if you have your hand out and it's struck by an SUV.
Is the arm accelerated do the same physics apply? Is the arm accelerated up to the speed of the car in milliseconds?
It is, yes. It's all about weight, right? Because you have a 6,000-pound car and you have a 10-pound arm. It's whatever speed that car is going, your arm, your hand, whatever's sticking out there is immediately going to get accelerated up to the speed of that vehicle.
The video on the right is in real time. Like you said, it's sped up in milliseconds. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is the Hybrid 3 that's used in this test, is that suspended from above?
The dummy in this test is suspended from above, yes, like a pendulum, barely touching the ground.
Is the dummy connected to the ground in any way?
No, it's just its feet are barely touching.
What would happen if there were forces applied to that dummy that went perpendicular to the travel of the vehicle? What would happen to the dummy?
The dummy would swing out like a pendulum in that direction.
Based on your review of the test that was done, the 24-mile-an-hour test, were there forces on that dummy that were perpendicular to the car such that the dummy would swing out or be forced out or be propelled out away from the car?
No, there were no forces from the testing, and it's simple physics. Your center of mass of your body is basically at your umbilicus or your belly button. So in order to move the body, you have to apply a force at that part of the body. If your arm's struck, it's not going to move your body appreciably. All it's going to do, your arm's like a moment arm, it's going to spin you around. Could there be some motion forward or backward if you take a step? Possibly. But the center of mass of your body isn't going to move. You have to get struck by the vehicle to have the body actually move in a specific direction.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is this showing?
So this is a slow-mo of the overhead from the real time. It was a GoPro that was recording that real time video, and this is a slow motion of that video.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. As you see the vehicle contact the arm, what happens to the arm as it's being contacted in those milliseconds where it's being accelerated up to 24 miles an hour?
Well, the arm's accelerated up and pushed away from the body. So whatever part of your arm or body is contacting the car, that's going to be pushed forward away from the rest of your body. So not only is it loading the arm with an impact force as it strikes the arm and the hand, but then it's actually stressing the joints too. It's like ripping imagine having a car come and 3,000 pounds of force pulling your arm forward at the elbow, at the shoulder joint. It's putting a lot of force and pressure on that appendage.
What's the G-force for the 24-mile-an-hour impact?
G-force, let me see exactly.
Could you pause that video for a second?
Sure.
Because I want to ask you a couple of questions about it as well.
Let me see exactly what that G-force was.
Do you need to refer to something?
Yes, my report.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
So at 24 miles an hour for the arm, the acceleration is 302 Gs, and for the hand, it's about 435 Gs.
Does that translate to over 4,000 pounds of pressure?
Well, for the arm, it's close to 3,000 if you say a 10-pound weight, and for the hand, that can be anywhere from 800 to about 1,600 pounds of force acting just on the hand itself.
Understood. Can you back this up a couple of frames?
Sure.
Pause it where I ask you. One more frame back. One more back. Right there. What's happening physically to the arm, to the right arm at the point of impact?
So there is a force on the hand, on the forearm, where it contacts. Now, your arm just isn't going to hit and the force be distributed evenly across the entire part of the arm. That's not how your arm is actually articulated. Even if it was, again, that's similar to an airbag deployment, where at these levels you would get fractures. But if it hits the hand, now, if Mr. O'Keefe's holding a glass at the time of this impact, think about that. What happens is you're holding a glass. It exposes the knuckles. So if you're holding a glass and your arm's at a 90-degree angle and the car comes back and hits your hand, it's going to strike right on the knuckles. The force is going to be applied right at that joint. And then it's going to likely hit along the forearm back near the elbow.
What's the shape of that arm in this still photograph?
Well, it's somewhat of an abnormal shape because the arm should be level with the body. The forearm should be even with the shoulder. But you can see as it gets pushed forward, it's accelerating that forearm away from the arm and the rest of the body.
Does that abnormal shape suggest anything to you in terms of what you would expect regarding the bones in that arm?
Again, there's thousands of pounds of forces acting on the arm and also on the joint itself, not just the arm or the bones we have to consider and how much force to fracture, but think of the elbow joint and think of the shoulder joint. It takes much less force to dislocate an elbow than it does to actually fracture it.
Did you see any evidence, based on your review of the medical records, including your review of the x-rays, any evidence of any dislocation?
There was no evidence or indication or diagnosis of any dislocations or fractures to the arm at all.
Fractures or broken bones at all?
Correct, nothing.
Can we go forward another frame? And at this point, the arm has already been struck and accelerated, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you see the taillight material?
I do, yes.
Okay. It's basically now broken, is that correct?
That's correct. It has now been fractured, yes.
All right, let's go one more frame forward. And the taillight material, did you make note of that in this frame?
I did, yes.
What direction is that taillight material going relative to the vehicle?
It's going forward.
And where is the arm?
The arm has been pushed away. Now, you have to remember, as that arm, if it contacts and fractures the taillight, it's not exposed to the fractured pieces that still exist on the taillight itself, because those pieces that fracture haven't gone anywhere because they're against the arm itself. And then as the arm moves away, the pieces then move with the vehicle.
Are the taillight pieces upon fracture moving at the same speed as the arm upon contact?
That's correct, yes.
Is that a matter of physics?
That is a matter of physics, yes.
Is there any possible way for the broken pieces of taillight to out-accelerate the arm upon contact when the arm's being deflected away from the vehicle?
It is not. I don't believe it's physically possible. That was not demonstrated in our testing, and I've never seen that demonstrated in any peer-reviewed articles. Now, you can see here again also the light and the fragments are being propelled forward. So you also have to consider where Mr. O'Keefe was found. He was found in the yard about 10 or 20 feet from the road. There was no exact measurements. But if you look at the motion of the taillight, it's going forward. Now, if Mr. O'Keefe has to move diagonally to the top left of that corner, and if he's not hit with the center of mass, he can't get to where he ends up before the taillight fragments have already gone forward and been deposited on the ground. Average running speed is like 4 to 6 miles an hour. Even if this SUV is going 10 miles an hour, the lights fracture, they're dispersed on the ground, and then Mr. O'Keefe somehow ends up to his point of rest. But you wouldn't find the fragments on him because they've already been pushed forward, come to rest, before he even has a chance to get to where they find him.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What is this slide showing?
So this is just frames taken from that actual video showing the interaction from the top left, then you go down to the bottom left, and then the top right and the bottom right. Just shows you the progression of the contact and the movement of the arm.
Is the bottom left frame the same frame that you stalled on just a second ago at my request, showing the deformation of his right arm?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And is that just a close-up of the same?
That's just a close-up of the same, yes.
Okay, next slide. And is that a final close-up of the arm after it's been deflected out of the way?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Does this also illustrate what you just described in terms of the trajectory of the broken taillight fragments?
It does, yes, sir.
Do you see any defect at all in the right sleeve of that hoodie?
There is no defect in that right sleeve of the dummy. No,
Was
sir.
the dummy's sleeve examined following this test? Closely examined up close rather than just a photograph?
It was examined and photographed, yes, sir.
Was there any defect in that right sleeve at all?
No defects at all were noted in that sleeve. No.
Next slide, please. What are we seeing here?
This shows some of the photographs taken of the sleeve and the arm to show that there's no defects whatsoever, and it shows the damage to the Lexus. And again, at 24 miles an hour, not only do you get damage to the taillight on the fender there, but you also get damage to the taillight on the liftgate.
Was there any damage on the taillight of the liftgate in the subject SUV?
There was not, no.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video?
And so this was 29 miles an hour with a suspended hybrid 3 arm.
Was the arm in the relative orientation that you saw depicted in the paint transfer test by Aperture?
It was, and in fact, in this one, there's actually contact. We moved it in so that you would get contact with the elbow and the upper arm as well. So it's in the position after Dr. Welcher moves his elbow in and rolls his shoulder into the taillight cover. We evaluated that position with this test.
And do you see any damage to the liftgate taillight based on this test?
There's extensive damage at this speed, yes.
What about the damage to, damage would you expect to see to the arm itself at this speed and in this orientation?
At this speed, I mean, we're talking 4,000 pounds of force on the forearm, and with the with the hand, 1,400 to probably 3,000 pounds. I mean, well above levels where you would get fractures.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide, these two photos?
This was the final test that was conducted in using a dummy, and it was impacted at 29 miles an hour. And this was a center of mass impact.
Why was it important, Dr. Rentschler, why was it important to do a center of mass test?
Because if we have an auto pedestrian impact and you want to see where the pedestrian ends up, you have to evaluate how they were impacted by the car. In order to have the pedestrian move any substantial difference, it has to be hit at the center of mass. Again, it has to be hit at that belly button area to propel the body in a certain direction depending on the speed and direction. If there's no center of mass impact, how does someone get to the point of rest? You can't correlate a side swipe where the arm gets contacted and say if someone ends up 20 feet away, there's no way to correlate that that arm impact caused them to somehow move 20 feet away. It wouldn't be as a result of the actual incident. It wouldn't be a result of the impact pushing their body in that direction.
From a physics standpoint, is it reasonable to believe that your arm could be struck, just your arm could be struck as it's out in front of your body, and you could be propelled backward, say 7, 8, 10, 12 feet as a result of that strike?
No, it's not reasonable. That's not physically possible. And you look at the arm itself, and we're looking at talking about the injuries and the abrasions compared to fractures. So if Mr. O'Keefe's arm was hit at 24, 29 miles an hour, what this suggests, and there were only abrasions, what this would suggest is that if the taillight doesn't cover or fracture, you can have your arm hit at 24 miles an hour and you wouldn't have any injuries at all, which from a biomechanical standpoint doesn't make sense. If the claim is that the fractured taillight's the only thing.
So I'm sustaining the objection to that. I'm going to strike that portion. Mr. Jackson.
Let's go to the next slide. What are we looking at in this video?
So here's the video showing that strike at 29 miles an hour with the center of mass impact to the dummy.
What's the import of this particular test? Why was this important, and what did you conclude following this impact test, the center of mass impact test?
There's a couple of reasons. A, it shows there was extensive damage to the rear of that Lexus. So if you had a center of mass hit, you would have damage to the liftgate, to the fender, to the sheet metal. You would have substantially more damage than what we had in this case. And secondly, which I believe is just as important, it shows the post-impact trajectory of the dummy. So again, if you're struck on the corner by the Lexus, the dummy goes straight back in line with the vehicle. There's no force and no direction to actually cause that dummy to move off into the side of the vehicle. So you can't be hit center of mass with the vehicle going straight back and somehow end up 10 or 20 feet to the side of where the vehicle is traveling.
So in this circumstance, would you expect the taillight material to be distributed straight back in the same center line as the vehicle is traveling?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you also expect the body to be struck and move in the same center line as the vehicle?
Sustained is too far.
Sure. What about the body? What directionality would you expect on a center mass hit?
The body's going to move in the direction that the vehicle's moving. That main direction, that main force, moving straight back, the body is going to move primarily straight back.
Did you reach an opinion or conclusion regarding whether the right arm kinematics are consistent with fracturing the taillight cover and sustaining the abrasions that you saw on John O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
What is that opinion?
My opinion that it is not consistent with contacting and fracturing the taillight cover.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
On what do you base your opinion that you just told the jurors?
that looking at the kinematics of the arm, it's inconsistent with the evidence we have, with the actual abrasions to the arm, the evidence on the sweatshirt, and that at these speeds, you would likely expect fractures, certainly to the hand, and likely to the ulna and the radius and the forearm, if your hand or arm was struck by the rear of the SUV.
Can we move to slide 48, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
This was a study where they used an impactor and they contacted the dorsal or top part of cadaver hands. And they looked at the force that was exerted and they looked at how many fractures were produced as a result of that.
Did you review scientific literature regarding hand injuries under this sort of impact loading? Is this representative of that?
It is, yes.
Next slide, please. What is this?
So this shows the position, and this is taken directly from the aperture paint test. You can see the position that Dr. Welcher had his hand against the tailgate right at the time of impact, and you can see that corresponds, the contact areas correspond to the areas of the hand that were actually tested in this case.
Next slide, please. What is this showing?
So this shows the forces produced during the test as well as the forces produced during our testing. And maybe the next slide here actually better. If you look at the knuckles, which are the blue middle region, and then the metacarpal bones, which are the lower one. So for the metacarpal phalangeal joint, the knuckles, on average it took 397 pounds of force to fracture that joint. Well, the 15-mile-an-hour test produced a minimum of 483 pounds. And more realistically, that's just with the hand weight. There's going to be more weight because it's attached to the wrist. More realistically, it's twice that, so it's around 900 pounds of force. But what these tests show is that the force produced on the hand, as represented by the PowerPoint from Aperture, even at 15 miles an hour and likely below that, you would expect to get fracture of the hand bones, of the knuckles, metacarpal interphalangeal joints, and the metacarpal bones if you contacted the rear of that vehicle at that speed.
Did you see any indication in the x-rays you saw or the medical records that you reviewed that Mr. O'Keefe's hand was damaged in such a way that you would expect?
There were no indications whatsoever of that, no, sir.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
This was a test where they actually looked at the force on the elbow. So this is a direct longitudinal force against the elbow. Now, there's no indication of exactly, the paint test has the arm horizontal, but there's no indication, there's evidence of whether maybe it would be angled or if it's straight horizontal. But even if your arm's angled a little bit at the point of impact, the forces, again, on the right are what we determined from our testing, and those are minimum. Again, that's just with the forearm. If you include the entire arm, it's about twice that. So even at 10 miles an hour, you're going to have 600 to 1,200 pounds of force acting on the arm.
Is that enough to break it?
That's enough. If you strike the elbow, that's more than enough to actually fracture the different bones of the elbow.
If an arm was hit at that speed with those forces, would you expect the x-rays to show no trauma, no broken bones, no fractures, no hairline fractures?
I would not expect that, no, sir.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in terms of this slide?
So these are just more articles that I referenced, and they look at impact force on the forearm, so the ulna and the radius. It takes, just to have a transverse blow right against the bone, it takes about 1,100 to 1,200 pounds of force to cause a fracture. We're at that level already at a 10-mile-an-hour impact.
What about a 24-mile-an-hour impact?
24, we're at 1,400 to 2,800 pounds of force.
Did you see any trauma on John O'Keefe's arm that was suggestive of an impact of that nature, of that size, of that force?
There was no trauma, there were no fractures, there wasn't even an indication on the arm of where it would have contacted the vehicle. So if there's fracture at the taillight, there's going to be a force at that point on the arm where it actually contacts the taillight and causes that, right? There's going to be a force riser to cause that damage. There was no bruising. There was no lacerations. There was nothing at the alleged point of contact which would indicate an impact that produces thousands of pounds of force on the arm. No evidence of it whatsoever.
You just mentioned this in your answer, but I want to ask a little bit further. We've talked a lot about bone fractures and ligament damage, et cetera. What about bruising? In any of these tests, would you expect to see bruising, at least bruising, all over the arm at the points of contact?
Absolutely. Bruising occurs when the blood vessels just below the skin are ruptured, and it causes blood to flow into the arm.
Was there any indication that John O'Keefe suffered even a minimum amount of bruising on his arm at all?
No indication of any amount of bruising whatsoever on the forearm.
Next slide, please. And let's go to the next slide. I think we want to jump to slide 50. What slide are we on? Is that 53?
This is 55.
Let's go to the next slide. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. What are you looking at here?
So this again is from the paint test, and it shows, even as the arm gets pushed in, the vehicle's not in line with the center of mass with Dr. Welcher here. So it's not a center of mass impact. And this is important because we've just looked at the arm, and we've looked at the kinematics and the force and whether that's consistent with what happened and the injuries. The next step is to look at what happens if the arm gets hit. How does Mr. O'Keefe end up where he does in the yard? So that's post-impact movement or trajectory of the body. You have to evaluate that if you want to link all these events. If you want to link the head injury to contact with the car, you have to know what happened in between. You have to know the details. And so the next part was to evaluate that.
Is there any indication in any of the testing that you did or any of the review of the medical records medical records of John O'Keefe, including the autopsy records, all of the autopsy records, the x-rays, and the hospital records, any indication that John O'Keefe was struck center of mass?
None whatsoever. No indication at all that he was struck center of mass.
Do you have an opinion or conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about whether he was struck center of mass?
I do.
And what is that opinion?
I don't believe that he was. The evidence indicates that he was not. If he was struck center of mass, imagine that. You're getting hit at the pelvis. You're getting hit on the thigh. You're getting hit at the knee. And then the body's being propelled forward. Your arm would get pushed into your body, into your ribs, into your torso. You would have very significant and substantial loading to your body, initially the right side of your body, as that impact occurred, and there's no evidence whatsoever that occurred.
Switching to a glancing blow, a blow of just the arm, not the center of mass, but just the arm. Do you hold an opinion and a conclusion as to whether or not a glancing blow or a blow to the arm only would propel Mr. O'Keefe 7, 8, or 10 feet perpendicular to the line of travel of the vehicle?
I do.
What is that opinion?
It would not be possible. Our testing demonstrates that. The peer-reviewed articles demonstrate that. I've seen no evidence anywhere in this case that would suggest or even indicate that if you get a glancing blow or a sideswipe blow, that somehow would produce enough force to push you 8 to 10 feet into the yard. I don't believe it's possible. I've seen no research that would indicate that would occur.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And let's go to the next slide. Let's keep going. Okay. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this slide, it's a paper that describes how to evaluate vehicle pedestrian impacts and how someone moves in the projection of that body.
Did you seek to analyze a fulsome understanding of whether it was possible that Mr. O'Keefe was hit on his lower extremities?
I did, yes.
Why did you do that? Why was that important?
Well, because with automobile pedestrian impacts, the lower extremity, your legs, your ankles, your knees, that's the most injured part of the body during auto-ped impacts. So if he's going to be impacted at that speed, especially at center of mass, there's likely going to be injuries to his leg, to his knee, the bumper lines up with the knee. That's one of the most commonly injured parts, as the bumper pushes into the knee, fractures the tibia, the fibula, or damages the knee joint.
Did John O'Keefe suffer any injuries to his lower extremities suggestive of a vehicle impact?
No, I believe the only injury was a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the outside of the right knee.
Could Mr. O'Keefe have suffered a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the outside of his right knee by being struck by an SUV at 24 miles an hour?
I don't believe so. I don't see how those kinematics would work.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not that injury was from being struck by an SUV at 24 miles an hour or somewhere around 24 miles an hour?
I do.
What is that opinion?
I do not believe that injury is consistent with being struck by an SUV at approximately 24 miles an hour.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes.
Did Mr. O'Keefe suffer any other injuries to his legs or his lower extremities other than that small, how big was it? How many centimeters?
0.5 centimeter abrasion.
That small 0.5 centimeter abrasion. Did he suffer any other injuries to his lower extremities indicative of being struck by a vehicle?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide. Taking a look at the photograph on the right, concentrating on that for a second. How did that SUV get in that condition?
That was by striking the dummy at 29 miles an hour, and that was a center of mass hit with the dummy.
Were you able to review photographs of the subject SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV?
I was, yes.
Did her SUV suffer or suggest any kind of damage anywhere close to this?
No, the only real damage was to the outer taillight cover on the fender itself was fractured.
Next slide, please. We've seen this. This is the video that was the center mass impact.
That's correct, yes.
The photograph that we just saw previous, what relationship does that photograph have to this field test?
That was the condition of the SUV after it struck the dummy here at 29 miles an hour.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this series of diagrams? So
this is some more recent testing that was done, and this test compared impacts between a small sedan and an SUV, and show it's looking at damage or injury to the legs as a result of this type of an impact. And these impacts are actually conducted at a speed of 24.7 miles an hour. They used cadavers, people who donated their bodies to science, set up the cadavers and struck them at just about 24 miles per hour.
Did this support your opinion and conclusion concerning the lower extremities of Mr. O'Keefe and the possibility that he was hit by an SUV at speed?
It does. If I can go to the next slide, it actually.
Sure.
So this shows you for the SUV, it's the last column on the page there. The last three columns are the injuries associated with the SUV strikes. There's fractures to the pelvis, left knee injury to the ACL, the MCL, fracture of the tibia and fibula. There's extensive damage to the legs of all three of the cadaver subjects that were struck at 24 miles an hour with an SUV.
Did Mr. O'Keefe show any signs of any of these injuries?
He did not, no.
Next slide, please. Is this, what are these photographs and diagrams on the right?
So this was taken from the PowerPoint from Aperture. And so it shows that the medical diagram shows the 1.5 centimeter abrasion. And if you look at the picture on the left of the surrogate, you can see, so the bumper would line up from the knee all the way up to the pelvis. So a vehicle at speed of 24 miles an hour, if it impacts that knee or that leg, it's not going to produce only a 0.5 centimeter abrasion. It's going to get the leg, and it's going to cause significant damage to the knee and to the leg itself.
When you say from the knee to the pelvis, are you talking about the width of or the height of the bumper itself being from the knee to the pelvis?
I am, yes.
Would that be the contact area that you would expect if there was even a glancing blow to the knee and the hip?
That's correct. You can see on that picture there where that bumper, the rear corner of that bumper, where the bottom reflector is. It extends from the knee all the way up to the pelvis.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are these diagrams?
Again, these are just reports, peer-reviewed articles demonstrating that auto-pedestrian impacts result in lower extremity injuries and fractures.
Did you review all of these peer-reviewed articles that you've told the jurors about, the academic articles, in furtherance of coming to your opinions and conclusions?
I did, yes.
Did you see any reference in the Aperture report that you reviewed and the PowerPoint slides that you reviewed that the concomitant peer-reviewed articles were sought in the paint transfer test?
No.
Or cited?
There was only one article that was cited in that report with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts.
Did it have anything to do with the paint transfer test?
It did not, no.
Next slide, please. And let's keep moving until we get to the, yes, there we go. What is that slide depict?
So this is the opinions that were offered in the Aperture report. And if you look at the top, number 4, it says the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the Reed Lexus, again, impacting John O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe striking the rear posterior aspect of his head on the frozen ground. And when you look below that, it basically has the references or the support for that one conclusion.
I'll see you both at sidebar for a minute.
Ain't got a problem with damaging evidence, ma'am.
I guess so.
Too bad for Hank, right? We're done with that dude. I'm into
Yeah.
this guy's testimony. It makes a lot of damn sense. He's explaining it very well. He's bringing common sense to the table right along with it, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we all wondered how this man flew up into the yard by the flagpole to begin with. How all them light pieces traveled with him. So, guys, we are going to take our lunchtime review over that 22-page Koberger document, but I've just found out we got about how many, Butterfly? 25 possibly new docs and stuff on Stern's murder trial. So, yeah, we'll get to those. If we get a chance to get to them at lunch, I don't think we will because we're going to be diving into that Koberger doc. We will get to it either tonight or tomorrow. This case is killing me, this Karen Reed thing. But I want to be able to go through those documents and see what they're about. You know, there was something interesting in there I saw I want to take a look at. So we'll get to those, I promise.
Who, Stephen Stearns?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Dr. Rinschler, can we move to slide? May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
70, Mr. Jackson?
That's what we're, I was just up here. 7, thank you. I wish my eyes were better. Slide 70.
Oh. Let me restart it here.
Thank you. Okay, what are we looking at in slide? This is slide 70. Yes. What are we looking at in slide 70, Dr. Rinschler?
So this was the one article that was referenced in the Aperture report with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts, and there was a chart from there that was referenced in the PowerPoint that indicates the head's the most commonly injured body region in pedestrian impacts.
And what significance did that reference have in your analysis?
Well, that's not accurate. This article was written in 1979. And the first modern SUV, the Jeep Cherokee, wasn't manufactured until 1984. So this is an article that's 46 years old that doesn't actually relate to this type of an impact. And that's the only peer-reviewed reference with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts that was cited in the entire Aperture report.
Can we move to slide 71? Do you recognize what's depicted in this slide?
I do, yes.
What is depicted here?
So this was hybrid. This is the 50th percentile hybrid 3, the same dummy that we utilized. And Dr. Welcher performed a test where
Can I interrupt you?
Sure.
So this ATD, anthropomorphic test device,
Yes.
was not a 95th percentile test device?
It was not, no.
Is it 50%?
It was a 50th percentile, yes.
Is that the same exact, not the same exact, same exact sized ATD that ARCA utilized in all of its testing?
It was, yes.
Okay.
And to get the forces on the head, Dr. Welcher scaled the acceleration results based on the weight, which is what I was talking about yesterday. You scale the results from the 50th percentile. That's exactly what Dr. Welcher did in this case.
Is that an appropriate way to adjust for the size of an ATD?
It absolutely is, yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So this test, what he did, he took a 50th percentile dummy, stood it up, and then let it drop backwards and strike its head on a concrete surface.
Next slide, please. By the way, Dr. Rinchler, did the last slide include a video?
I believe it did, yes.
Can we go back?
Or I'm not sure it's on this slide. That's just a screenshot.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to that slide for just a second. I thought this might be the video of it.
Oh.
So in the lower portion of the center of the screen, you see Dr. Welcher holding the ATD. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you review a video of what happened next? This is not the video, but did you review the video?
I did, yes.
Describe for the jurors, since we don't have access to the video, what did you see happen from this point forward?
No access.
So Dr. Welcher releases the dummy, and the dummy just falls rigidly backwards, almost like a tree, and impacts the concrete.
Can we jump from your PowerPoint to a video that I have and ask you if you recognize it with court's permission?
Is the video in evidence?
It's in Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint.
Is it before the jury? Is it in?
It is.
Okay.
And it's the right evidence, ma'am, unlike your prosecutor bullshit.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
I do, yes.
Is this just look like the same screen, basically same thing that you just took a screenshot of?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. If we could play the first couple of seconds of the video and pause it. As that video began to play, did you recognize this as being the same video that you reviewed earlier?
It is, yes, sir.
And did you utilize this in coming to your opinions
yes.
and conclusions in this case?
I did, yes.
Thank you. Let's go ahead with the court's permission. Can we play the video?
Yes.
Thank you. What did you see? Describe what you saw in this video.
So this is a passive rearward fall of the ATD dummy. So just releasing and let it fall. Obviously, it's a dummy. There's no musculature. There's no response to that dummy. So this is what would happen if a rigid individual just fell backwards onto a concrete surface.
Can we see it one more time, please? I want to ask you one other question. I'm going to ask you to take note, Doctor, of the impact location. Did you see that?
I did, yes.
What kind of surface is that floor, if you could tell?
That, I believe it indicates it's a concrete surface, concrete floor.
Did you notice if the falling backward like that, the dummy slid across the floor or was propelled across the floor, anything like that?
It did not. It just dropped and angled backwards and hit directly on the floor.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide. I'm sorry. If we could revert back to your PowerPoint. And if you could pull up slide, I think it's 72.
Let me, every time we do that, I have to restart the PowerPoint. Okay.
Why did you include this video one more time in your PowerPoint here?
Because, again, this is the pain test, which indicates the position, at least that Dr. Welcher had himself at to get the impact with the taillight cover. And notice, again, so it's not a center of mass hit. It hits his arm and then he slides by. So if that were to occur, he would rotate or move to the left. So if Mr. O'Keefe did that and somehow ends up falling backwards, rigid directly onto his head, he's going to have to rotate at least 270 degrees and then stop and then fall directly backwards onto his head. There's no explanation of the kinematics.
Sustained is to the end of that. I'll strike the end.
Do the kinematics support what you just suggested?
Objection.
Sustained is to form.
What do the kinematics support?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute. Jurors will be taking our break.
Look, lady, don't give Hank his sidebar. Just tell him, no, Hank, shut up. What is the problem?
Yeah, really.
Like, what is the literal problem right now? And I think I heard her say they're going to take their break in just a second. So which is probably it's time anyway for their morning break. So when they get done with this sidebar, I wouldn't be surprised if she's telling him over there, you need to wrap this up, sir. I'd be like, you know what, lady? I wouldn't be allowed back in your state to practice law when I got done. And there was never an actual measurement taken of exactly how far that body was from the street. More of their crappy investigation.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, if you think the man was hit, when you would, that just is common sense stuff. But we're not dealing with common sense here, so. I wonder if how will Hank come up and attack this witness? Is he going to be all crappy to him and insulting? Look at me, sir. I'm over here. He's so anal.
Let's see.
So Lori Vallow tried to get the judge recused that wouldn't recuse her actual judge.
Oh, God.
She's so stupid. It was all denied, of course. More Lori's handwritten motions. Oh my goodness, her other personality come out. Her handwriting is so much different and her capital R is gone. I see you, girl. She says neither of these judges can proceed further. Oh, she got a whole page written about memoranda. Oh, Lordy, I can't even with that lady. Her frivolous little filings. Lady, you couldn't even land why some of those things your actual defense attorney should have fought for you a little bit better in that trial you had yesterday. You don't know what to do with what you got. You should have had a real attorney. Those demons peeking through the portal. Yeah.
May I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, based on your review of everything...
Actually,
Did I do that again? My goodness.
I hear you do.
This is
You're
Dr.
into
Welcher in the
Welcher.
video, correct?
Correct.
All right. I was staring at that. I apologize. Dr. Rinschler, based on your review of the video in which Dr. Welcher is positioned, as well as the drop test that you saw, as well as the discussion of being of the body placement, where you discussed the body placement, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the testing that you reviewed from Aperture is consistent or inconsistent with John O'Keefe being struck by the vehicle, propelled perpendicular, backward, say 7 to 10 feet, and falling straight back onto a hard surface as depicted in the drop test?
the testing's inconsistent with those types of kinematics or that type of scenario.
On what do you base that opinion, sir?
That's based on the testing that was performed, the evidence available in this case, and the kinematics of how somebody would move post-impact after being struck by an SUV.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes.
Can we go to the next slide, please? May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Finally, Dr. Rinschler, do you have an opinion, or did you reach a conclusion, whether the biomechanical evidence in this matter is consistent or inconsistent with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm being impacted by the subject 2021 Lexus 570, resulting in a backward fall leading to the head injuries that he suffered?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion is that the evidence is inconsistent with Mr. O'Keefe being struck on the right arm by the SUV and then moving laterally into the yard and falling backward onto
And
the
do you
back
hold
of his
that
head.
opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. So now we'll take our break, folks. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury. Jurors right this way.
You are muted.
Yes, they are muted. All right. Good morning, Rachel. Welcome in. You slid in and I wasn't even looking. I was just looking back at you guys' comments. It's crazy. All right. Let me pull this down. They'll be back in about 15 minutes or so. Let me pull up another screen here.
I'm actually starting to get hungry.
Girl, I was a few minutes ago because I usually eat when they come back from their morning break.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm ready for my egg on an English muffin. But I had to get my barbecue chips a minute ago, my honey barbecue chips for breakfast. I was like, I got hungry. I'm like, I can't sneak in the kitchen and make myself something to eat right this second. So, yeah, I just grabbed my chips. I will definitely make something here in a few minutes. Okay, there we go. I'm trying to pull up something, guys, to look at. Let me get this back out of the way now. Okay. I don't know how many times I'm going to forget to click I'm not a robot every damn time. Okay. Something weird going on with this case file thing. It keeps pushing the two different things. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure it's going
What are
to
you
work.
looking at, Stearns?
Yeah, but there's 3 cases and one's closed, and I clicked the murder one because I know that's where the docs are, but it took me down to the CSAM case. I'm like, wait a minute, you screwed. It did that yesterday. It did the same thing, and I don't know why it did that. So let me link it back up here. Because they closed the middle case and they combined it. I don't even know why it's still showing up there like that, but it's just in the way at this point. I'm not a damn robot. Okay. So all these new documents came down in the murder charge. Let's see. And it's going to show you what all was there. And okay, first degree murder case. Here we go. All right, now we're cooking. Okay, it looks like, sorry guys, there was, oh wow, yeah, there's a lot that came down. So what I'm going to do is scroll over the titles because they're not going to have time to go into any of these right now.
Okay.
Let's see. And I do have the link in the Discord somewhere.
Oh, yeah, I found it
Yeah.
because I was trying to see what you were looking at.
All right. So we have state's response to defendant's motion to strike the death penalty as violating prohibition against cruel and unusual punishments, substantive due process. The second one was state's response to defendant's motion to prohibit questioning of potential jurors as to their willingness to render a verdict for the death penalty. I got to read that motion. That's what? State's response to defendant's motion to prohibit death penalty or death as a possible penalty.
Yeah.
State's response to the defendant's motion to preclude the state from using preemptory challenges to exclude potential jurors on the basis of their race. State's response to defendant's motion to preclude the state from alleging discovery violations. And that's interesting. State's response to defendant's motion to preclude death penalty as a sentencing option. They realize they're in death penalty state. State's response to defense's motion to preclude submission of the indictment in
I
any.
guess they feel they got to try,
Oh yeah, they're gonna try. Good luck with that. This is Florida. We're not playing around. State's response to many people have challenged our death penalty over the decades and decades I've been alive. State's response to defendant's motion to exclude evidence or argument designed to create sympathy for the deceased or vilify the defendant. Do what? State's response to the defendant's motion to exclude evidence or argument designed to create sympathy for the deceased. We're talking about a child.
Maybe they don't want them to show
Of
the
course they don't.
CSAM evidence in this trial.
They don't want to talk about anything that's going to gain sympathy for a victim. Defendant rights are important, but so are victims' rights. And that sorry little girl is going to gain sympathy from me no matter what they say. State's response to defendant's motion to exclude any and all victim impact evidence. Boy, this defense team is really reaching. They know better. State's response to defense motion to enjoin the prosecution from using witness statements or testimony from other witnesses in preparing witness to testify or give statements. Well, you can't use somebody else's statement. The state's response to defendant's motion to declare Florida's capital sentencing scheme unconstitutional as violative of the Eighth Amendment. Good luck with that one too. State's response to defense motion to declare 921.4141 state constitutional to bar states' use of hearsay evidence. This one is to defendant's motion to, or it's the state's response to the defendant's motion to allow testimony of the impact of defendant's execution on family members. State's response to defendant's motion to allow questions on jurors' religious beliefs during individual voir dire. State's response to defendant's motion for special jury instructions on mercy. Now, that's the one I want to read in a little bit. Like, what is that even supposed to mean? We need to give him mercy? Because I'm not. I get in trouble with the YouTube behind the scenes because of the way I go hard at this dude. I have to be careful. I ain't trying to get struck with my cuss words. State's motion to strike defendant's motion for transcript of grand jury proceedings, and state's response to defendant's motion for transcript of grand jury proceedings. Then they had another one, state's response to defendant's motion for real-time transcripts. State's response to defendant's motion for personal service on potential jurors who do not respond to their summons. Lord, who wouldn't respond to the summons? I mean, come on. State's response to defendant's motion for individual voir dire as to death qualification, publicity, and hardship. The state's response to the defendant's motion for discovery of prosecutorial investigation of jurors. Defendant's motion for discovery of prosecutorial investigation of jurors. What the hell? State's response to defendant's motion for disclosure of penalty phase evidence. State's response to defendant's motion for disclosure of Brady versus Maryland materials of specific officers on the list of law enforcement officers whose credibility is questioned. Well, that's common practice anymore. We saw Ann Taylor do that in the very beginning of Koberger's thing. I wonder if any of those cops are on the Brady list. State's response to defendant's motion for court reporter to note the race of all jurors examined. Why are they so stuck on the race of the jurors?
I don't know.
Do they think that's going to make a difference? State's response to defendant's motion for individual. I want to see all the defense motions. I got to get down to those, and it's going to take like a whole damn day to go through all this stuff. I don't know how long some of them are or anything. State's response to defendant's motion for discovery of prosecutorial investigation of jurors. Now, all these just dropped onto the docket. State's response to defendant's motion for disclosure of penalty phase evidence. State's response to the defendant's motion for disclosure. Okay, I got past those.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the defense has been busy.
Yeah, they have, because this is all the state's responses coming in, and where the defense motions were actually filed a while back too, some of them.
Yeah, these are them. Because, it took a while for the state to sit here and respond to all of these.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the actual motions are further down in the docket because they've already been filed. And this is all the state's responses to them. And I'm going to go back later and look at because I want to go over the defense actual full motions as well, and then go into but I'm going to look at all these. It's going to take us a minute to get through all these guys. There's a lot of them there. I don't know what all of them say yet. I just don't want to dive into one right now while we're on a break, because I won't want to come back. I'm going to want to stick to what I'm doing. But there's a lot there for us to go over. A lot of documents dropping in all of a sudden. It happens every time. And it's okay. We'll get to them. Coffee time. Y'all I've already put down a whole pot of coffee.
Wait, so the jury trial on the CSAM is supposed to be July 14th?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
they haven't changed it yet. There was, let's see, was the we went over that motion a while back. But yeah, they still have those dates set for now, and I don't think
Yeah,
they.
last time it was reset was May 5th.
Yeah, and they haven't had any more hearings since that one. And the judge still has not made any decisions on the
The
cell phone,
phone.
the phone searches and all that. Yeah, because I checked that
Mm-hmm.
this morning with my coffee. I
So
went in and checked
pre-trial
that,
is July 2nd.
and yeah, I'm glad these other cases are winding down that I've been streaming. I'm not going to do another trial until Coburger, but I will certainly be up on hearings. And whatever that notice of appearance that was entered on the 2nd of June into the CSAM, it just says requested. You still can't view it. And the CSAM was set for 9 a.m. And as far as we know, that's still going to be televised. And I do plan to stream those hearings and the trial. I don't know. They won't show any sensitive material to
Oh,
to the
yeah.
general public and all that. But
Yeah.
the judge will figure he may do some of what Hitler's doing. He may put it all the CSAM materials may go into a binder for the jury. I don't know how he'll do that. I know even the defense can't just get copies of all that. They have to make an appointment and go to the prosecutor's office to view it. They're not allowed to make copies and leave with it.
Makes sense.
Well, yeah, because of what it is. It's against the
Mm-hmm.
law at that point. And so each time they need to view it, they said that in the very beginning of the case. So they've got to get everything ironed out, which I think there's some more. I think Plunder is waiting on another FOIA request for some more jailhouse calls or something. She's always on top of those calls.
Huh, this is interesting.
What's
The notice of appearance might be an attorney, it's an attorney entering the case.
mm-hmm.
So, they might be bringing in somebody who has a lot more experience.
Death penalty experience probably in Florida. Because I don't think his little baby lawyer's got a ton of it. She's pissing in the wind a little bit, and
Mm-hmm.
they're going to have to if they want to bring because this is like I said, and this is going to be the first time that Florida sentences someone under our new guidelines. The guy before Stearns was about to try to fight it, but they ended up doing a plea deal type situation with him,
Oh,
and
yeah.
he was guilty. So our new law that is here now to protect Maddie and Gannon and all the kids after them is about to be challenged in the Florida Supreme Court because of Stephon Stearns. So they're gonna have to bring in a big gun because a little baby girl, she ain't quite cutting it. She's got the right motions and all that, but she's not landing a lot of it. So I don't know who they'll bring in. Like I said, we can't view the appearance yet. It should be viewable any day. I thought it would be by now because usually it is. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. That's not what I wanted to look at. Um, so I'm curious to find out who that name is. I know a lot of the DP attorneys in this state. I've watched way too many things over the years on it. Um, so I'm curious to find out who that would be actually. See if I recognize the name, anything familiar out of it. And
Did they say how long they expect the CSAM trial to last?
I don't think it was even a week. They
Oh,
haven't
okay.
really, nobody's put a real time limit on it yet like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They haven't gotten to that, how long you think it'll take things. So they haven't really said as far as I know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, I can't imagine it taking too damn long.
Because
Well,
his jury trial for the murder is September 22nd
yeah,
and pretrial September 10th.
September 10th at 9 a.m. is pre-trial, and the 22nd at 9 a.m. is the trial.
Mm-hmm.
Courtroom 4F, and Judge Karsten. We usually get his feeds, so we should be good to go as far as being able to view all that. Let me pull up our.
Oh, same judge for both cases, huh?
Yeah, as far as I know, he's still got the same judge. Yes, for both. Okay, we still have the OnlyFans spinning around for the moment, guys. Go back over there and check. You don't know about these fools. They'll sneak back into that courtroom and start talking smack without us. It's happened. Oh, Texas Ranger, morning. How are you? Good to
Oh,
see you.
the defense motions are out here.
Yeah, the ones in the, we were just looking at the state's responses.
Yeah, the defense's motions are out here.
Yeah, they're all there.
Oh, I thought you said you were looking for them or waiting
No, I
to
said they
see
were
them.
further down in the docket.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not going to dive into all that right now in a 15-minute break. So there's just too much to
Oh,
cover in
yeah,
it.
that's impossible.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all there. I'm just going to have to probably do a whole standalone show on it. Trying to fit everything in that you're trying to cover at the same time is a little, yeah, I'm not stressing about any of it. I'll get to
Yeah,
it
you
when I
just got to
get to
get this organized.
it. Yeah, because I do want to pour over those documents and see what's up.
I like how they put the page count on those too. This is
hmm
nice.
I like the way they got that site set up. I wish every state would make it as easy as Florida and Idaho has made it to get documents. Instead of jumping through hoops and paying a stupid amount of money for public documents, I won't do it. I would not pay for one damn Lori Vallow document. I don't care. If it was the last resource on earth, I wouldn't pay for them.
Yeah, me either.
I just wouldn't do it. I tell you, you know what, Maricopa County, bite me. It's kind of like trying to get documents out of Kentucky. You corrupt ass state. Wet again here in Texas. It's flooding. I saw y'all had a lot of rain still over that way because it's going to come my way. And it rained here all day yesterday. We had flash flooding, but it all receded pretty quickly. Hope you guys stay dry down there. Maybe it'll fizzle out before it gets to me again. My pole barn got flooded. I don't like that. I gotta do something about that. It gets really wet under there. Judge Wayne, whatever his name is, denied her motions, so he's next, right? Apparently, Joe, her crazy ass gonna try to get everybody thrown out of the whole world. How's it going over there? Are y'all in court yet over there? Let's see, it's 10:44 here. What, 8:44 over there? We are on a morning break at Karen Reed. Yeah, so Lori did try to get the the judge that wouldn't recuse her judge removed, and they're like, nah. So I'm hoping that case wraps up today too, so Miss Thane can go sit her ass down. I still want to go over her appeals motion that was just filed in the Idaho case. I haven't even had time to do that. So Karen Reed, please wrap this up. You're interfering with other stuff. Nothing personal. Because there was some very interesting stuff said in that appeals document that she's got just filed in Idaho. Like, I can't believe the nerve of this lady. And she's not doing her own appeal, guys, in Idaho. She has an actual legit attorney doing it for her. Don't know how good he is, though. I don't like what I read in the motion. Yes, Butterfly is out there with you in Texas. Y'all stay high and dry now. We don't need to come rescue you guys. But we will. I will. I'll come. I'll bring a boat. Been there, done that. We had to get a boat just to get to my dad after Hurricane Ivan. It was horrible. Ranger, you're up on a hill. It won't bother you that bad. Good. Y'all stay high and dry, right? Sometimes that water can recede quickly and sometimes it can't. It just depends, right? Cut plenty of hay. Mm. When they harvest these fields at the end of the year and they come back and they bale up everything and it'll sit out there for a while, then all them farmers come and get it. It made me curious to wonder how much they sell those bales of hay for. I'm like, maybe I should buy some property and just bale up hay all the time. Shit. Sell it to these farmers for their little animals. Did the deer go away, Dolphin? Is she finished frolicking in the backyard?
What'd you say?
Is the deer still out there? Is she gone now?
Oh, no, I think she's up the up on the hill or whatever.
I saw you
Hmm.
saying she shared some with the squirrel, then she ran the squirrel off.
Yeah, she came back. She let him have a good little bit of time to mess around, and then
Yeah.
she came back and ran them off. And
She's like, that's enough of that. You're
one
full
jumped up on the patio table, and I just was like, oh, okay. I had uploaded the video, but half of my video is in one orientation and the other half is in another. So I've got to
now.
turn
Yeah.
the other half or split them or something real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what I was looking for.
So, Dolphin, did you notice that? Did you see the document in the Koberger case where they're saying that the judge agreed to allow a piece of evidence to go out for independent analysis?
Hmm.
What do you think that is?
Um, well, evidence for independent analysis. I don't think that it's going to be the sheath. I think that it's the three unknown blood samples.
That's a good. That's a good thought because I'm like, you really wouldn't need independent analysis of the sheath, right? I mean, not like that. So that makes sense because I'm like, what other than the sheath could it be, right? And that's all that we know of is
Hmm.
those unknowns as well.
Yeah, and they're trying to push this alternate perpetrator
Uh huh.
theory too. So I think it's something to go with their quote unquote
And
proof.
if there's yeah, and if there's mixtures there, like or even if there's not a mixture, just blood, I guess they're going to try to get it evaluated and see if there's anything to it, or if they can pull DNA from it, or a profile, or anything. I don't know. It was.
Hmm.
Do you remember, like, what very early on in the case, the judge had signed off on something to allow it to leave for independent testing, and we never knew what that was, and that was a very long time ago. I mean, so long ago, I'd have to go back and review that document again, but it was very early on in the case. Um, so it's just very interesting to try to figure out what the heck that was that left for independent analysis. And that makes sense for it to be the unknown samples.
I'm just trying to think because what else? What else was there? Um, unless, well, Maddie. Remember what they said about Maddie? Her nails.
Mm-hmm.
And what did they say? Did they say two
Well,
female, two male? What
y-
did?
it was a mixture, and I think it was Maddie, Kaylee, and
Yeah,
then the
well, they
male.
assumed Kaylee.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they assumed Kaylee, and then the males. And that's why we're going to start a series after this is over. All those motions in limine came down, and there was so much information packed within those documents.
Hmm.
And we read them all here, but they need to be reevaluated and look at some of that evidence that was brought out in those documents. And because I really haven't had a lot of time to go back and really deep dive them and have conversations. What I had started doing was taking the original motion and the responses and all that and kind of putting them together so we can just focus on one at a time, one document set at a time. Maybe we can figure some of it out. There's just a lot that was packed into those darn documents.
Mm-hmm.
Texas says, Salty, why was the judge talking about the sealed case with a weapon in it, you think? I don't know. I'm thinking that maybe they have the weapon. He says, well, you know what? It's weird because when the judge was talking about putting evidence in a sealed box like that to pass it around to the juror, it's hard to tell if he meant they have a knife or did he use a knife as an example, because he also mentioned a gun. He mentioned a firearm and, oh, I don't know, a knife, he says, could go into the case.
Are
So,
you guys still talking about Idaho?
yeah, whenever the judge was talking about in court of how things were going to operate, and he said he was going to put evidence into a clear box to pass around to the jurors, and they
Was
were
this
talking
that
about,
last hearing?
I can't remember if it was the last one or the one before, probably the last
Yeah,
one,
no, I don't. I
the
must have
big one.
missed it.
Yeah, it was the bit you were at the day you left to go to town. I think that hearing. But the judge was talking about how they would handle evidence in the courtroom. And
Mm-hmm.
if they have an object like a firearm, or he said, oh, I don't know, a knife,
Or the
it would go.
sheath.
He said knife though. That's why
Mm-hmm.
everybody's focused on that, because that was his exact words. Was or a I don't know, a knife. That's the way he said it.
Mm-hmm.
Will be put into a little display box and passed around to the jurors so they don't handle the actual item and
Mm-hmm.
take a risk at cutting themselves and destroying evidence and all that good stuff.
Right.
So people were wondering, with him using that as an example, did he mean they really have the knife? Here, here's the
Item
thing.
number one
Item number
from
one.
Pennsylvania.
She read my mind. My girl knows. Item number one on the Pennsylvania return, search warrant return, it just says knife. Very undescript, no description whatsoever. But if you go down the document, there were other knives found that are
Mm-hmm.
very descriptive.
Yep.
Very
You saw
descriptive.
brand names and everything.
Exactly. What types they were, the brand names, all of it. But that very first line, it just says knife. Interesting, right? Why would you
Mm-hmm.
just say knife? What do you mean, butter knife, steak knife, K-bar knife? What are we talking here? But I don't know, Texas. It's interesting. If they did find the knife, I would say they found it in the Lolo Mountains.
Yeah, because you know what? That's actually what I just started thinking of. It's like, okay, so they got that when they arrested him,
Mhm.
but then later, they went out looking for something in Montana.
They did, according to what we heard.
Unless that's something else, like maybe something that was missing from the scene, something that maybe he took from a victim or victims.
Right. There's no telling. I mean, people are, they still keep talking about that burglary charge in court. It's brought up every now and then, and it makes we all wondered, well, why was there a burglary? People are like, oh, well, when you break into a home, it's an automatic burglary.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take that, but people have still speculated, did he take something from the home? I don't know who would corroborate that, right? Dylan? Oh yeah, Kaylee would have had this little thing right here sitting in her room, and it's no longer here, or Xana or Maddie, whoever. Somebody would have had to have pointed out there's a specific item missing from this room or this
Hmm.
home. So I've been thinking they had the actual weapon for a while. Texas says, well, we were watching an interview, gosh, what, Dolphin, over a year ago with the
You talking about with
parents
the
of Kaylee.
parents? Yeah, that was the 1 year anniversary interview.
So it was Kaylee's parents, and Dolphin and I were watching it together in Discord, and we both at the same time realized what they said, and we were like, whoa, wait, back up. So we rewound and we heard it again, and I've actually have a video on my YouTube page here. Um, so Steve and Christy, and y'all know how they are. If you know, you take them with a grain of salt. They have a certain way of talking and everything. So they were talking to the interviewer, and Christy was like, well, yeah, we would like a heads up about certain things, like back in the summer when they called us up, hey, we're going to search the Lolo Mountains with a knife. And we were like, what did she just say? But we haven't been able to confirm that anywhere. No confirmation anywhere other than what the parents have said about that search in the Lolo Mountains. that's a random place for her to bring up, right? It's so random. All right, let me pull up the screen, guys. We have some movement in the courtroom. All right.
Dr. Rentschler, facts matter, don't they?
Yes, sir, they do.
Yes, sir.
You've said it many, many times. Facts matter. Isn't that correct?
I think it was details, but facts matter too.
Do details matter, Doctor?
They do.
They're critical, aren't they?
If you want to prove that something happened a certain way, they're critical, yes, sir.
When you were talking to the jury and giving opinions about where Mr. O'Keefe might have fell or not fell, you were discussing where Mr. O'Keefe was lying on the side of the yard, weren't you?
Where he came to rest?
Came to rest.
Well, approximately, we don't know the exact position, but yes.
You said 10 to 20 feet, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
You said that 3 times, 10 to 20 feet. Do you
Yeah.
think Mr. O'Keefe was 20 feet from the roadway?
Well, I think he's maybe 10 feet, but 20 feet is from, if you're hit by the car, you need some distance to travel. He couldn't travel just horizontally, or perpendicularly. So it would be at least 10 to 20 feet if you look at the total distance.
You have no idea where the point of impact was in this collision, do you?
Nobody does.
I'm asking you, not nobody.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
So go ahead and ask the
You,
question.
Dr. Rentschler, before this jury, have no idea where the point of impact was of this collision, do you?
That's correct. There's no evidence.
Play Exhibit 2, please. When you were giving your estimate 10 to 20 feet, Dr. Rentschler, did you ever see this photograph before or part of this video?
I'm sure I have.
Well, when you say you're sure you have, are you guessing or have you seen it or not seen it?
Shut up.
I'm sure I've seen this before, yes.
So you've seen this before?
Yes.
And when you looked at this video, did you look at the street and look at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Sure, yes.
Sure?
Yes.
20 feet, Dr. Rentschler?
The way I explained it to you, yes, sir. 10 to 20 feet.
Details matter, don't they?
They certainly do, yes,
You
sir.
take that down, please. Did you speak to anybody today before you testified about Dr. Welcher's testimony in court?
I did not today, no, sir.
Before today, did you speak to anybody about Dr. Welcher's testimony?
I did not, no, sir.
At any point, did anybody discuss certain issues with you today that they said would be particularly important?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
When you began your testimony yesterday, before you even finished your credentials, you began talking about your work with the NHL and how important it was to use a 50% hybrid 3 dummy. Do you remember that testimony?
I did, yes, sir.
And you hadn't even finished your credentials yet. Was it brought to your attention that there was an issue in the testing because you or Dr. Wolf or you and Dr. Wolf chose to use a 50% dummy?
Not at all, no, sir.
In your preparation for your testimony, was it discussed at all that at the beginning you should get ahead of the issue and talk about the 50% dummy?
I didn't know it was an issue, no, sir.
Well, you know that the 50% dummy represents somebody who's 5'9", correct?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Approximately 173 pounds.
171, 172, somewhere around there.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how much did he weigh?
216, I believe.
How tall was he?
He was 73 inches, I believe.
So that is not a representative height and weight for Mr. O'Keefe, is it?
That height and weight, no, sir.
And so if you were making projections or analysis based on limb weights, they would be inaccurate if you didn't make adjustments, correct?
Well, they would certainly, the force on the limb would be less if you use a lighter limb. So if Mr. O'Keefe is heavier than the hybrid 3, and I use a hybrid 3, the forces I calculate would be an underestimate of the actual force acting on his body.
If you didn't make an adjustment, but you relied on the numbers from the test 3, the hybrid 3 dummy, ultimately the conclusions would be off, wouldn't they?
They would be an underestimate. Yes, the actual forces would be higher.
And so did you make any conclusions, or did you know that when Dr. Wolf did his tests using the hybrid 3 dummy,
What adjustments would he make? You get the acceleration, but the acceleration's not going to change, and that's what we utilize. Then you can scale the weight of the body, but I'm not sure what he would have made adjustments for.
When you looked at the ratio, force and mass, if you use a lighter weight, the mass changes, doesn't it?
If you use a light, sure, yes.
Right. And that changes the force equation, doesn't it?
That can, yes.
And so when you were discussing yesterday at the beginning of your testimony about the 50% dummy, had that issue been raised with you?
No, sir, it had not.
You had testified before, hadn't you?
In this case?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you knew there was a sequestration order?
Prior?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't discuss the case with anyone, no, sir.
Well, you didn't discuss it with anybody, you said?
I did not, no.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information from your employer about issues and testimony in the case.
The party that retained us told us things. I didn't break any sequestration. They were the ones in contact with the court. So it was my assumption that whatever they were telling me was allowed by the court. They were the client. I didn't discuss anything with them or tell them anything. But yes, they told us certain things.
Before you testified under oath last year, you were getting updates from your employer about details of this case, weren't you?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Maybe we can approach briefly.
What is today? Is today Wednesday? Yes. And they said that this is going to be wrapped up by Friday, they think? Okay, thanks. That's funny, Salty, because I was getting ready to chatting. I wondered if anybody has a count of the total sidebars that they've taken this entire trial. It's really, really ridiculous.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to make myself something to eat. These people always interfering with it. Always. More of the asshole.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information, not from the defense, from your employer, about other witnesses' testimony during the event, weren't you?
I don't know if they told us about witness testimony. They told us about certain evidence. I had no contact with the court, with the prosecution, with the defense. I had no idea what was going on. We were retained by a certain organization, and they contacted the court. They were in talks with the court about, I guess, what we could or couldn't do. Anything I got was from that organization.
Voir dire 2, 118, line 15. Did you testify under oath that they did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the event that I was not aware of?
I don't know. They told us about evidence. I don't know if it was specific to who testified to what, but they told us certain things, certainly, yes.
What I just said to you, are those your words, sir?
I have no idea. I mean, if that's what's in the record, I assume it is.
Would you agree it certainly helped you prepare?
It helped me prepare?
Yes.
It didn't make a difference to my analysis or conclusions.
Made no difference at all?
It did not, no, sir.
Would you agree it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I don't think it made a difference at all, no. It doesn't change the facts that I evaluated or the analysis I conducted or the conclusions I came to.
And so as you sit here today, you are denying that that information certainly helped you prepare.
How did it help me prepare? It didn't change the opinions I offered. It didn't change what was in my report or what I'm opining to or testifying to today. It hasn't changed anything I've ever testified to.
I'm going to ask you a very specific question, and I want you to give me a very specific
Objection, Your Honor.
So just go ahead and ask the question.
Are you denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare?
Honestly, I can't remember. It didn't change my opinion. I don't see how it would help me prepare. I remember there was evidence about trace DNA found that we didn't know before. That didn't change my opinion then. It doesn't change my opinion now. It doesn't have anything to do with my opinion.
Details matter, right, sir?
Details can matter.
Details matter, so let's talk about detail.
Sure.
Are you denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare? Are you denying it?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, I don't think that it did. It's been a year, but certainly it didn't change any of my opinions or what I opined to. It didn't change anything with my testimony.
I'm going to ask you one more time. I'll ask you a different question. Receiving that information from your employer, are you denying it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
I don't even think that it did. I don't understand that. I understood what was happening. I understood what the theory was. So saying that there's trace DNA doesn't change anything. It doesn't affect what my understanding of the trial was or what was happening or what allegedly occurred.
When you were traveling out to testify last year, you had phone conversations with the defense, didn't you?
I think I had like 2 phone conversations, 2 or 3.
So that sounds like a yes, you did.
Yes, there was one right before my qualifications, my voir dire, where I talked to Mr. Jackson, and that was it. Other than that, I think it was just planning and scheduling.
Mm-hmm. Was there any discussion on how you could portray yourself as independent?
I don't believe there was.
So you don't believe?
Yeah. There was no need to.
That's not the question. Details matter. Was there any attempt?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the objection's sustained. I'm going to strike that, folks, okay? Questions, Mr. Brennan?
Was there any attempt in your conversations to portray yourself as independent as far as your arrangements were concerned in coming out here?
No, I don't think so, because there was no need to, because it was independent.
When you had conversations with the defense, Did they offer to give you transportation assistance getting here?
They provided a ride to and from the airport, yes.
Did you tell the defense that you prefer to take an Uber so that it would appear independent to a jury?
No, because I didn't take an Uber. I took their ride. If I wanted to appear independent, then I would have taken an Uber.
Did you have a conversation about that you were thinking about taking an Uber?
It didn't even cross my mind, sir.
And then after you testified, did you stay independent?
What do you mean independent?
Well, did you have any bias for any of you?
Any bias?
Bias, yes.
What do you mean? Did I have any bias?
Well, after you testified, where did you go?
Well, I was waiting for my ride, and to get back to the airport, they had to take other people, and so they were having a lunch afterwards, and they said, come have a sandwich, and then your ride will take you to the airport. So I went, and I had a ham sandwich.
You had a ham sandwich. Did you testify at some point that after you had something to eat, you just stood in the corner?
I did. I sat at a table, ate, and then went over and literally stood in the corner waiting for my ride.
When you sat at the table and eat, did you just eat your ham sandwich, or did more go on?
I ate. People were talking. I really didn't talk much at all.
Did you listen?
Well, certainly, I'm sure I did, sir.
Did you laugh along?
I assume if something funny was said, I probably laughed.
Did you talk about your testimony?
I don't, at this point, I don't even remember.
Were you following him, Hank?
When you were there at the luncheon, did you see a camera crew
I believe I did, yes, sir.
filming and documenting, right?
There were a lot of cameras, yes.
You know that you might have been on some of that footage?
That's fine. I could care less.
Okay. So do you think maybe you were talking about the case and your answers and laughing it up a little bit?
I have no idea. Possibly.
You were involved in conversations with the defense attorneys, were you?
Why is she allowed?
What do you mean conversation, sir? I had just gotten done testifying. I was having lunch. Whatever was spoken about at the table, I'm sure I heard.
You know what a conversation is when someone speaks to you and you answer.
Sure.
Did you have conversations with some of these folks?
Sir, I can't remember conversations I had last week, let alone a year ago. So I probably did, but I have no clue
Do you remember
what we would have talked about.
Do you remember accolades you might have been receiving because you had given certain answers to the then prosecutor on the case and laughing about the answers?
I have no idea.
You don't remember?
I can't remember last week what I had for lunch last Tuesday. How would I remember a conversation from over a year ago?
You remember when you were having conversations with some of these folks and you were laughing about when the prosecutor asked you about other evidence like DNA? You had a response, well, the physics doesn't change. You remember?
I don't specifically remember that, no, sir.
How long were you at the table eating your ham sandwich with the folks there enjoying the event? How long do you think that went on for?
I honestly don't know. 10 minutes? How long does it take you to eat a ham sandwich? 10 minutes?
Object, defense.
And after you finished your ham sandwich and then you told us you stood in the corner, you got a ride back to the airport?
I did, yes, sir.
Yeah. After you got back to the airport, ultimately your company billed the defense for your time preparing and traveling and testifying?
I believe they did.
Well, you wrote your bills down, didn't you? You wrote your time down?
Well, I don't know who gets billed to it. I think it was actually, I wrote my time down, and it was the same time code for the original employer that we had. I'm not involved in billing. I don't know who the bill goes out to. I just put my time in and do my work.
Do you know that the defense paid that bill?
I have no idea if they paid it or not.
Firefly, I don't have a breakup situation going, hun.
Or I should say you have a contract with the defense, don't you?
I assume ARCA does. Again, I'm not involved in that. I don't do any part of the financials. I just do my job.
Everybody else got good audio?
I enter my billing every week, yes.
Yeah.
Do you know how much you've been paid so far in this case?
I haven't been paid anything. I'm a salaried employee for ARCA. I have no idea how much ARCA's been paid.
How much has ARCA been paid because of your work so far?
I have no idea. I'm not involved in the financials, sir.
You have no idea how much time, how much compensation your company's going to get for the work that you've done and continue to do on this case? You have no idea.
Yeah, it's not my concern. It's not my department, so I don't.
That's a no?
That's a no, sir.
Now, when you communicated with the defense, you texted, didn't you?
When?
At any point?
There were some texts, yes.
And at some point, there was a court order for you to bring a copy of your text?
I believe so, yes.
But when you say you believe so, details matter.
Yeah.
Do you know whether there was a court order for you to bring your text?
I believe there was, yes.
Did you comply with that court order?
I complied with, yes, with whatever I had.
Did
Yes.
you have any of the text messages?
I don't believe so.
What happened?
Well, there were like 2 text messages about where I could get my ride and what time. And so after that day, like I do many times, I'd probably erase those texts.
When you say probably, did you delete the text that you had with the defense last year during the...
Who deleted Jen McCabe's phone, asshole?
Again, I had like 2 texts about scheduling, and I'm sure I deleted them like sometime around that time, like I do with most texts.
Did you ever use Signal?
I did not, no, sir.
Why not?
I have no need to.
Why would you have a need to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I wouldn't have a need to. That's why I said I don't use it.
She says, I'll
What's
allow
Signal
it
for?
one more time.
It's for, I think, for encrypted messages.
Do any of your colleagues use Signal to have conversations with their clients?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that you're aware.
I have no idea what my fellow employees or cohorts do.
One of your fellow employees is a gentleman by the name of Dr. Wolf. Yeah?
That-
You worked very closely with him on this case, didn't you?
I've worked with him on this case, yes, sir.
And working with him on this case, were you aware of his habits, of whether or not he used encrypted apps like Signal?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I'm not aware of Dr. Wolf's habits, no, sir.
Sounds like Bev and Hank aren't afraid of the feds at all.
When you worked on
Right.
this case, when you began, you worked with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Klein?
But Scott Klein is another engineer at ARCA that worked on the case, correct?
And you worked with Dr. Wolf?
That's correct, yes.
You worked as a group?
Well, I mean, we all worked on the project together. I'm located in the Pittsburgh office, and Mr. Klein and Dr. Wolf were in the Philadelphia office, so we didn't physically work together, but we worked on the same project, obviously.
When you first began your testimony yesterday, you said that you were restrained in what you could do. Do you remember that testimony?
I do, yes.
And when you said you were restrained, were you attempting like a preemptive strike because of certain things you didn't do to try to ward off any questions about that?
Objection.
Sustain.
Let me ask it this way. Were the rules different regarding your initial investigation for you as opposed to Dr. Wolf?
I don't know that they were. I don't believe they were.
Did Dr. Wolf have free reign to do whatever he wanted?
Objection.
Sustain.
Were you given free reign to do whatever testing you wanted?
I don't believe we were, no.
You, though, were you?
Was I?
Yes, were you given free reign to do whatever testing you wanted?
I mean, there was budgets, and we had to stay within certain values, so I wouldn't say I was given free reign because I couldn't do whatever I wanted.
Did anybody tell you what tests you could or couldn't do?
I don't think there was a list of specific tests or not, but you would discuss what would be done or what we could do and what the cost of those tests would be.
Were you free to suggest any tests that you wanted to?
I'm assuming I could suggest whatever I wanted to, sure.
Were any of your suggestions denied?
Can't remember. I don't know that they were. I mean, what we were constrained is what the client wanted to know. And so we tailored our tests to do that and tried to keep the budget and the cost of what we did in our analysis down for that very purpose.
Obvious.
Could you have suggested crash tests?
Probably could have suggested whatever I want.
Did you suggest crash tests?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, it might have been brought up, but pretty sure that would not have been within the budget. So
I want you to be detailed. I don't want you to guess.
Objection, Your Honor.
So without that preamp, go ahead and just ask the question, please.
Did you suggest doing crash tests last year?
I can't remember. We obviously didn't, but I don't know if that was brought up or not.
Do you, since your memory is difficult,
Objection.
Sustained. Okay.
Bev, you better rein your man in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're showing your bias is really showing now. I'll allow it. Ask the question. No, ask it differently. None of that. This lady. Mm, I don't know what she thinks she's doing. Why is she allowing him just to go at the witness so hateful? If I was the defense, I'd object every 5 minutes just to annoy her. I like to be a fly on the wall in them sidebars, though.
Oh, yeah. No, get down.
She sounded like me when I had a lap full of cat earlier. I was like, you got to go, girlfriend.
Oh, she's begging for food.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm. Because I just heated up something.
Oh, she's like, you can't eat without me. Your animals are not going to let you eat until they're fed. They're like, we see you, ma'am. You're trying to get food without us.
Oh, she's got an automatic feeder. She's been eating all morning.
It's like she knows, right? I know. My animals, one thing they don't have to do is worry about their food. My goodness. My neighbor's got little chickens now, and they're in the little pen over there. Anyway, she's gonna let them free range in the daytime. So we're having to get my dog and her dog used to them.
Oh.
It was so funny. There's a fence separating us, but my dog is way bigger than her dog. But he's a little meanie. He don't play.
to remember things, do you write them down?
That's one of the ways you can do it, sure.
Do you do it? Do you write down things so you don't forget?
Depends what it is.
Right, so Joy? We need to know. Lettuce and tomato was applied as well? Salt and pepper?
You provided a CV, which is a resume.
That's correct, yes.
Resume outlines your education,
Yes, sir.
areas of specialty,
Correct.
and then it highlights your accomplishments as far as the focus of your specialty or the focus of your profession, what you like or what you do a lot, right?
Some of it, yes, sir.
So, for example, you have a number of publications that are peer reviewed.
Correct.
And peer review publications mean that you've written something that's been evaluated and considered by other experts in the industry and have been adopted or recognized, correct?
Well, that it's been published, yes, sir.
You have a long list of peer-reviewed articles dating back to 2003. Is that correct?
Yeah, as I said yesterday, most of my peer-reviewed articles are all written when I was in graduate school. Correct.
Have you had any peer-review articles since 2003?
Probably not. No.
And your peer-review articles, 2003, deal with the evaluation of selected electric-powered wheelchairs.
That was one of them. Yes, sir.
The next one, intelligent walkers for the elderly.
Correct.
Comparison of fatigue life for 3 types of manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of a pushroom activated power assisted wheelchair.
Correct.
Displacement between the seating surface and hybrid
testing dummy during transitions with the variable configuration wheelchair.
The hybrid 3, yes, sir.
Assessment of manual wheelchair ride.
Correct. I was looking at forces and accelerations on the body. Yeah.
Fatigue life of 2 manual wheelchair cross brace designs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of selected ultralight manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Augmentation of 100 key ISO wheelchair test dummy to accommodate higher mass.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you would agree that all of your peer review articles deal with wheelchairs?
Well, wheelchairs and the kinematics and kinetics forces associated with propelling wheelchairs and injuries associated with
Every
that. Yes, sir.
wheelchair-bound
Any of
person
them
appreciates
deal
it, sir.
with pedestrian collisions?
No, they don't.
You've written a book chapter,
Yes, sir.
Smart Technology for Aging,
Yes, sir.
and again, nothing on pedestrian accidents.
That's correct.
Expanded abstracts, you've written a few.
I have, yes, sir.
Suffice to say, dealing with wheelchairs.
And assistive technology, that's correct, yes, sir.
Any have to do with pedestrian collisions?
I don't believe so, no.
Looking at your CV, you can note any area of specialty you'd like, correct?
You can put down whatever you like, I suppose, sure.
Sure. Have you listed any specialty as pedestrian collisions?
Well, not specifically. That actually falls under impact biomechanics, biomechanical injury causation. So I didn't list it specifically, but it certainly falls under the actual expertise that I perform.
Now, Doctor, when you worked with Dr. Wolf, did you have a chance to look at his report?
I did, yes.
If you saw anything in the report that was off or mistaken, would you have an opportunity to discuss that with him?
I'm sure I would, yes, sir.
Did you find anything about his report that was wrong as far as data?
I don't recall. If I did, I probably would have talked to him, but I don't recall.
You and Dr. Wolf were collaborating together, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you collaborate, you relied on each other's data at times, didn't you?
To some extent, yes.
Some things Dr. Wolf did, you relied on ultimately for your interpretation and your conclusions.
I did, yes.
Did you write a report and talked about the acceleration of the ATD, the test dummies, regarding its hands and arms?
I did, yes.
When you wrote your report talking about this very specific data, do you remember what you determined was the acceleration for the ADT right hand at 29 miles per hour? How many G's that was?
Let's see. Accelerations for the right hand.
Page 6.
Yeah, it looks like 863 Gs.
And when you were comparing data with Dr. Wolf, if something was different or off, would you correct it?
Oh, I'd talk to him about it, sure.
Okay. Did you ever talk to him about his collection of data regarding peak acceleration that the arm and hand experienced at a 29 mile per hour collision?
Well, when I think that 863 is from 1,000, the CFC 1,000 hertz low pass filter. And in his report, he used a lower number from a 180 hertz. So they're both accurate numbers. It's just how you actually filter the data.
So you know what I'm talking about, right?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
And I ended up using a lower number than when I did my calculations.
Could we have Exhibit 1, please? You've talked a lot about this photograph. Do you see it?
I do, sir, yes.
And you described, well, you didn't describe, you read that these were superficial abrasions, correct?
That's the diagnosis, yes, sir.
any of those wounds a puncture in your mind?
I don't make medical diagnoses, so I'm not going to comment on that, sir.
Well, you talked about x-rays and injury. I know you don't make medical diagnosis, but you were very careful to be detailed about what this was. Not a laceration, right? It is a superficial abrasion.
That was what was diagnosed by the medical records, yes, sir.
And you were very careful to make that distinction when you were critiquing Dr. Welch, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained in that.
And so you also looked at x-rays, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you looked at them, did you try to give the impression that you've read them, even though you're not a doctor and you can interpret them?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you trying to interpret them for us?
No, it was actually interpreted by the medical examiner that there were no acute injuries.
So when you were giving all that information to the jury about the x-rays, was that your personal opinion, or were you just regurgitating something you had read?
That was the medical examiner's opinion, but certainly you can look at the x-rays and see that there are no actual fracture lines or space displacement between the joints. But it's the medical examiner and his diagnoses that I rely upon.
So when you were going through an explanation of all these different photographs and x-rays, you weren't trying to portray that you were giving your own personal opinion about it?
I don't give diagnoses, but if there's no fractures on an x-ray as diagnosed by an MD or physician, you can look at the x-ray and then you can see why there are no fractures. You can look at the x-ray and see where the fractures are if there's a diagnosis. So the diagnosis was no fracture, no acute injury, and that's certainly consistent with looking at the x-ray itself.
So when you were looking up the x-ray and holding it up, was that just a prop? I mean, were you simply just regurgitating what you read in the report, or were you doing a certain kind of...
Sustained.
Were you doing any kind of analysis yourself when you were sharing with us what those x-rays showed or didn't show?
The analysis is that there's no fracture or acute injury, and that's what the medical diagnosis is, and that's what the x-rays showed.
Are you giving us your opinion, or are you regurgitating what you read in a report?
That is what the medical diagnosis is, that there's no fractures and no acute injuries. That's what the medical opinion is.
So you're regurgitating what's in the report.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Did you see any MRIs?
I don't believe any MRIs were taken or performed.
In
no.
x-rays, does it depict deep soft tissue damage?
Normally, it does not depict soft tissue damage, no.
How about muscle tears?
No, it does not.
How about tendon tears?
Not normally, except you can see laxity in the joints if there is tendon or ligament tears. Normally, you can see laxity in the joints, but it doesn't show the ligament or the tendon itself.
Nerve injuries?
No, sir.
Avulsion fractures?
Yes, sir.
People sometimes get MRIs to see if there's a fracture that doesn't appear in an x-ray. Yes?
Sometimes x-rays are the best for looking at bony fractures. MRI is looking at soft tissue injuries.
Speaking of wounds, you've cited a number of references, a number of materials in your reports, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And one of them that you've cited is forensic pathology.
Yes, sir.
This is a legitimate source to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've relied on it for at least part of the basis of your study or opinions.
Well, I relied on it because it speaks and looks at the difference between, for instance, a laceration and an abrasion.
A person could be struck by a motor vehicle and not indicate any bruising to that area, wouldn't you say?
At what speed, what part of the vehicle were they contacted, what part of the body were they contacted? It depends on the amount of force associated with that. There's a number of variables involved.
Okay. Does the absence of a bruise indicate that there was no blunt force trauma to the area?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer that?
Well, the absence of a bruise, can you repeat that again?
You were talking about bruising.
Yes.
Does the absence of a bruise necessarily indicate there was no blunt force trauma to an area?
No, you have to look at all the evidence, and you have to look at the force. If there's 4,000 pounds of force applied to the body or to the arm, then certainly you would expect a bruise. And if there's no bruise, then you would have to question if that impact or contact actually occurred. You don't just look at that by itself in isolation. You look at all the variables and facts involved with the case to determine if an injury occurred.
Have you ever seen collisions where more than one person was hit or struck by the vehicle?
Multiple pedestrians, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And have you ever seen in a collision where the vehicle's going the same speed when it hits multiple different people, there can be multiple different injuries?
That is so vague, and you'd have to go back and look at a specific case, look at the injuries, look at the vehicle, look at the people. You can't just say, is it possible this could occur? You have to look at a specific case and demonstrate that that could actually happen.
Well, I'm not asking if it's possible. I'm asking in your experience.
I'm going to allow that.
Have you ever been involved in evaluating multiple pedestrian crash where there are multiple pedestrians hit by one vehicle and they sustain different or, in some cases, no injuries? Has that ever happened in your study?
Sure, because it depends where they're hit, what part of the body they're hit on, what the force is for that hit. The people aren't going to be hit the same multiply by one vehicle. You can certainly have multiple people and different types of injuries.
Have you seen people hit by a vehicle at a particular speed and have certain injuries, and then you've seen other cases where people are hit by a vehicle similar speed but have no injuries? Have you ever seen that?
I'm going to allow it.
So what do you mean by injuries?
Have you ever seen, in any of your cases, a pedestrian hit at a certain speed and have injuries, and another case where you look at where there is a similar type collision with different injuries?
So again, do you mean abrasions, cut, laceration, fracture? Do you mean same cars? It's not something that you look for and compare between cases. You'd have to go back and actually study the cases and look at the details.
Having experience in pedestrian collisions, you can't think of a similarity between cases as far as vehicles and speeds and totally different injuries occurring.
I'm going to allow that. Can you?
Do you mean hit the same way with the same type of car at the same speed with the same force?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer it?
I don't believe I've ever seen a case where two people were hit with the same car at the same speed with the same force with different injuries. I don't even know if you can correlate that.
Looking at Exhibit 1, have you done any study about the directionality of glass or broken plastic?
What do you mean by directionality?
About when something shatters, how it shatters. Does it shatter the same every time, or when plastic shatters?
You're just being dumb now, dude.
It certainly depends on the impact.
Do you have any studies where plastic shatters exactly the same way on different impacts?
I doubt that it shatters exactly the same way.
It has a lot of different variables, doesn't it?
It could.
Depends on a number of different equations, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on the testing you do. If you want to see how it shatters, and if you're claiming that it shattered in a certain way to cause a certain injury, if you don't have any peer-reviewed evidence, if you don't have any research, then you have to do the testing, because you can't just say, well, it's possible it could shatter this way and cause that injury. That's not conclusive. You can't use that to come to an opinion about what happened.
Oh, that wasn't what I was asking you. I was asking you if you have seen in cases that when plastic breaks, it breaks differently.
Yeah. Well, sure. I mean, the testing we've done here, the taillights covers fractured differently, and we didn't get any contact. So I have personal experience just with this case alone.
We'll get to the contact. When you looked at all the tests you did, the plastic broke differently in each and every case, every experiment, didn't it?
Sure, it's broken like that, and I've never seen a case where you get these types of abrasions.
Well, I didn't ask you that. Is that funny?
Oh, I love the head nod.
Oh my God.
I'm going to strike the comment. Next question.
He's had more comments.
Next
To
question.
strike
You
me.
can't strike that head nod, though.
When you did your experiments, the sizes of plastic that broke were different in each experiment, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The number of breaks in each experiment were different, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The angles of the break changed from piece to piece, experiment to experiment, didn't they?
I'm sure they did.
Did you watch the videos and watch the damage and take a look and count how many pieces broke in each experiment?
I didn't specifically count, no. We looked at contact to the sleeve and to the dummy itself.
You never counted the broken pieces in each experiment?
I did not. There was no need to.
I, not a matter if there's a need, did you?
I did not, no, sir.
Okay. You had talked quite a bit about Dr. Welcher's test with the paint, so I want to ask you some questions about that. Were you ever under the impression that Mr. Welcher, you can take that down, please. Were you ever under the impression that Dr. Welcher was trying to reenact the actual collision when he did that blue test?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Well, that was the only test he performed, and he referenced that test for his opinion that the position and orientation of the lacerations are consistent with the taillight cover. So if that test was not intended to signify or demonstrate the position of the arm, he has no evidence to say the position and orientation of the arm in the lacerations, which are abrasions, are consistent with the taillight cover. That's the only test he did. So if it doesn't represent that, it's really meaningless in his analysis and conclusions.
Now that you've shared your opinions, can I get back to my question?
Objection.
Sustained. So, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Brent, all right, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Yeah, get her. Get her. Shit. Sorry. She has been out of control and letting Hank be out of control this entire trial. This is ridiculous. Oh, but yeah, Vixie, what I was saying about the well water, I just was like, oh, if my power went out, I have a gas hot water heater, so I'd still have like, a good amount of hot water in the tank. Or if you use the tankless ones, I guess it
Dolphin,
doesn't matter.
I was
Hmm.
in the kitchen getting me something to drink, and you just made me laugh so hard in that kitchen.
Oh yeah, because I just was like, yeah, finally,
Get him,
the
girl.
defense, yeah, got in her butt about it because she's just been ridiculous.
It's very ridiculous. I was like, get her, Dolphin.
Hmm.
Oh my gosh. Oh, let's see. The jury's way over that and then some, probably, right? I mean, this is
Hmm.
to see her allow this ridiculousness and the way he speaks to these witnesses.
Oh yeah,
It's like very ridiculous, so unprofessional.
it is unprofessional.
Mm-hmm. And the jury has to be acknowledging some of that.
Yeah,
It would,
they see it.
mm-hmm, just like we do, and it would affect me if I was a juror. I would be like, whoa, you know, give me pause. What you don't want to do is give me pause, and I'm gonna start side eyeing. Oh, I've had to boil water before. My hot water heater went out once, and it like took like 2 days to get another one. But I've had to boil big pans of water to give my babies a bath.
Yeah,
I have had to do it.
yeah. No, definitely. That's what I was going to tell Vixie. You might have to go old school and do what they used to call a
Mm-hmm.
whore's bath.
Right, yeah, a horse
Yeah,
bath. Get in the bathroom and just sponge that shit off.
yeah. Hit the hot spots and keep.
Keep going. Hope for the best.
Yeah, my friend Karen, she was like, they were supposed to go to a concert, right? And she said her husband needed to take a shower. And I was like, don't y'all have some baby
We'll
wipes
be
or
the
something
lunch in
around the
your house and
house?
we'll take an hour.
Like,
All rise for the court, please.
yeah.
That's all you gotta have is a little whites.
And then she was just like, oh, I need to do my hair. I was like, girl, tie that mess up in a bun or something
Right?
or a
You're like
ponytail
me.
for once in your life.
Yeah.
Just keep on going. I wouldn't let that kind of stuff,
It don't stop me either,
derail
girl.
me. Yeah.
Life's too short for all that.
Hmm.
As long as I look decent, I don't care.
Just shoot,
Yeah.
go funky. I mean, I don't know. I
Right.
was like, hats? right? Yeah, she said her husband ended up putting on a hat. I was like, there you go. 'Cause she's like, well, maybe we could go to my
Wow.
parents and take a shower. And yeah, I was just like, yeah.
Okay. Some folks, man. Hey,
Mm,
I've grown up taking rivers, taking baths in a river on a
yeah,
riverbank. I'm not
yeah.
scared. Shit, hurricane comes and I don't have power for a week. I won't have no hot water, but I won't ball me some up.
Yeah, that's well, when I realized she was on a well system, I said, oh, do
Yeah,
you keep, like gallon jugs of extra water just in case? Because I said, that's a completely different
it
situation.
is. Hmm.
I was like, I'd rather make do with the cold water and try and, heat it up and put it in a basin or something.
Yeah, we have a lot of people around here still have wells as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, so
Yeah.
they went to lunch, huh?
Did they go to lunch?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what
it
it
says right
says.
there.
Yeah.
Oh, it says right there they went to lunch.
Ooh,
Judge is like,
Bev
we're not
must
even.
be mad.
I was like, I've had enough of this.
I bet you Alan lit into her
You
when they
damn
went
right.
up. And I don't blame him. He needed to.
He does need to. She's probably back there panicking in her chambers right now, going, "Oh shit, Hank done got the feds looking at us all sideways. We act like we don't even care what they were doing." Like now
Yeah.
and he even was doing that. He was like throwing shade at the other investigation or the other agency. I'd still want to know what other agency if I was the jurors
Mm-hmm.
for sure. Let me
Yeah.
guess. Okay, so let me pull this up. Let me make this one smaller.
Pipsqueak wants a steak bone. She's like stretched out just looking at me.
Oh, last night when I made those steaks,
Mm-hmm.
my dog has gotten used to me giving her a bite.
Mm-hmm.
She got real close to my son while he was eating, and I don't allow that. No, no, no,
Oh
no.
yeah, no.
No, no, no. You have your place. You go sit down. So, and I don't feed her from my hand. It goes into her bowl. But she
Mm-hmm.
waited so patiently on me last night till I was finished, and I looked at her. I was like, "You want your bite now?" And she's like, "Yes, give it to me.
Mm-hmm.
Give it to me. Give it to me now." She's funny.
Yeah, Pipsqueak, she has the best manners of any dog I've ever seen. Like right now, she just is standing up on my leg, but she's just like, just looking. And
Yeah,
and it's a very soft touch. She's just sort of softly leaning on me. And she doesn't, like snap at anything or try and grab anything.
yeah.
Yeah, got amazing manners, don't you? You have better manners than Brennan. Yeah.
Way better, right? And I,
Hank. Yeah, that's his last name, Brennan, right?
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I like my dog to have some manners too.
Yep.
Like,
She doesn't
you
jump
know,
up on people. Or I
mhm.
didn't even train her, to do any of that. She's just naturally like that. Here, you can have this steak.
My
There you go.
son's dog will jump up on him in a heartbeat. She won't do it to me. She's done
Mm-hmm.
learned that will not fly with me, ma'am.
Mm. And if I
Get your,
feed her something from my hand, she's very careful not to bite my fingers or whatever.
oh
She's
yeah, yeah.
very gentle. So,
They don't
mm-hmm.
like to bite the hand that feeds them. Bad things could happen.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Let me just run really quick. I'll grab this water. Be right back.
Go ahead, go ahead. I'm about to get ready to crack this document open. Let me get my drink open, guys. Hold on one second. Okay, I didn't want the sound of my soda popping open to be so loud. Oh, that blackberry Dr. Pepper hit the spot. All right, guys. So what we were telling you before, this is the defendant's motion, or I'm sorry, this is the state's opposition to the defendant's motion to continue. Remember,
Alrighty, I'm back.
okay. So we're about to start into this document. Now, if you all recall, the state, we already went over the defendant's motion to continue
Mm.
on grounds they want to continue on.
Hey,
And we know that this will be discussed in the upcoming hearing on the 18th.
take that somewhere else.
So here is the state's opposition to the motion. And it says, come now, the state of Idaho, by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney, and submits the following opposition to defendant's motion to continue the motion. Introduction. Oh, get where I need to start. Okay. It is time to try this case. Defendant.
Tone right off the bat.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Um, So, defendant was arrested in late December of 2022 and was indicted in May of 2023. He successfully moved transfer venue to Ada County. In October of 2024, this court entered a scheduling order setting deadlines for pretrial motions and expert disclosures. Defendant complied with those deadlines without moving for a continuance, including by disclosing 6 expert reports for the penalty phase, disclosing over 2,100 pages of purported mitigation materials,
Damn.
uh, listing 55 penalty phase witnesses, and identifying 132 exhibits he may introduce during the penalty phase. Boy, they're never going to let this thing go, this trial. But now, after all discovery deadlines have passed, and after the court conducted the pretrial conference, defendant seeks a trial continuance of unspecified length. He bases his request on his claims that his mitigation investigation is incomplete. While state is unable to see whether defendant's ex parte filing to the court contains specifics, his motion does not. Remember, I told you guys when she made that new motion to continue, she incorporated a lot of things she put in the motion to scrap the death penalty. A lot of the things she cited there, she put in that continuance. And that was my biggest takeaway, Dateline bullshit aside. Overall, she used that as part of her excuse. Overall, the record before the court shows that defendant's investigation has already plowed the necessary ground. While defendant is fully entitled to due process, this court should exercise its broad discretion to deny defendant's 11th hour motion. First, defendant cannot show good cause or prejudice. Even under the heightened, non-binding ABA standards he seeks to impose on the court, his counsel's resources and investigation to date have been adequate, even setting aside that the defense team still has more time to prepare its mitigation case. Moreover, Idaho's constitution also grants the victims the right to timely disposition of the case. The court should give these victims' rights substantial weight considering the motion. Finally, the publicity surrounding this trial is a challenge. Defendant has not shown and cannot show that continuing this trial will make things easier.
That's the truth.
That is true. They're thinking, Anne tried to say, well, if we buy some more time, things will die down. No, ma'am, they won't.
No, they're never going to die down.
And the second it goes quiet, things start getting regurgitated on YouTube. Finally, while the publicity surrounding the trial is a challenge, defendant has not shown and cannot show that continuing the trial will make things easier. It is just as likely that delay will make it harder to seat a jury. This is true. Because the more is out there, right? For all the reasons, the court should deny the defendant's motion. Procedural and factual background. Defendant was appointed his lead counsel in December of 2022. In March of 2023, a second attorney was appointed to represent him. Then in February of this year, a third attorney was appointed to the defense team. The first district public defender has also been participating in the defense. In addition to his lawyers and their staff, defendant has 2 experienced investigators and a mitigation specialist working on his behalf. He's got quite the team.
Yep.
As he should. It is a DP case. In January of 2024, defendant moved for a change of venue from Latah County due to the publicity surrounding the case and the size of Latah County. His motion was granted and the case was moved to Ada County. On October 9th of 2024, this court issued the operative scheduling order that contained deadlines for motions, expert disclosures, and pretrial filings. Most recently, at the pretrial motions hearing on April 9th, the court advised defendant's counsel to ask for more resources if the defense team needed assistance reviewing discovery, and they did. The state does not know if this occurred. Through the case, the defendant has been able to comply with the deadlines in the scheduling order. Pertinent to the instant motion, defendant has, on January 23rd of 2025, made his guilt phase expert disclosures consisting of reports from 16 experts, including a psychologist who conducted a mental health examination of the defendant, which was Dr. Orr, and a forensic psychiatrist who researched his life history, Dr. Ryan. On March 3rd, 2025, supplemented his guilt phase expert disclosures with reports from 2 additional experts. As of June of 2025, had disclosed in discovery over 2,500 photos and videos, over 3,500 pages of investigative materials, and many megabytes of electronic data related to the guilt phase.
They
So,
disclosed this?
yeah, the defendant disclosed
Uh-huh.
all of that. So,
2,500 photos, videos, 3,500
yeah.
pages. Okay.
So she's doing large discovery dumps on the prosecution, thinking, well, they got enough people to go through all this real quick. Like, y'all are so silly. So yeah, they've done a lot. On March 31st, 2025, made his penalty phase expert disclosures consisting of amended reports from Dr. Orr and Dr. Ryan, respectively, plus reports from 4 additional experts, 3 of whom are behavioral health neurology professionals.
Jeez.
Why do you need that many experts to corroborate one another? I mean, 1 or 2, is he going to allow all of them to come in and talk? I guess if it's penalty phase and different things like that, maybe.
Could be for the different disorders, because they did have,
Yeah,
what, 3 originally
3 that we
that they
know. Yeah.
mentioned?
hmm Defendant also opposed the state's motion for examination of defendant pursuant to Idaho Code 18-207 and for an extension of time to complete rebuttal penalty phase expert disclosures. That was argued May 5th. At that time, defendant did not preview for the state or the court that he would seek a trial continuance, and the court denied the state's request for personality testing by its expert in part because the pending trial date conflicted with the time would be necessary to explore that issue. Legal background. The judge's necessary hang on, let me get my screen get back up here. Legal background. Trial judges necessarily require a great deal of latitude in scheduling trials, and they cite a case, State versus Cagle. Accordingly, the decision to grant or deny a motion for continuance rests within the sound discretion of the trial court. When reviewing a trial court's decision for an abuse of discretion, Idaho appellate courts analyze whether the trial court correctly perceived the issue as one of discretion, acted within the outer boundaries of its discretion, acted consistently with the legal standards applicable to the specific choice available to it, and reached its decision by the exercise of reason. The United States Supreme Court has held the denial of a motion for a continuance on grounds for relief only where the trial. My grandbaby's sending me stuff on the side. He's over his nanas and he's sending me goofy videos. The United States Supreme Court has held the denial of a motion for a continuance as grounds for relief only where the trial court's actions is so arbitrary it is to violate due process. Similarly, under Idaho law, unless an appellant shows that his or her substantial rights have been prejudiced by reason of a denial or his or her motion for a continuance, appellate courts can only conclude there was no abuse of discretion. The bare claim that additional investigation could have been conducted is not sufficient to demonstrate unfair prejudice so as to support the motion for a continuance. And then she cites a couple of cases there, or they do. Reviewing Ninth Circuit case law and explaining that there are no mechanical tests for deciding when such a denial violates due process, but that at a minimum, some showing of actual prejudice must be made. In exercising their discretion, trial courts are also guided by the Victims' Rights Amendments to the Idaho Constitution and the Idaho Code. Both provisions entitle victims to a timely disposition of the case. And that doesn't matter if your victims are deceased or alive. They still get the same rights. They should. Expressively provides that this right shall apply equally to the immediate families of homicide victims. So there we go. Go put them families in there.
I got a question here.
Go
So you're
ahead.
right here at argument, right? On
Yes,
page
ma'am.
5. What date was this document written?
This one was, it was dropped into the docket on the 5th.
Drop to the very bottom. I want to see when he signed it. You're on page 5,
And then
right
we
at
have
argument.
noticed, let's see. Get up here. What is all of that? Okay. Tables and charts. Okay, that.
That's delivery 5th of June, and then go right up to where he signed it.
And then he would be on the page above it. This
Oh,
is signed by
5th of June.
Thompson. Mm-hmm.
What's
Yeah.
the 11th?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And
Okay. You're on page 5, argument. I am wondering what people were talking about with the motion for an emergency, whatever or
it
whatever.
just said, yes, we're going to take a look at that in a minute
No, I know.
because,
Hold on a
yeah,
second.
go
What
ahead.
I was going to say was, uh, if this has come out like 6 days ago, right,
Uh-huh.
or whatever, what if Hitler has actually already denied the motion for the continuance, right? And then
Right.
she tried to go to an appellate court, and that's what the order for the staying the order is about.
That's very well could be what it's about, and I was wondering about that myself because
Mm-hmm.
if we look at the case summary, like I was telling you earlier, there were some interesting things put on that summary that aren't dropped yet, and that was one
Mm-hmm.
of them, that emergency order. And I was like, well, did that come about from the investigation to the Dateline stuff, or is that unrelated to that and it's something else? So I'm curious to know what that is as well.
Okay, I just wanted to say that. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Thank you for your input. I appreciate it. So I have you up here. I love your input on this stuff. Um, This is the argument now. Defendant couches his motion in terms of his constitutional rights to due process, to effective assistance of counsel, to an individualized sentencing determination, and to a fair trial in light of intense media coverage. And he has not demonstrated at these rights, which must be evaluated alongside the victim's rights and overall administration of justice, will be violated in the case proceeds as currently scheduled. For the reasons discussed below, the court should deny his motion. The court should exercise its discretion to deny defendant's motion because he has not shown good cause for a continuance or that he will be prejudiced at trial. And remember, Ann's got a lot of other remedies to go for as far as that
Mm-hmm.
Dateline fiasco,
Mm-hmm.
other than continuing that she can do it. Let's just say Dateline can benefit her far more than just getting her a continuance.
Yeah.
She
Plus,
could,
she was the venue was changed in order to make sure he was going to get a fair trial or
oh yeah,
whatever. So,
she did, and
come
she
on.
filed that early. That was all done a lot sooner than most criminal cases.
Mm-hmm.
So she's got her way with almost everything. You can't hide all this from the public and keep everybody from talking about it.
But I think the fact that they've moved to Boise, so it's a larger population, so they're going to have a
Yep.
larger pool, which is the argument that they made. They're going to have
Hmm.
a larger pool of people to, try to get on the jury.
Yeah.
And, they're going to have a higher chance of running into somebody who doesn't know about, all these details of the case
Right.
or
And
whatever.
it's like I have said
Even
for
with the Dateline,
right.
show.
And I've said this for 2.5 years. I have 3 friends living
Mm-hmm.
right there in Boise. 2 live in Boise, 1 lives right outside of Boise. They don't know anything about the Idaho 4 case. They know they know it happened. That's all they know.
Mm-hmm.
One of
Yeah.
them has a wife who is a true crimer. She's been to Rexburg and photographed Chad's house, and they sent it to me. She's into true crime. But the guys, these are my old NFT buddies, them themselves have no, because I used to do,
Oh, yeah. A lot of people don't
yeah,
know about this
we
case.
would hold Twitter spaces before I
Mm-hmm.
started doing YouTube, and we would discuss the true crime stuff. But we would do a lot of the shows there on Idaho 4 before I came to YouTube with them, and they didn't know anything about the case except for whatever I told them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just curious now, are they going to be on the jurors? One of them even has a neighbor whose kids all go to U of I, and
Mm-hmm.
they're not afraid. I've I'm just not going to put their business out there because it's none of my business, but they're not afraid of anything or anyone. They're sick and fed up with social media talking about them, but that's as far as I'm going to say about it. The court should deny defendant's motion because he cannot show good cause for potential prejudice. Procedurally, he does not explain why he waited to seek a continuance until after discovery closed. Expert disclosure deadlines passed. The pretrial conference happened. Substantively, he ignores Idaho Supreme Court death penalty precedent holding that the counsel is not required to investigate a defendant's entire life. But Ann feels like it's
Nice.
necessary. We're going to go back and blame great great grandpa for all of this entire life before he can be tried and sentenced. Okay. The only time that's passed is going to help you if you can gain some empathy, mitigation. Goodness gracious. He neither specifies additional areas for investigation nor explains what concrete investigatory steps will bear new fruit at either the guilt phase or the penalty phase. As such, defendant's motions amount to a request for a perpetual continuance so that his counsel can go down every rabbit hole until defendant, rather than the court, deems himself ready for trial. You've had a long time to get ready for trial. Let's just be honest here. The law requires no such thing. A reasonable investigation does not mandate a scorch the earth strategy, a requirement that would fail to consider the limited time and resources that the defense lawyers have in preparing for a sentencing hearing. The court should deny the motion because the defendant's team has the opportunity to prepare and has adequately addressed the issues he claims need more attention.
Yep.
That's true.
I totally agree.
Mm-hmm. Defendant's motion is untimely given the procedural posture to this case. The scheduling order granted the parties ample time for trial preparation, and it also set several interim deadlines along the way, including for penalty phase expert disclosures and mitigation disclosures, which is the primary basis for the defendant's motion. The state has also understands that the court set pretrial conference more than 2 months before trial in order to give parties sufficient time to prepare for trial after discovery closed and pretrial disclosures and motions practice were completed. See how that's done, Bev? If defendant was having trouble meeting deadlines, finding experts, or pursuing red flags, he should have sought a discovery extension or trial continuance long before now. Hold on, guys. I need to pull this other thing up on the side so I can keep an eye on things too. Okay, fans are spinning. He should have sought discovery extensions. Okay. Instead, defendant retained over a dozen guilt phase experts, 6 penalty phase experts, a mitigation specialist, and has identified over 2,100 pages of purported mitigation materials. In leading up to the pretrial conference, he exchanged witness lists and exhibit lists with the state without stating he would be moving for continuance. While defendant relies on the death is different mantra and argues that extraordinary measures must be taken to protect his rights, he cites no authority for the proposition that reasonable scheduling orders should not be enforced in death penalty cases. Indeed, defendant recently argued that the state improperly delayed in seeking an extension of time for its rebuttal phase expert disclosures. And that was in the objection to the state's motion for examination of the defendants pursuant to the Idaho Code there for an extension of time. The state has not provided the necessary proof of good cause to warrant an extension such a significant deadline so close to the trial date. The same principle should apply to him. Defendant's motion is untimely and weighs in favor of its rejection. Defendant's purported need to conduct additional investigation is unsupported and does not establish prejudice without warranting a continuance. My dog just distracted me. She's outside and want to come back in. I'll go get her in a minute. Defendant bases his motion on a claim of insufficient resources and the need to conduct more investigation prior to trial, but he has not demonstrated that he is being deprived of anything that he seeks. Thus, defendant's claims about the current state of the defense team's preparations and matters of speculation and not the type of demonstrable reality needed to support a continuance based on the defendant's constitutional rights. Sorry. Oh, I just looked over at chat. Butterfly says that Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys passed away, guys. Good Lord, was he 100? Defendant's legal resources have been more than adequate. Defendant has 3 trial attorneys, including an attorney who has represented him from day one, which would be Ann Taylor, 2 investigators, and the assistant of at least 1 additional public defense attorney. He also has engaged an outside mitigation specialist to assist in obtaining materials for using during penalty phase. This record reflects that the defense team has been working hard for defendant and, as explained below, has met professional standards for the defense of a death penalty case. Yet defendants still claim that the court is cutting off his review of discovery. This is unfounded. Defendants' attorneys have had sufficient time to review discovery and have not established any discovery violations by the state. They have been able to identify over 1,000 exhibits and nearly 200 witnesses for trial. Jesus. Indeed, the court also recently admonished defendants' counsel to seek additional resources from the resource judge if they needed more assistance to review discovery and prepare for the trial. Defendant has not claimed that he sought more resources and was denied. Neither the size of his legal team nor the need to continue review discovery from a valid basis for continuance. Oops. Defendant expert witnesses resources have been more than adequate. Defendant has been able to retain a large retinue of experts, including 6 experts focused on mitigation for penalty phase. 5 of these experts are mental health professionals. Both a psychologist, a forensic psychiatrist have examined the defendant on multiple occasions. Reviewed his, so they're like, we ain't not done with this guy. We got to get him back in here. His social and medical history, and diagnosed him with autism, OCD, and ADHD. So, like, half
They've
of
dropped
America,
that other disorder,
I see that
the
the
motion one.
unbalanced one, where he
Yeah.
the coordination one, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
So, which is interesting because if the gym boxing guy is going to come out and testify, Koberger, couldn't stand up in the ring because he would get tied up on his own feet, or is he going to come out and say something different? Why didn't the prosecution go try to get that guy? What's going on with that guy? What's he going to say for the defense? So, yeah, they've apparently dropped that one. So he has autism, OCD, and ADHD. He has half of what America has. Collectively, these experts took a deep dive into defendant's entire life, including by interviewing his family, teachers, co-workers, and even a psychologist who evaluated the defendant as a child.
Oh, that's interesting.
Interesting.
I can't wait.
That shit, girl, you and I already know. We need to see that. The extensive they ought to get us on the case, Dolphin. Let us evaluate
Mm-hmm.
it. We've
Yeah,
been
really.
evaluating him for a couple
From
years
day
now.
one, yep.
Everything we could find on him, we've been evaluating and giving it a fair look on top of that. We really have. Okay. These experts took a deep dive into the defendant's entire life, including interviewing the family and all that. Okay. The extensive investigations by these experts contradicts the defendant's claims that he needs more time to complete a social history investigation. Everything affected him as a child, including his yard. It wasn't adequate enough for him to get playtime. In the cases he cites, counsel was ineffective for failing to explore mental health conditions or for failing to provide mental health experts with sufficient background information. In contrast here, defendants' mental health experts have had access to a significant amount of people and materials and have created fulsome histories through their own investigation. Defendant claims that his team needs to follow up on red flags is also unsubstantiated. What red flags is he talking about? In their reports, neither his psychologist nor his forensic psychiatrist indicated they could not render opinions because of unexplored areas. In fact, the forensic psychiatrist concluded that the defendant showed no signs of other serious psychotic disorders. And at a recent hearing, defendant represented that he would not seek to introduce evidence on his unexplored topic. Tellingly, defendant did not seek an extension of the penalty phase expert disclosure deadline. Defendants claim that more expert testimony is needed is speculative and does not identify what information would be uncovered by further investigation. This is fatal to defendant's motion. They cite the Roe case, affirming denial of a continuance where it would have not served a useful purpose.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Scroll back up
Mm-hmm.
to what they said about the psychiatrist and the forensic psych. Yeah, right where the red flags, yeah, right in here. Neither his psychologist nor his forensic psychiatrist indicated they could not render opinions because of unexplored areas, which
Yeah.
means that they would be able to render an opinion. But it says, in fact, the forensic psychiatrist concluded that defendant showed no signs of other serious psychotic disorders.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's interesting.
It is very
So
interesting.
the forensic psychiatrist, didn't find anything like for psychopathy or,
Exactly.
sociopathy or,
Uh-huh.
oh,
Psychopath
that's
tendencies.
interesting.
It's very interesting.
That his guy didn't find anything else. Oh, that's
Exactly.
interesting.
So
Okay.
what is she gonna, what are they, what all it, yeah, and how all these different experts, um, mental health evaluators that they have on the case, but they haven't really shown me anything like too thorough on his mental health stuff. He's not as messed up as they want us to believe, I don't think, not in that aspect. Um, So, the defendant's counsel's investigation into his life history has been more than adequate, and his reliance on the ABA guidelines is misplaced. There is no authority to support defendant's desire for more time to conduct a scorch of the earth life history investigation. Courts recognize that all cases, including death penalty cases, are constrained by limited time and resources. We have never held that counsel has a duty to uncover every aspect of a defendant's past and to present all evidence that might bolster a defendant's mitigation case. This guy shouldn't have he doesn't have like a long storied past to get into.
Mm-mm.
He was pretty uneventful.
It doesn't seem like it's too complicated either.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Rather, trial counsel's resources are limited, and the strategic decision to emphasize certain aspects of a defendant's background at the expense of investigating others is both reasonable and wholly acceptable. And Anne has to watch it, because if they come out and say he's too psychotic on her end, then you're kind of saying he could have done this, but you want us to take it easy on him
Mm-hmm.
at sentencing, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Faced with this authority, defendant turns to strawman arguments and non-binding guidelines to conjure up alleged prejudice. First, he cites cases where death penalty sentences were overturned because lower courts failed to consider mitigation evidence. But there is no danger of that here. Starting the trial instead of allowing defendant to pursue a mitigation investigation with no end in sight does not amount to denying him the right to present a constitutionally adequate mitigation case. In any event, the current issue before the court is a request for a continuance, not the admissibility of mitigation evidence for the performance of counsel. Yeah, I don't think Anne's got to worry that she isn't doing her job right. No ineffective counsel here, Anne. The court's decision remains a matter of discretion. Affirming trial court in a petition for habeas corpus because the defendant failed to demonstrate that the state's court's rejection was objectively unreasonable. Okay, they're citing cases there. The court will be well within a discretion to bring the case to trial after 2 years of an already robust defense investigation. Second, defendant relies on the ABA guidelines for the appointment and performance of defense counsel in death penalty proceedings to list all things that the counsel needs to accomplish. This exercise is meritless as a matter of law and fact, and and of fact. Somebody said he was coordinated enough to run. He sure did. He loves to run and hike. He can hike up a mountain in the dark. As to the law, the Idaho Supreme Court has declined the invitation to adopt these guidelines. For its part, the United States Supreme Court has ruled the ABA guidelines are just that, only guides. Okay, so I'm not going to read all the cases they cite. As a factual matter, even if the court looks to the ABA guidelines, the record reveals that the defendant's counsel has complied with them. Table 1 and 2 attached to this brief cross-reference the list of tasks defendants set forth from the ABA guidelines with actual record in the case. The results show that an appellate court will exceedingly hard-pressed to rely on the ABA guidelines to find the defendant has suffered prejudice if trial proceeds as scheduled. It also shows that extending defendant's mitigation investigation will not serve a useful purpose, because at this point, any new information counsel hopes to find is based on more speculation. She wants more time to doctor shop, in order to get the answers that she needs. Woo. Anne's gonna go get her own hired guns. Hank's not the only one. Defendant's ex parte filing should not cause the court to grant his motion. Experts run the risk of making themselves look ridiculous sometimes, though, if they get up there and testify just for money. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want no part of that stuff. Defendant filed ex parte, an additional document that purports to outline the new evidence he might seek and what strategies or tactics he might use to obtain such evidence. Initially, the court expressed skepticism that the defendant's motion was properly filed ex parte and ordered defendant to provide a redacted copy of his filing to the state for it to address in the response. And remember, they did ask for an ex parte. The defense did. Defendant then objected to that order, and the state now understands that the court has decided not to require disclosure of the ex parte filing. While the state does not concede that the defendant has filed grounds for his objection, it will not address the objection given the court's decision. The state, however, does request that if the court has identified a basis in the ex parte filing to grant the motion, the court allow the state to respond. Well, they should, and I think he will if he decides that. Regardless of the ex parte filing, the court should deny defendant's motion because of the resources he has at his disposal and the significant work already done to support his mitigation case. The Idaho Constitution Victims' Rights Amendment is another basis to deny the motion. While defendant's reasons for a continuance are unpersuasive, there is another reason to deny this motion. The victims in this case, including the immediate family members of the homicide victims, have a right under the Idaho Constitution to the timely disposition of the case. Given that it has been nearly 2.5 years since the defendant's arrest, the victims' rights and their desire for justice weigh in favor of proceeding to trial as scheduled. While the term timely disposition is not defined, it must mean that at some point a trial court can decide that the administration of justice outweighs the defendant's desire to continue preparing for his defense. That is one of the purposes of the Idaho Victims' Rights Amendments. Inconsistent with the Idaho case requiring a defendant to show actual prejudice in order to successfully challenge a decision and to deny the motion to continue. In this motion, defendant cites many cases where counsel failed to adequately prepare for trial or sentencing, and he cites no case where a court found that over 2 years has an inadequate amount of time to prepare, nor could he. He concedes that the Sixth Amendment only means that a defendant is entitled to a reasonable period of time before trial during which counsel might prepare the defense. While he appears to want unlimited time, the defendant has already had a reasonable amount of time to prepare and demonstrate a substantial quantity of evidence his attorneys have amassed. Against this backdrop, the court can properly rely on the victim's constitutional rights as a basis to deny his motion. Despite intense publicity, the court should exercise its discretion to deny the defendant's motion to proceed to trial using a carefully planned jury selection process. Okay, I see Dateline's about to enter the picture. Despite intense publicity, The court should exercise its discretion to deny defendant's motion to proceed trial using its carefully planned jury selection process. There is no doubt that the publicity surrounding this case, including but not limited to a recent Dateline TV show containing non public evidence, poses challenges for the court and both parties. The state reaffirms its commitment to comply with the court's non dissemination order, to do everything in its power to prevent leaks, and to assist in determining which person or persons provided non public information to Dateline. Well, I got a person y'all might want to go talk to about that. However, defendant's reliance on the Dateline episode to support his motion is misplaced for several reasons. First, the question of whether the defendant can receive a fair trial is not answered by the amount of and the nature of pretrial publicity. Rather, it depends on whether a fair and impartial jury can be seated. And the United States Supreme Court has said to hold that the mere existence of any preconceived notion as to the guilt or innocence of an accused without more is sufficient to rebut the presumption of a prospective jury's impartiality would be to establish an impossible standard. It is sufficient if the juror can lay aside his impressions or opinion and render a verdict based on evidence presented in court. And I agree with that. I don't know if everybody can do that if they start consuming stuff pre-trial. Sometimes not everybody can sit that stuff down and walk in there open-mindedly. Some absolutely can. But you don't ever know if you're going to be called for jury duty, so you can't avoid the news your entire life just in case I get called for jury duty. According to the Idaho Supreme Court, has long recognized that the trial courts successfully select an impartial jury despite widespread publicity. And they cite some cases there. A death penalty case, the Idaho Supreme Court disagreed with the defendant's claim that extensive publicity prior to trial deprived him of the opportunity to be tried before an impartial jury. Again, Casey Anthony, god dang. Because each juror has extensively questioned to determine the degree of their exposure to the pretrial publicity. Yes, they are. They're asked over and over and over. Defendant's rights were preserved. When the defendant later sought federal habeas corpus relief, the Ninth Circuit examined the voir dire process and found no prejudice, though on the day of jury selection, the case was conferred on the front page of the local newspaper as well as on TV and radio. Here, the court carefully crafted jury selection process has every chance to produce an impartial jury because of the sensitive nature. And didn't Anne make a big deal about all those jury questionnaires? Didn't she get approved for a lot of that as well? But then that was when she was preparing for a jury in Latah County, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You don't think she's done the same thing in Ada County? Because of their sensitive nature of the court's voir dire procedures, the state will not address the mechanisms of jury selection in this public filing. But suffice it to say, if an individual has been so impacted by the Dateline episode or any other publicity they cannot be impartial, they will not be seated on the jury. Indeed, this case is not the Ada County judiciary's first experience with a highly publicized trial in recent years. Like the court in the Vallow Daybell trial, this court is well equipped to select a jury, to handle ongoing media coverage, and to conduct a fair trial in the Ada County courthouse. Preach it, sister, brother, whoever wrote it.
Oh, Bill.
Yeah, preach it, Bill. That's why this judge has such good control of his courtroom, because they know what they're doing already. And Judge Boyce is absolutely talking it up with Judge Hippler. Second, the Idaho Supreme Court has rejected defendant's theory that a continuance is necessary to allow media coverage to dissipate. Yeah, it ain't going nowhere. Federally argues that the trial judge should have granted a continuance to allow the harmful press coverage to dissipate. However, as stated above, there is every indication that an impartial jury was impaneled and that federally received a fair trial. As the court correctly noted at the pretrial conference, delaying this trial will only allow more opportunities for pretrial publicity, and that's true. There is no reason to think that the media coverage in this case will dissipate. So proceeding to trial as scheduled may actually avoid any negative consequences from future publicity. Yeah, and all your pro burgers are not cool with what you want there. They want to get it on. Defendant's dissipation. Cases occurred in the 1960s and involved communications where it was presumed or demonstrated that residents had already formed opinions about the case on local media reports, where sensational publicity adverse to the accused premeditated the small town in which he was tried. The voir dire examination indicated that 90% of the 300 prospective jurors and two-thirds of those seated on the juror had an opinion as to guilt. Here, venue has already been moved, and the court will use a much larger pool of potential jurors in the defendant's cited case. The case is also proceeding a highly fractured media landscape that bears little resemblance to what prevailed in 1960s. What happened in the defendant's case cited cases has no bearing on whether the court can select a sufficient number of impartial jurors in this case. The court should deny the defendant's motion because they have not shown that the publicity surrounding the case will prevent a fair trial. Conclusion. The foregoing reasons the court should deny the motion. And here they have, let's see where it goes down. Let me move it this way, it's a little smoother. And they have the tables listed that they have cited. Defendant cited area of inquiry per the ABA guidelines, medical history, and then they give the state's response. Oh, they got it all laid out over here, nice and neat for Anne. Contained in defendant's exhibits, and they list those exhibits, and elsewhere in discovery, and they list the pages, addressed in multiple expert reports of mental professionals. So they lay it all out there for her, for the judge, and for everybody. Let's see. The state is not conceding that all the materials listed herein are relevant, admissible, or actually mitigating. The purpose of this table is simply to show the defendant has obtained the types of materials he claims that he needs for mitigation. Trauma history, educational history, trauma history, records related to childhood car accident contained in defendant. What?
Oh, wait a minute.
You see that?
Yeah, you shouldn't be scrolling faster. There's stuff in here
Yeah, I was
in the
just kind of
second
like, through
column.
it. I
Yeah,
know they're going to be coming back to damn
they
court
just
in a minute.
listed Ann Parham on the next page down
Let me go. Okay, so this is
by initials.
okay. This is table 1. Medical history, complete prenatal, pediatric, and adult. We saw that in the documents. They were going to look. Did mama drink? Exposure to harmful substances in utero and in the environment. No evidence this is relevant. Substance abuse history, substance abuse. I'm sorry. Mental health history. History of maltreatment and neglect.
Above
Oh, so
above that, it
yeah.
says
The,
including former teacher AP. What's the
look,
what's the
this is
topic
blank.
here?
Let's see.
It's on
Yeah,
the
it's
top
blank.
page.
Let's see. Mental health
Mental health
history.
history. There you go.
Contained in his defendant's exhibits,
Hmm.
addressed in
Now,
multiple.
right there.
Yeah,
Family members and other identified witnesses, including former teacher
yeah.
AP, that's going to be your Ann Parham, and evaluating psychologist E and C. I can't remember that
And
person's name.
I'm willing to bet. So if Anne worked, so Anne was employed at Pleasant Valley High School, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if this psychologist is from like the childhood psychologist part,
Maybe.
maybe. Um, and they got the
History of
subpoena for Anne already out there. We saw
mm-hmm.
that. Okay, and then we got,
Maltreatment and neglect.
and I will drop the link to this guys here in a little bit. Trauma history, records related to childhood car accident contained in defendant's exhibit D1023 and elsewhere in defendant's discovery. Addressed in multiple expert reports of mental health professions, family members can testify about this topic. So did you suffer a traumatic brain injury like Stefan?
Maybe that's what the psychologist was when he was a child that he went to see
I don't
from the
know.
car
I
accident.
got a feeling I can picture little Koberger over there throwing tantrums.
Oh, here we go. Lots of initials. Educational history.
contained in defendant's exhibits, and they list all the numbers, addresses, and multiple addresses addressed in multiple expert reports. Yeah, family members of other identified witnesses, including former teachers with the initials MB, JC, CH, DM, AP, KR, DW, and former classmates. Ooh, MD, AH, M, AM, CM, EP can testify about this topic. Any missing educational records have been available to the defendant and can be obtained. That's super interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta sit down and go through some old articles, and
Yep.
you and I
That's
are on
why I
the
was
same
like, slow
page,
down.
girl.
You, yeah.
Yeah, we're on the same page with that one. I already know where that brain's going. You're probably already a step ahead of me on that. Um,
Employment and training
Oh,
history. There's
sorry, I didn't
more
mean to go
in
up. Yeah, I
there.
didn't mean to pass that. Employment and training history. Defendant has limited employment history. Family members and other identified witnesses, including professor he worked for, JS, we know who that is, a former coworker, A1A, can testify about this topic, and any missing records have been available to the defendant. Military experience not applicable. Multi generational family history, genetic disorders, and vulnerabilities. Um, Multi generational patterns of behavior. Oh, God. Family of alcoholics. What are we talking? Contained in defendants, all the things, and contained elsewhere. And they list all the pages for that and exhibits. Family members can attest to that. Prior adult and juvenile correctional experience, that doesn't apply here. Religious, gender, sexual orientation, ethnic, racial, cultural, and community influences. Family members and other identified witnesses, including fellow congregants, EMJR, acquaintances, AF, friends, BA,
So people
DF.
he went to church with,
So
congregants,
he had friends and church members, and I thought he didn't have no friends. Apparently, he'd had a few.
neighbors.
Um, at least one religious history contained. Oh, you think he was baptized at some point or whatever?
I
Was it
mean,
Catholic?
usually when you're young, your parents, kind of
Yeah.
make you go to church or
Uh
whatever. But
huh.
as you get older, you can kind of like rebel or whatever.
Exactly.
So, mm-hmm.
My family knows about that. Lord help us all. Save us souls that didn't sit on that pew on Sunday mornings and redeem ourselves for Saturday night.
So
It's-
they've got
I'm in
church
the
members,
South. Sorry.
acquaintances, friends, and neighbors to go over this particular area of influences. That's interesting. Okay.
That is interesting. Maybe community members that went to the same church or something.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they were Catholic or whatever. Um, Socioeconomic, or were they LDS people like Lori? Socioeconomic, historical, and political factors. Were they Amish? No,
No.
I'm teasing. I'm teasing y'all from where they were located in Pennsylvania up there. Um, Socioeconomic, historical, and political factors addressed in multiple expert reports of mental health professionals, family members, other identified witnesses, including the fellow congregants of EMJR and the acquaintances. And of course, they list all the initials there. Is that the last chart they have in there? Nope, we got table 2. Guys, let me refresh this link over here. They are still on, I think, another 15-minute break. So let me just refresh it, though, so I can keep an eye. I think we got about 15 minutes left, according to what I'm seeing here. Okay. The client's witness defendant once available per the ABA guidelines. The client's family extended 3 generations back and those familiar with the client. All living family members are subject to the subpoena power. Many have spoken to defense. Expert witnesses are on the defendant's witness list. CE. Y'all want to bet all these K's are last name Koberger. On a
Mm-hmm.
CE, and we have an AK, MEK, MAK. Okay, Marianne is mama. And I don't, I'm looking to see his sisters. What's dad's?
AK is Amanda.
AK is Amanda. ME is Michael, or MA would be Michael, or MI.
Hmm.
don't- So yeah, we got, looks like we got one of the sisters, both of the sisters actually, mom and dad, RK and SK. I don't know who those are. He's got uncles and cousins. Um, the client's friends, teachers, classmates, coworkers, employers, and those who served in the military and the client, as well as others, are familiar with the client's early and current development, functioning, medical history, environmental history, mental health history, educational history, employment, training, military experience, religious, racial, cultural experiences, and influences upon the client or the client's family. Many individuals falling into these categories have spoken to the defense expert witnesses and are on the defendant's witness list. And again, this one has AIA, BA, MB, AD, CH, AH. Oh, I had a movement over there. M, CM, DM, EM, EPay. I don't know who all these people are, guys. There's all the initials are listed. So they've had a lot of time to do, they've talked to a lot of people apparently. Social service and treatment providers to the client and the client's family members, including doctors, nurses, other medical staff, social workers, and housing or welfare officials. At least one psychologist who evaluated defendant as a child has spoken to the defense. Expert witness. The witness on that is ENC. What was that initial earlier? Or was that, we'll have to go
Same
back.
one.
Same one,
Hmm.
right? That's what I
That's, yeah.
thought.
Hmm.
So we were right about that. That'd be the one from childhood.
Hmm.
Defendant's medical history also reveals other providers who can be called as witnesses, though it appears defendant has chosen not to do so. Others, huh? That you don't want? They're like, oh, he was pretty much normal. He was spoiled. And some may say, not so fast. Witnesses familiar with the client's prior juvenile and criminal justice and correctional experiences not applicable. Family members can testify about the defendant's behavior generally, and they're just talking about the different categories within the mitigation stuff. Former and current neighbors of the client and the client's family, community members, and other family members with neighborhoods in which the client lived, including the type of housing, the economic status of the community, the availability of, and it will continue down here, employment and prevalence of violence. So did he live in the projects? Did he grow up in an area of where they were not wealthy, where people lived on the food stamps and nobody could get employment? Or so that, that those factors play a part in some people's lives, but Koberger wasn't raised like that. He didn't have that type of childhood that we know of. Joy asks, could the KR initials be Catherine Ramsland? Good question. According to her, well, she has met with the family, and she's not planning to testify as far as we know, but is she going to come out and tell us the truth? No. She's not going to say a word about all that. I did see her talk about this after it was leaked that she was speaking with the family or had spoke to them, and she did say she planned to write a book, or she's actually writing
Yeah.
a memoir, right? Writing her memoir, and she plans to speak about Koberger in the
That's
memoir.
got to be her. It's under the educational history section. I just went to
Heck yeah.
search for K.R.
Yeah.
There's two instances in here. One under the educational history, and it says
Awesome.
including former teachers. So she's in that. And then the second is clients, friends, teachers, classmates, yada yada. Yeah, on page 21 in there too. That's got to be her. Good call. Good catch, Sue
Joy.
Joy.
Yes. Um, it's got to be her. You're right. I mean, it makes perfect sense, especially if she's listed within the educational parts. And I will drop this into the chat here in a few minutes, guys, or on the YouTube page, because it's a long. I like to drop the long documents. Like I said, I don't think about always dropping the links to them. But if you guys ever say, "Hey, like I want to get a copy of that document we just reviewed," y'all let me know, and I will certainly drop it. I need to get better at just dropping them with each time we go over one. social service and treatment providers to the client and the client's family members, including doctors, nurses, medical staff, social workers, and housing and welfare officials. And I don't drop documents with watermarks because guess what? They're public property. At least one psychologist who evaluated the defendant. I'm sorry, I had to glance over at the feed and I thought it went away. At least one psychologist who evaluated the defendant as a child has spoken to the defendant's expert witnesses on his witness list. Defendant's medical history also reveals other providers. I think I read that one. All right, witness familiar with the client's prior juvenile. We went over that. Okay, that's right. We started talking, and okay, we were here. Former and current neighbors and all that. So the defendant's witness list contained neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
ANA. Look, this must have been a family that they lived next to. These
Mm-hmm.
first three, at least. ANA, AUA, FA, and then GN. Family members are best positioned to testify about these topics. Wasn't there at least one neighbor about his age from the actual neighborhood they live in now? How long they lived in that neighborhood? I can't remember. How many
Oh
years?
shoot. I because I did look at the house and everything. They lived in that house for a long
Long
time.
time.
They bought it. They closed it on his birthday, but I'm trying to remember how
Yeah, and
old he was.
Joe actually got one of the mortgage documents for you, or got a hold of a mortgage documents. We were trying to figure out when his dad took out the mortgage to get the loan for school.
Oh, all that was public information.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he got another document to go with it. We looked at. We just looked at it privately, just 'cause for shits and giggles about something. And but I wonder if they are from the current neighborhood that have known him since like teenage years. You know what I mean? That's what I'm wondering. Knew him because they're gonna want something to counteract some of those things that may come out about him. Like, well, we can't bring the phone into court, right? No one's gonna know he stole the phone. But he was on drugs back then, his heroin and all that. Maybe these could be childhood friends or teenage friends or from the high school years. We don't know which one they'll attest to. Come
I mean, it
testify about.
literally seems like all his friends are from like high school
Mm-hmm.
and, maybe like middle school or like, whatever. Because in college, it didn't seem like he was, they were like classmates. I can't recall anybody who was really like,
Right.
yes, I was his friend, in
Exactly.
college.
And when you and I look back on him over the past 3 years, we don't see much beyond those preteen years because it's stuff that Koberger himself put out there, like the Tappa Talk posts and the different things. But so what I always wondered what kind of child he was. Because I know children who have behavioral problems, and I know kids who are perfectly normal children, right? And I go back to every time I feel like he was one of those little guys that had problems then, and maybe his mom didn't want. I'm the opposite. If one of mine, if I sense a problem with my kids, guess what? I'm grabbing that phone. I'm calling a doctor. We're
11
owning it.
years.
We're getting this, we're going to get this on top of this and we're going to beat it, whatever this is. I feel like mom maybe coddled him. Now we know he was overweight as a, younger. Now, was he overweight as a child? Was he bullied as a child? We heard there was a lot of bullying in his background and he became the bully. So what went on in early childhood years for him? Did he have a lot of struggles? I always wondered that. Because if you don't meet those struggles head on with your children, you're not going to teach them the tools they need to be good adults to handle life as it comes. It's my experience anyway. Witnesses who can testify about the applicable alternative to a death sentence and or conditions under which an alternative sentence would be served. Defendant has retained and disclosed expert witness J.A. to testify on the topic, telling him why it's better to sit on death row. I mean, life in prison versus death row. It's cruel to make them sit there and think about their own death all those years. You're going to die in prison either way. You're going to think about it. I'd think about it regardless. Witnesses who can testify about the adverse impact of the client's execution on the client's family and loved ones. Stick them in life. Put them in prison for life. Like, whatever. That's going to get it on. Sold on 11/12/2014.
The house
Mm-hmm.
that they're in now.
Okay, that was the last page of the document, guys. Let me There's a lot of interesting initials on there, a lot of research to go back and do. I'm not going to dox people and put them out there on blast, but some if they're in a court document with an entire name, that's different. Um, I know there are people out there who will redact away. I've done that before, and my God, like when Florida drops a document. I don't have time to sit there and redact all the stuff they don't redact. So it is what it is if it's out there in a filing. Um, hang on, let me.
There's a lot of information about his childhood in Blum's book.
And the one you've been reviewing,
Hmm.
yeah, like early before preteen.
Hmm. Relationship with his family and everything.
Uh,
Interviews with neighbors, all kinds of stuff is in there.
I'm sure there's interview. I wonder which family member he spoke with, or if he even actually got to a family member, or are they just. The more I'm learning about some of these mainstream media personalities and their sources, and then they're backtracking later. I'm curious to see some of the stuff that's in there, though. Always so anymore. I'm just always so curious about sources and where does this come from, shit like that.
Yeah, I don't know that he's backtracked on anything though, like
Oh, I
this
don't
whole
know.
time, has he?
I don't know. No, I mean, I'm not talking about him specifically. There's one I
Uh-huh.
had in mind that I saw something last night. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Backtracking just a little. Actually, didn't want to comment on the question. I was like, that was telling. So yeah, the more I watch some of this, I'm like, okay, well, I'm trying to do something here, guys, and I just lost what I was doing, but I'm still got they're not back in court yet. What happened here? I know I copied it. Okay, I just dropped that link to that motion, guys, directly on the YouTube page. So I didn't put it in chat. You guys can go there and take a look at that document at your leisure and do your research, read it again, all the good things. There's some stuff in there that they touched on in other documents too, and they named names like experts and stuff and some of that. And I'm going to go back and have to compare some of that, which is usually what I try to do on Saturdays. I have a list of little notes of what I want to do, and I do it on Saturdays because I don't have a lot of time in the week during the week, or I run out of time, or I fall asleep. Like trying to watch that Gilgo Beach special last night. I really wanted to watch that, and I fell asleep. And when I woke up, his wife was talking, and she kind of creeped me out. So I turned it off and went on back to sleep. I'm going to finish it this afternoon or this evening. Okay, let me get this back up because they should be coming back here in just a few minutes. Good thing I got some of those articles I want to look at later saved into my folder so I know how to get to them pretty easily. Okay. Let me. Right? Yeah. I was just looking back at the comment section. There's. Oh, we have movement finally. Oh, I think I got her muted.
Is on their way in. I need to see counsel at sidebar.
She read something. She needs to see counsel at sidebar. The jury's on their way in. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get my dog.
Hmm. I swear, if y'all have like, I don't know, 6 hours, which actually I guess everybody here does since we can sit around and watch this trial every day. But if you have 6 hours free or whatever, it would be really cool to listen to Howard Blum's book because there's like a lot of information in it and
I need to get
details.
it. I need to get it and listen to it. Where'd you get it, on Amazon?
No, I didn't pay for it. I got it off of Scribd, I think.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, yeah, I was on Scrib 2 days ago. I'm not gonna lie. A buddy of mine's got a really great account.
Yeah, but I'm ready to get rid of my Scribd account, so I was thinking about recording it. And I
Yeah.
don't know, maybe creating another YouTube account that I just don't, care about and just like streaming
All
it
right,
from there or whatever.
Mr. Brennan.
So if it goes down,
Jurors,
no big
hopefully it'll be
loss.
comfortable enough in here this
Right.
afternoon. The court officers has done a great job keeping the AC going while we were out of the courtroom. So.
Oh, I want you to sweat there, Bev. You are Brennan.
Dr. Rentschler, you wrote a report back in February 2024,
Yeah, that's correct, yes, sir.
and in that report you provided a number of opinions, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Do you remember if you opined or had the opinion that the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm would not result from impact with a non-damaged tail lamp cover?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And the amount of force required to fracture the tail lamp cover would result in extensive soft tissue and likely bony injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Correct.
And so your opinion back in 2004 was that if a person's arm were to cause the damage to that taillight on that Lexus, you would expect to see extensive soft tissue and likely bony injury.
Yes, soft tissue referring to ligaments and tendons of the elbow and shoulder, correct, and the wrist.
And so you're saying not superficial abrasions, but in the arm?
Yes, when you look at, and you can see from the testing we did for this case, for this round, that the arm extends and you have contact with the arm, you would expect at those speeds damage to the tendons and the ligaments, the elbow, the shoulder, likely the wrist.
And the x-rays that we looked at, or that we saw, and you offered the words of the medical expert, there is no MRI studying any ligament damage, is there?
There are no MRIs that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And x-rays wouldn't fairly depict some of those internal injuries that you're referring to, would they?
As I described before, it can show laxity of the joint, but it normally doesn't show the actual soft tissue damage itself, no, sir.
And a crash test dummy is different than a person, isn't it?
Certainly it is, yes,
No
sir.
muscle,
That's correct.
no ligaments.
That's correct.
The crash test dummy does not react or respond like a human being.
Well, it does to a certain extent, yes.
There are differences.
Certainly there are, yes.
And so when you're looking at a crash test dummy, you can agree that there are significant differences between what you might see on the dummy's arm and what would maybe happen to a human being's arm on the inside.
There can be. That's why you have to look at the acceleration and the force, and that's primarily what the ATD is utilized for.
But focusing on the actual observation of the arm, you would agree, doctor, that looking at a crash test dummy arm is not comparable to actually looking into a human being's arm with an MRI and seeing if there's any damage on the inside.
No, of course, that they're not the same, no, sir.
You were speaking about references earlier. You did have a chance to see Dr. Welcher's report, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And in his report, there were a number of references, weren't there?
There were different references, but I think maybe 26 within his report.
In addition to his references, you were sent a number of gigabytes of information, weren't you?
I was, yes.
And in those gigabytes, there was different references to different materials, wasn't there?
Well, first of all, there were only 26 references in his report that he cited to for his opinions. There was material contained within the batch of documents that they sent over. There was a bibliography or CV of different papers that he had submitted, I think 20 pages of papers that weren't referenced in the original report. And the most recent paper in that AutoPed packet was from 2004. Most of them were from the 60s and 70s, but there was an additional packet of information.
When you read his report and saw his references, did you look up the references?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were saying earlier that there was only one reference, you were referring to the pink test, correct?
Well, I was referring to there's only one reference specifically with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts.
When you looked at his references, sir, did you have an opportunity to read any of the articles?
I did, yes, sir.
And many of them are peer-reviewed?
Yes, sir.
In addition, when you looked at the 20 pages of materials he sent over that were not in his report, how many references did you read out of those 20 pages of references that he offered?
Well, I didn't read any because they weren't referred to in his report for his actual opinions in this case.
Do you know whether or not he considered those references or whether he read those references?
We're going to allow that.
He didn't cite to any of those references in either the PowerPoint presentation or in his report. That's the knowledge I have of whether he reviewed those.
So you don't know what he considered or thought, do you?
I know what he cited to and he referenced to in his report in PowerPoint. That's the extent.
The question is, you don't know what he was referring or reading or relying on other than what was in his report cited, correct?
Well, right. If he referred to the other articles, yes, certainly other articles in the 60s, 70s, and 80s he may have, but they don't really pertain to what happened in this case.
How many references were in your May 7th report?
Well, I think there were, let's see. Uh, 26, I think.
Those 26 references, are they offered in your report to suggest some type of support for the proposition that you're promoting in the report?
Well, they support the opinions or the methodology or both with respect to what I've offered in this
The
matter.
reason why you put a cite in is suggesting that it supports whatever proposition you're footnoting on that.
To some extent, or the methodology or some information pertinent to that opinion, yes, sir.
Regarding crash test dummies and prediction in soft tissue injury, you provided 3 cites, didn't you?
And soft tissue injuries?
Yes.
Can you show me where it says that, sir?
Footnote 11 of your report, Mr. O'Keefe's right arm kinematics during impact with the Lexus are inconsistent with producing the documented cuts damage to his right sleeve as well as the abrasions to his right arm. Did you write that?
Yes, and which one was that again? I just want to make sure. What was the number?
You cited footnotes 24, 25, and 26.
Yes.
And when you cited 24, 25, 26, did any of those 3 cites, in fact, those are the only cites that you cited for that proposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
So your entire basis of cites is limited to those 3 articles or 3 papers, yes?
For reference, it's not, the testing obviously proves differently, but yes, for that one comment there, those were the 3 that were provided, yes.
Starting with number 24. When you looked at 24, did it ever suggest, this paper, did it ever suggest that it was appropriate to use a crash test dummy in the material of a crash test dummy to make an analysis or determine whether or not there would be documented damage to someone's skin?
No, it didn't, and that's not what I did in this matter.
In this article you cite supporting the claim that you made, there is nothing in here that would suggest that a crash test dummy is appropriate to use in making that determination, is there?
There is not, no, sir.
In fact, in this article, it gives you details on what actually should be used to make that analysis, doesn't it?
No, sir. It tells you certain ways to look at sharpness and how lacerations are caused.
This is titled Skin Tissue Cuttability and its Relation to Lacerations, Severity, Indices. You know that. You cited that.
That's correct. And it looks at specifically, I think, laminated glass and its ability to cut the skin.
Number 24 in your site, correct?
Yes.
And it tells you 3 types of skin were examined and used for this type of study. Post-mortem human skin from 2 different body sites, Cameos leather, and Napa goat skin. Is that correct?
Right, to look specifically at laminated glass and it's the cuttability of that type of glass.
And the reason why the study is giving those suggestions is because a crash test dummy's arm and fabric, the way it's made, is different than how real skin would respond. Yes?
Well, it is different, sure.
Yeah.
And I didn't do that type of comparison.
You did not do any comparisons with any of the suggestions in the site that you cited in support for your proposition, did you?
Oh, I did not evaluate that. No, not in that manner. No, sir.
And then you cited number 24 or 25. You cited a book, Forensic Pathology, correct?
Correct.
And in this forensic pathology book, in the entire book, it never suggests that crash test dummies are appropriate to use when making this type of analysis, does it?
Correct, and that's why I would not do that type of analysis with respect to lacerations. That's not what my analysis involves, sir.
My question was, nowhere in that book does it say that crash test dummies are appropriate for analyzing skin lacerations on a collision, does it?
Sure, I mean, for that sake, it doesn't say it's inappropriate either.
And then you also cited an article, your third article, Understanding the Acute Skin Injury Mechanisms Caused by Player Surface Contact During Soccer. Did you cite that?
I did, yes.
And again, there's nothing in there that talks about the appropriate use of a crash test dummy when you are trying to support the proposition that someone's arm is consistent or inconsistent with producing cuts and damage in a collision.
That's correct.
Are you aware of literature relative specifically to the use of the hybrid 3 crash test dummy, which was used in this case?
There's a lot of literature with respect to the hybrid dummy, yes.
Have you ever heard of the person by the name of Stanley Bakatis?
I don't recall that I have.
Okay. How about Harold Mertz? Isn't he a leader in the field with crash test dummies?
He is, yes.
Right. Would you agree that we also do not believe the current instrumented arm configuration is suitable either for prediction of soft tissue injuries? Would you agree with that?
Well, for laceration, sure, it shouldn't be used for that. It shouldn't be used in that manner. That's why I don't use it in that manner.
Do you have any source that says it's suitable for determining superficial abrasions?
I do not, no, sir.
You have no other sites whatsoever supporting that proposition, which led inevitably to one of the opinions you gave to this jury, true?
No, not true. That's a misrepresentation of what I performed, the testing that I performed, and the results that I analyzed in this case.
Now, you've talked a lot about Dr. Welcher's pain test. You don't have any information that Dr. Welcher ever claimed that his test was intended to represent exactly how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was when he was hit, do you?
Well, the evidence I have for that is that in his report he says that the orientation and position of the lacerations are consistent with the orientation position of the taillight cover, and then right under that he has reference to that test that he performed. So again, if he didn't intend to do that, then there's no evidence that he can provide with respect to the arm impact at all. That's the only test that was performed to look at the arm and the taillight cover. If it doesn't represent the actual position, then apparently he has no idea how the arm was positioned or how it was impacted.
Let's get back to my question.
Yes.
Is there anything where Dr. Welcher has informed you or written that he is intending to represent the actual arm angle of John O'Keefe when he was hit by Alexis?
Again, I just described what he has in his actual report. So he didn't write specifically that that's what it's intended to do. It seems he's inferred that, and again, that's the only test that he's performed or referred to in this case.
You inferred that.
Inferred that that's how he believes that the arm was positioned?
I think we understand your perspective is that's the only test he performed, but what I really want to get at is your conclusion, your assumption that Dr. Welcher was suggesting that there was a specific arm angle that occurred in this case that he was identifying. You don't see that anywhere in his report.
Well, it would be pretty odd if the one test he ran didn't actually represent what he thought happened. I don't understand what the value of that would actually be.
Did Dr. Welch ever represent that he was trying to describe the actual body position of John O'Keefe when he was hit?
Actually, he doesn't state that. He states very little in his report or in his PowerPoint. He demonstrates through the video of his arm like that and contacting it, and then he holds his arm up to a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm to compare and apparently demonstrate that it's in the same area. But again, he doesn't actually state that opinion. He doesn't state any opinions that the contact actually occurred, except in one point, and has no evidence or foundation for that.
Would the answer to my question be no?
You would have to ask Dr. Welcher, I suppose, but if it's not, again, then I'm not sure what that test actually accomplished or represented.
You've made assumptions and then have given opinions to this jury based on your assumptions, haven't you?
I've evaluated the evidence in the one test he ran. If that's incorrect, well, then I would have to correct my opinion and my assumption and say that not only is the test not actually show what occurred, but he hasn't performed anything to actually link the arm contact to the taillight cover. If it doesn't represent that, you're right, I'd change my opinion that there's no evidence, no analysis, no conclusion whatsoever.
I'm going to try to make my question a little clearer. Is there anything in the report where Dr. Welcher has stated that the arm angle in the demonstration was in any way attempt to replicate exactly how John O'Keefe's arm was when he was struck by Alexis?
I don't believe anything's written in the report with respect to that, no.
Is there anything in the report, Dr. Welcher, anything, that states Dr. Welcher was stating or claiming that he knew the body position of John O'Keefe when he was struck?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
So no, I guess there is no opinion or conclusion that he knows how Mr. O'Keefe was actually positioned at the time of this alleged incident.
Do
You're correct.
you know whether Dr. Welcher has been clear that he does not know? Let me say this a different way. You would agree, Dr. Welcher has never stated in his report that he can identify the speed at which Mr. O'Keefe was struck in a collision.
He does not state what he thinks the speed is. That's correct.
He never states how far, if at all, Mr. O'Keefe was thrown after being in a collision.
That's right. He does not.
When you don't know the speed, you don't know the body position, and you don't know the angle of the body at the time of collision, you cannot replicate a collision with crash test dummies to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Well, you're right. You can't prove that that actually occurred. That's the basis. Yeah.
So,
if you don't have the
can-
information, you can't replicate what happened. You can't determine, you can't state to any conclusion of accuracy what actually occurred if you don't have the evidence.
so if you were to do a crash reenactment, but couldn't state to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty this replicated the actual collision, that wouldn't be scientifically reliable to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, would it?
Well, if you perform a test and you state this is what I tested and this is the angle, then you can certainly say these are my conclusions. But if you don't know the throw distance, if you don't know the position, then you're correct. You can't actually come to a conclusion that it didn't occur. If you don't know how something occurred, how can you conclude that it actually occurred? It scientifically makes no sense.
So if an expert does a crash test and they can't determine to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it replicates the actual collision, you would agree that would not be a reliable test to present to a jury, don't you?
I'm going to, very briefly.
Well, shouldn't Hank be asking those same questions of his own experts? Yeah. So again, to each expert's own degree of expertise, they come out and say what they say, and then we just got to weigh the evidence. Shut up, dude. Oh, this guy. I like Nick Balance's voice. I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all. You know what is weird that I did find weird, because I've known it for years, but because it's been years since the trials, but they didn't put Nick on TV then either, back in Chad's case, but they have a sketch out from the sketch artist. I never understood that. Yeah, she's real quick with, I'm going to allow it. I don't even think she gives nobody a chance to say anything. She goes, I'm going to allow it. Just answer the question. Just ask the question. That's how she speaks to Hank. I'm so over her. And I've done tuned Hank out, guys, because there's nothing he's asking that's important to me. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just wasting time at this point.
Exactly. He knows his trial's fixing to wrap up. He's just trying to make his own witnesses look a little better, but you're driving home the point. They're no better than these guys. You know, no better at all. It is what it is. Everybody's come out and said what they got to say. Tuning him completely out. I couldn't tell you the last several questions he asked that dude. I'll be honest. Because I already know whatever his answers are going to be.
Oh, she is so loud with that bone. I'm guessing they're doing all full days for the rest of the week.
Well, we assume. They were saying by Friday they should be ready to get to closing arguments.
I hope so.
Yeah, well, gosh, me too. My gosh. I'm ready. Then we'll be on verdict watch.
In reading the report
that's gonna
and
take long.
evaluating the PowerPoint, would you agree there is no statement by Dr. Welcher ever in anything that you reviewed that he is claiming or stating that his pain test was supposed to be a reenactment identifying the details of how Mr. O'Keefe was standing, moving, or holding his arm at the time of a collision?
He did not
What
state
else would
that.
it
That's
was
correct.
supposed to have
So
been?
when you've made your criticisms that you've done testing regarding Dr. Welcher, you don't have any evidence, any statement by him that he was trying to reenact the actual collision.
When I did that, there's one test with the arm like this. That's the only evidence that was presented in his opinion or in his case. I evaluated that. I have not seen any other explanation of what happened or how it occurred. Specifically, Dr. Welcher said in his report on page 9, he said, I have conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter. If he did not recreate how he was positioned, if he did not determine the speed of impact, if he did not determine how Mr. O'Keefe's body moved, if he did not determine where he ended up, then he did not conduct either an accident reconstruction analysis or a biomechanical causation analysis. He did nothing of the sort.
Other than your opinion, let's get back to my question if I could.
I believe I answered at the beginning of that, sir.
I'm going to ask you again.
I'm here for it.
The detailed question is, there is nothing in Dr. Welcher's report or any of his presentation that states he is trying to represent the exact posture, movement, and stance of Mr. O'Keefe when there was a collision. It's not anywhere in there where he stated that, is it?
It's not stated. I'd be curious to find out what that, if that wasn't the intent of the test, I'd be curious to see what the actual intent was.
Is the answer no, it's not in there?
I think I just said that at the beginning of my answer, sir.
I'm going to ask you again, is the answer no?
The answer is no.
When you do crash tests, you have a controlled environment in some respects, don't you?
You do, yes, sir.
You get to control some or sometimes many of the variables, don't you?
You can, yes.
Real life sometimes is described in your world as chaos, right?
I suppose it could be under certain circumstances.
Testing is limited to the variables that you produce, but real life sometimes has variables you can't predict. Isn't that fair to say?
It's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible, doctor?
I don't know, is it?
What I'm asking you.
It depends on the situation and the certain variables. It depends on the case. It could be possible, yes.
Have you seen cases where variables are impossible to predict?
Where the what?
Variables. Have you had cases? You've had many cases, you said. Have you had cases where variables are impossible to predict?
It depends. I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. And if you want to conclude that something happened and this is how it occurred, you have to look at those variables. If you can't control for those variables, then it's possible you can't prove that it actually happened. So yes, if you're doing a certain test to prove something, you have to look at how those variables may affect it. But there's basic information you have to know to perform that type of an analysis.
So my question again is, are there scenarios where variables are impossible to predict?
There could be, yes.
Have you had cases yourself where there are variables that were impossible to predict?
I suppose I probably have. I mean, it depends. If you don't know what happened, sure, then you don't know those variables necessarily.
How many cases have you done on pedestrian accidents?
Done hundreds of cases.
So you have a good background and basis to know whether or not there are variables that sometimes you can't predict, don't you?
Sure. As I said, it depends on the case.
When you did the crash tests in this case, did you actually do them?
I did not, no.
Were you even there when they happened?
I was not, no, sir.
So you're relying, in part, on Dr. Wolf's work.
I am, yes.
If Dr. Wolf made mistakes, would that affect your conclusions?
It depends what mistakes they are.
When you had, or when Dr. Wolf had the crash test dummy in test E and F on a forklift, do you remember those?
I do, yes.
When it's on the forklift, it does not allow the crash test dummy after being struck to move, to be thrown, does it?
Actually, if it's a force acting on it, it will move. It will like a pendulum. So if there's a force acting on it, you'll see which direction it moves. If there's a forward force, it will move. It'll swing forward or sideways or backwards. It can move.
Well, my question isn't direction. It's can it show the throw? Can it throw or move the crash test dummy in its natural course after the collision to a resting spot?
No. In those tests, though, there wouldn't be any throw.
If a crash test dummy is restrained by a forklift, if a crash test dummy is restrained by a forklift, it does not allow the crash test dummy to be thrown, does it?
Assuming there is throw, that's correct. It doesn't.
It doesn't allow an observation of the crash test dummy to turn or fall, does it?
No, it does not. Well, no, actually it turns, sure. I mean, it can spin.
How about fall?
No. And a crash test dummy would just fall down anyway.
Have you seen crash test dummies where it is held in place electromagnetically, and when the collision happens, then the dummy can move? Have you seen that?
I have, yes.
Have you seen, excuse me, have you seen crash tests with crash test dummy where there is a light? I'm sorry. Have you seen crash tests with crash test dummies where there is a light string and somebody cuts the string moments before the impact or a second before the impact?
I have, yes.
That wasn't done in this case, was it?
What? It wasn't necessary.
Was that done in this case?
It wasn't. I'll speak slower and a little clearer.
Maybe if you answer my question.
I just did answer it. I said it wasn't.
I like that.
When the crash test dummy is held by a forklift and the car hits it, it doesn't replicate the drag that the car will have on the crash test dummy as it would a real person, does it?
You can see if there's any drag because it's on like a pendulum. So if there's any drag pushing it forward, it's going to sway that way. It's going to move the dummy. It's not going to move at the distance that it actually would. If there was any distance, it would move it. But you can actually see the motion, and you can see in the testing, the 24-mile-an-hour testing, there was no motion, which is not unexpected for that type of a test.
There is a difference between a crash on center of mass and a fender vault, isn't there?
There is, yes.
A fender vault is a different type of collision than a center of mass collision. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
It is impossible to replicate all of the different scenarios with a crash test dummy on a fender vault collision, isn't it?
I mean, it depends on what you're trying to replicate, and it depends looking at the injuries or how someone was positioned. So if you know how they were positioned, you can try and replicate that, yes.
Could I have 59 of Dr. Renfro's PowerPoint, please? In your PowerPoint, you cited an article, Vehicle Pedestrian Collisions, Validated Models for Pedestrian Impact and Projection, correct?
Yes.
And you put snippets up on the board?
Yes.
Okay. And these snippets talk about an engagement with the pedestrian in the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a reason why you took out a piece of that article that falls between those two paragraphs?
No, I don't think so, no. Those were the most relevant parts.
Did you cut out the part that says some frontal collisions are with the corner of the vehicle where the pedestrian is deflected to one side without secondary impact of the upper body with the vehicle front? Alternatively, the transverse velocity of the pedestrian at impact may be sufficient to prevent head contact as the body rotates sideways off the bonnet, and these situations are known as fender vault. The models presented here do not apply to fender vault. Did you leave that part out purposely?
Oh, yeah, I did, sir, because this isn't a frontal impact with a sedan over the fender of the hood of a sedan. This is with the back of an SUV, so it's completely different.
You've cited many, many sources where it talks about front-end collisions, because that is the majority of pedestrian collisions, the front end, isn't it?
The majority,
Yes.
it is, yes, sir.
And so there is a difference between fender vault and a center of mass collision, isn't there?
That's correct, and that's why you see a center of mass, you look at the testing we did, that's a center of mass impact. On a frontal impact, usually, if you're hit by the front of a car, it doesn't usually get your center of mass, you're too tall. That's why you do a fender vault, or you flip onto the hood, or you flip over the top of the car. So yeah, it's completely different, and doesn't pertain to allegedly what occurred in this case.
So let me get back to my question. When the tests were done, E and F, F was a center of mass collision at 29 miles per hour, wasn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Right. E, are you considering E a center of mass collision?
Which was he, the
24 miles per hour.
No, it didn't hit the center of mass of the
Right.
dummy, it just hit the arm.
Exactly. So there is a difference. In this case, you don't know the position of Mr. O'Keefe's arm at impact, do you?
Nobody knows. I don't think his arm was even impacted by the car, so no. I don't know the position of the arm at impact because it wasn't hit by the car.
You don't know the angle of his body at impact, do you?
The alleged angle?
So ask the question again.
Okay. You have no information about the angle of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time the defendant's Lexus was traveling backwards on January 29, 2022, do you?
We have no information that he was even hit by the Lexus. So there wouldn't be any information on the angle if his body wasn't hit.
When you talked about force equations with this jury, you cited a number of pieces of literature, didn't you?
I did, yes.
When you cited the literature, you cited all literature regarding concentrated forces, didn't you?
No, that's not true.
There's a difference between concentrated and distributed force, isn't there?
Yeah, I talked about that on my direct, yes, sir.
When you showed your slides, for example, the hand,
Yes.
could we see slide 8, please? Okay. Let's try slide 56. You would agree with me, Doctor, there's a difference between a concentrated and a distributed load, wouldn't you?
I would, yes.
When you gave your opinions in this case, it was based on concentrated load, wasn't it?
No, sir.
When you gave your force equations, was that distributed load or concentrated load?
That was the load at the center of mass. And so you can evaluate that on a distributed load. You look at acceleration and you look at bending moment. So you can do both.
When you gave your charts and numbers, was that based on concentrated or distributed load?
No, that was based on the distributed load with respect to the center of mass of that arm and where the accelerometer was.
But this was not a center of mass impact.
We're assuming center of mass is the most dispersed impact. So if we want concentrated, then we look at a focal point, and you can do that with the hand. But center of mass, acceleration, and distributed across the entire arm, that's where it's the least amount of pressure, if we're talking about force over area. And that's what I evaluated in this case.
When you gave your demonstration about the hand with the different hexagons on it, do you remember that?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. There's a difference between taking a small object and putting pressure on the body as opposed to a larger, wider object, isn't there?
Well, it depends on what it's contacting. And certainly not a difference when you look at the size of that impactor and the size of the knuckles and the metacarpal bones.
So, for example, if somebody took a book and hit somebody off the forehead, it may or may not leave a mark. But if they used the same force and they took a high heel, the heel of a high heel, and hit somebody, there would likely be more damage with the high heel than there would with the book. Isn't that fair to say?
Well, soft tissue, but if the force is the same, you would expect the fracture to occur. You have to look at the distribution, you have to look at the strength of the bone, and you have to look at the overall force that's being applied.
Now, you said in your differential diagnosis you considered all evidence. Did you say that on direct examination?
I don't believe I did. I believe I considered evidence for a biomechanical and accident reconstruction analysis in this case.
So you didn't consider phone data?
Has nothing to do with biomechanics or accident reconstruction.
Did you consider text stream data?
I'm going to allow that.
Yep. I'll strike it. Did you consider Apple Healthcare data?
No, sir.
I'm going to allow it.
Did you consider phone temperature, battery temperature data?
I'm going to allow it.
Has nothing to do with biomechanics, sir.
I'll ask again. Did you consider it?
I did not, no.
You said it would be improper to ignore evidence. Were those your words?
For a biomechanical analysis, yes, sir.
Have you been to the scene of an accident
Phone
before,
temperature
or a
wasn't part of his
collision?
job, asshole.
I have, yes.
Do you know what a debris field is?
Yes, sir.
And you've seen in your videos E and F, there's debris fields after the collision and the taillight brakes, isn't there?
So first of all, there's debris in the yard. What that's from, is there a collision? Was there a collision? Where did that come from? Where it was positioned? That's all conjecture and supposition. Those aren't actual facts, sir.
Can you hear my question about debris field? I'm asking.
Yeah, and I think it's in a...
Excuse me, sir. In a collision, have you seen debris fields?
I have, yes.
Have you seen debris fields where a taillight is shattered?
I have, yes.
In fact, in your video, yes or no, after the collisions, in video E and F, there are debris fields, aren't there?
There are at a certain point, yes, sir, absolutely.
And so when you're looking at your studies, do you consider debris fields?
It depends on the evidence. It depends on how it was collected. It depends if it is accurate or reliable. But from a biomechanical standpoint, no, you don't need to look at the debris field or alleged debris field of a taillight cover. It has nothing to do with the injuries or the position or the movement of
Could I
an
have Exhibit
individual.
73, please? Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Do you know what that is?
Looks like possibly part of the taillight cover.
Right. Is that an alleged part of taillight cover, or do you think that's part of a taillight cover, sir?
I don't know specifically. It might be part of the actual taillight cover.
Well, when you studied this case and you looked at all the evidence and all these different things, did you look at these photos and see that alleged piece of taillight shard recovered from the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road? Did you consider that?
Well, I don't. Was that part of the one that was recovered by a leaf blower or not?
When you were doing your ample study, sir,
Yes.
what I'm asking you is, when you were looking at all the available evidence,
It's fucking epic.
did you look at this photo?
Yeah, that was. He's got me over here coughing. Mm.
This is great.
Were you aware of it?
No. Oh, I was aware that there was debris in the yard, but again, that has nothing to do with the biomechanical analysis. If you can't prove that the impact happened, then everything after that doesn't actually matter, does it? Because all of that would be from something else. So unless you prove the core issue at this case, the contact, the post-impact movement, the head injury, without proving that, everything else is ancillary to what you're attempting to conclude.
Do you have any evidence in your biomechanical studies how this alleged piece of taillight shard ended up on the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
I don't, no, sir. I didn't evaluate or investigate that.
Could I have Exhibit 76A, please? Did you see this photograph, sir?
I do, yes.
Is that part of a red taillight shard or an alleged piece of a taillight shard?
It looks like it, yes.
Did you consider this in your biomechanical studies, that this taillight shard was found in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Was found. Can you give me a precise distance from where the body was found and where that was found with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, with respect to a reference point?
There
Did you
you
consider
go.
this, sir?
There is none, so no, I did not consider that.
Do you know how this taillight shard got there?
How it got there?
Yes.
That wasn't part of my analysis. There are certainly different possibilities of how that actually occurred.
Exhibit 99D. Do you know what that is, sir?
It looks like part of the light assembly.
Mr. O'Keefe's hat?
Oh,
Did you
that's
look at
his
this
hat.
photograph?
I see now, yes.
Did you know he was wearing a hat that night?
I did, yes.
And did you consider how that hat ended up on the ground in front of 34 Fairview?
No, sir, that was not part of my biomechanical analysis. There's a number of ways a hat can end up in a yard.
Right. Is one of those ways being in a collision with a Lexus?
I suppose that's a possibility, or someone could put it there. I mean, there's a number of different possibilities as to when or how a hat may appear in a yard.
Who do you think put it there?
Well, I have no idea. I haven't seen any evidence of how it got there, and frankly, it's immaterial to a biomechanical analysis.
Do you have a theory you want to share with us about planting evidence? Is that what we're getting at, sir?
Are you kidding me?
By the way, the x-rays you looked at earlier, when's the first time you saw those?
I saw those when I was on the case initially for the first trial.
No mention in your report about reviewing those.
It says I reviewed medical records and reports. That's how I actually word in every report I have. I just put generally that. It refers to medical records and reports, which includes x-rays, MRIs.
Exhibit 74, please. Have you seen this photograph?
I have, yes.
Okay. In your studies or your testing,
Did you determine how Mr. O'Keefe's shoe ended up near the curb?
No, sir.
Exhibit 201A, please. Have you seen this photograph before?
I don't know that I have.
Have you ever seen any container that had tail light shards that matched the defendant's Lexus that were removed from his sweatshirt and his shirt? Have you ever seen any container holding those?
I haven't. Well, I believe there was evidence collected like that, but yes.
Okay, could we have 201E, please? Have you seen this photo?
I believe I have seen that, yes.
Do you understand those are taillight shards matching the defendant's Lexus, the broken taillight,
Yes.
that were recovered from Mr. O'Keefe's sweater or shirt?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Did you consider that?
Your Honor, if it could be reformatted. Otherwise, I need to see the court's.
I'll try. I'd rather try to reformat it than come sidebar. Did you know that taillight shards were collected after Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt and T-shirt was scraped?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Your Honor, I need to see the court's.
Jurors, this will be brief.
I can't believe he asked that guy, was he suggesting planted evidence like that?
Yeah.
Okay, dumbass.
He has lost his mind.
He has. He's gotten desperate, it seems like.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is like the last witness. More than likely, this is it. This is it.
Yeah,
What, you're going to go out with a bang, I'm a big
I
asshole?
guess. Yeah.
Girl.
And the defense was like, I need to see you at sidebar. I love that tone.
It's insane. This guy,
God.
he's just coming off all kinds of ways. Wow. I don't even know what to say about. Yeah, I'm not even thinking about her at this point. It's the stupid ass attorney. Judge is gonna be Judge Bev. But dang, Brennan. The doctor, the reconstructionist is not supposed to consider all the things your accident guy was doing over there. I like the way he keeps reiterating, though, well, we didn't think he was even hit by a car, so quit trying to trick me.
Oh, yeah.
Your trick questions there. You're trying to get me to agree to your theory, and I don't even buy your theory. So I'm glad he stood firm with that.
Yeah, I'm glad he's, asking him questions back,
Yeah.
and whatnot.
He's coming across as a much more reliable witness than what the prosecution was able to present. And I think that bothers the shit out of him. Because these guys were hired by the feds. Instead of reaching out to the prosecution, like, hey, we can help you, it was the opposite.
In your extensive study of the detail of this case, did you know that these pieces of plastic were removed or scraped from Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, specifically his sweatshirt and his T-shirt? Did you know that?
I was aware that samples were recovered, yes.
Were you aware that these samples were consistent with the broken taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus? Did you know that?
Yes.
Did you do any analysis how these broken taillight shards got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
No, I did not. The first step involved with that would be to actually perform a biomechanical analysis to look at the movement of the body, how the body was positioned, where it ended up. So without that knowledge, you can't determine exactly how or if those types of shards were deposited there as the result of an actual impact.
Your Honor, based on the last question, I wonder if the doctor finished his question. The judge can remove the strike based on the question that was asked. For the same reason I just indicated at sidebar. You just be reformat it. Sure.
I'll try again.
Okay.
When you looked at these taillight charts that were
Objection.
Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
when we looked at these taillight charts that were consistent with the break in Ms. Reed's Lexus, did you consider how they got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
Objection. Same objection.
I understand the objection. Word it differently. Start with the different.
Yes, Your Honor. You see these pieces of broken plastic, don't you?
I do.
And you understand that these were found in the scrapings of Mr. O'Keefe's clothes.
I do.
And you understand that these broken pieces of plastic are consistent with the taillight of Ms. Reed's Lexus.
I do, yes.
In your studies and reenactments, did you make any determination how these pieces of broken plastic got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, when you look at those studies, first you have to know how the incident occurred. Then you can look at that and determine, if you want to, how that may have occurred. Because otherwise, there's, again, different ways, different manners in which that may have been deposited on the sweatshirt. Without knowing how this happened, you can't just then look at other evidence and try and predict how it happened. You need the actual evidence to look at the event. This all goes to the event. You need contact with the arm, I guess apparently, to actually cause this incident to occur. And without that evidence of any of that happening, knowing how the body moved, knowing how it was hit, knowing where it ended up, any conclusions drawn off of information like this is just supposition, because you don't know the movement of the body or the vehicle. It's putting the cart before the horse.
Could I have Exhibit 201D, please? Do you understand this is broken pieces of plastic consistent with the broken taillight of the defendant's car? Do you understand that?
I believe so, yes.
And do you understand this is a photograph of these broken pieces of plastic under a microscope?
Okay.
Well, I'm asking you, do you understand
Well,
that?
if that's what you're
I don't,
telling me, then
I don't want you to rely on me. If you didn't see them, it's okay.
I don't recall if I saw those or not.
Have you seen this picture?
I don't recall seeing it, no.
Now looking at this photograph and seeing these broken pieces of plastic under a microscope with fibers near the plastic, is that something you would want to have considered in your analysis, forming your opinion whether or not there was a collision between Ms. Reed's car and Mr. O'Keefe?
Again, if you can't do a proper biomechanical analysis, then that evidence is not consistent. You can't determine how it occurred. You can't say that that's consistent with it. You can't just look at certain evidence and not do a proper analysis. If you can't even tell that an impact occurred, you can't look at tertiary evidence and say, well, this proves that it occurred. In order to say from a biomechanical and accident reconstruction standpoint that an impact occurred and here's how it occurred, you have to understand the mechanics and dynamics before it. This could certainly support that finding and those conclusions, but by itself, I don't know of any methodology in any study or peer-reviewed article that says you can just look at alleged evidence and then form an opinion as to whether an impact occurred.
Can you see with your eye that parts of those broken pieces of plastic are sharp?
They look sharp.
Do you disagree? Do you think they're not sharp?
I don't have an opinion as to that, sir.
We'll take a look.
Objection.
Sustain.
If you look at that for me kindly, can you tell me whether you think those pieces of broken plastic are sharp?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I guess they look sharp. I have no idea if they are or not. It's under a microscope. When you actually put things under a microscope, it looks much different, and it is much different than
Could let's go back to
looking at the normal eye.
20E. Perhaps that can help. not under a microscope. If you pay particular attention to the larger one in the middle, that looks like a shark's tooth. Do you see
Yes.
that one?
Yes.
Do you think, doctor, that some of those appear sharp?
Some of those appear sharp, could possibly cause a laceration, sure, as opposed to an abrasion.
Do you think that any of those could cause an abrasion?
I don't think that you could get a consistent level of superficial abrasions along the entire arm of minimal depth of less than 0.5 millimeter through impact with the glass. To have that minimal force on every part of the arm to only cause superficial abrasions would be highly unlikely.
Do you think some of those sharp pieces, if they were lodged in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, could cause an abrasion?
It's possible if you had enough punctures and holes in the sweater to correspond with the abrasions on the arm. That would be, I suppose, that could be a possibility.
In your testing, not to belabor it, I'm just going to show you one. I want to show you video E. Could we go to video E, please? Stop. In video E, the arm that is sticking straight out, who determined that angle, Dr. Wolf?
Yes, well, we positioned it just so it would impact in the general area of what was shown in Dr. Welcher's paint test study, which apparently is irrelevant and doesn't show the alleged position of how the arm was at impact. But yes, we positioned it in that manner.
Funny as shit.
When you say we, did you have input on the positioning of that, or did Dr. Wolf do it?
Well, I had input into how we were going to position it. It would probably be both of us, I would say.
So you and Dr. Wolf chose to position the arm straight out, correct?
In that test, we did, yes.
Is there a glass in Randy's hand?
There is not, no.
A drinking glass, no?
No.
In any of your studies, did you have a drinking glass in Randy's hand?
We did not have a drinking glass in the dummy's hand, no.
And you see when the taillight is shattering, those red things falling down. What are those?
Those are part of the tail light.
Continue a little bit, please. Stop. Did you count how many taillight pieces broke?
We didn't count the tail light pieces. We counted how many punctures or holes there were in the sweatshirt, which was 0.
If you had done this test and changed the arm angle, do you expect the damage would look different as far as the breaks in that taillight?
Well, we conducted a number of tests. It may look somewhat different, sure.
If you conducted this test and moved the arm angle, not another test, this test, but you moved the arm angle, do you expect that the break would look different?
That the break would look different?
Yes.
It could look a little different. I mean, certainly the breaks looked a little different in the test, but they were comparable to each other.
You do not know how John O'Keefe was standing that night, do you?
Well,
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow that.
You do not know how John O'Keefe was standing that night, do you?
if he was standing, if the impact occurred, then no, nobody knows how he would have been standing.
You would not know what his arm angle was, would you?
No.
You would not know the exact speed of any vehicle that hit him that night, would you?
Objection.
Sustained.
The debris, the broken taillight, is that traveling in a consistent or a different direction?
What do you mean consistent or
Is
different?
it all going in the same direction or is it going in different directions?
No, there's some spread to the debris.
So the pieces don't all fall right in a pile with each other, do they?
They do not, no.
Continue, please. Stop. Do the majority of the pieces land on Randy?
No, they do not.
And so as they fall, if Randy were to fall, many of those pieces would not be among the immediate area of his body, would they?
If the dummy fell right there, no, they would not be.
Now, the dummy can't fall because the dummy is on a forklift, correct?
It's suspended like a pendulum, correct?
And you see in your test that the tail light at what you say is 24 miles per hour can be broken without the dummy's knees touching the vehicle. Isn't that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. You can't tell the full movement and fall of this dummy the way you've set up this test, can you?
Well, knowing the physics, you can certainly determine or estimate where it would be, but no, you could release it and it would fall primarily straight down. It would twist and it would fall down.
Is there something that could affect the dummy if you let it fall? Is there something that could affect its movement after being hit?
Like what?
Like, could its feet be twisted and then hit another object like a curb?
Well, there's going to be very little lateral movement of its feet, but even if it did, then it's still going to fall over right where it is.
Can you continue, please? Can you see the feet, doctor?
Yes,
Are they twisting?
they are, yes.
Is that because of the rotation of Randy after he struck?
Yeah, that's the rotation of Randy. And again, yeah, as you said, that's not a normal person because there's no normal force acting on the dummy. We just have it barely touching. So a normal individual, you aren't going to twist to that extent because this is a dummy which is suspended with just a little contact on the
And
ground.
after being contacted by a vehicle enough to break the light, could it cause a person to stagger backwards?
I mean, you're making some suppositions here. There's no evidence that would occur in this case, and not if you're spinning like that. You're not going to stagger backwards. First, you're going to spin if you get hit with your arm, as I described in my direct. But is it possible? I can't say it's impossible, but there's no evidence of that.
Could a person stumble backwards after being hit?
I'm going to allow that.
What do you mean by backwards? Because you'd be spinning. So what direction is backwards?
Could a person get their foot caught on a curb, sneaker come off, and then stagger backwards and fall on their head?
Objection, Your Honor. Yeah, let's go.
I'm going to allow that.
Doctor?
Can you answer that?
I mean, I guess you could somehow predict or have a possibility of almost anything happening. You could say someone could get hit by a car and do a couple of somersaults into the yard. I mean, there's no evidence of that.
So glad he said
So
that.
it's just supposition, but I won't say it's impossible.
Do you think John O'Keefe did somersaults in the front yard of 34th Fairview? Is that what you're telling us, Doctor?
No, I don't think he even got hit by the car, sir.
Did you?
I'm asking. I've heard that. I'm asking you.
Yeah.
He did somersaults into the front yard.
No, there's no evidence.
I would have told him, I don't think you did hear that.
Sidebar, quickly before I start.
Okay.
Man.
Oh, yeah. I would have, if I were the doctor, I would have just told him, yeah, I don't think you did hear it. 'Cause
Yeah, at
if
this
you
point,
had, you wouldn't keep asking me the same thing.
exactly. And the way that she's just like, I'll allow it. Can you answer the question? I'll allow it. And you keep, lady, you're making yourself look like a total ass by playing along with this prosecution's last ditch effort to save his case.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. I mean, how long can you badger a damn witness and call him a fool? This guy's holding his own with this
He
prosecutor.
sure is. I'm so glad.
Me too. They needed a good, strong witness like that not only knew his shit but could also handle the prosecutor, right?
Yeah, because I mean, the ham sandwich line of questioning was. I was
Childish.
just like, really?
It's like, dude, have you heard? I mean, he should have come back and said, "Yeah, I've heard y'all indict a ham sandwich." I mean, shit, here we are. He's tried to do that with just about every witness, like degrades them and talks down to them, and it's
Oh,
just,
yeah.
it's unbelievable that he goes and stoops to that level.
Yeah. They're going to lose this case.
Girl, I'll be surprised if they win. I will be
If they've
so
ticked the
shocked.
jury off and everything, like I think they have, and like everybody's saying they have, they're going to lose this case.
Exactly. And I don't think he's doing a really good job here at trying to redeem this case with all this line of questioning. And he's only reiterating that his own people don't know the answers to the questions.
Yeah. I think old Bev has about an hour left in her,
I know, right?
if
It's
that.
already, yeah, it's about that time. He needs to finish today with this witness so they can start their closing arguments tomorrow.
Oh, is this guy the last one?
He's supposed to be the last witness for
Oh,
the
good,
defense, yeah.
good, good.
Unless they got one more that we don't know about that they're going to call, but this is allegedly the last witness for the defense.
Hmm.
And he's probably the most damaging at this point, just backs up what the other experts have come out and said, basically, and he's just trying to wear him down.
Yeah. Let's see.
In Lori's motion to try to get her judge struck or taken removed, recused again, she said she was scared Friday after he ordered her out of court, and she was deprived of water.
Oh, God.
She over there questioning the balance like she knows something. Bet I do got to go back and watch that comedy show.
No, I'm sure. She's lucky she's getting 3 hots and a cot, you know?
Damn lucky. And after that Dateline, after her last trial with Charles, she got that interview with that reporter and with Dateline. But she said,
Mm-hmm.
"We just eat slop in this county jail." I'm like,
Oh,
go enjoy
God.
your slop at the end of the day, Laura. You know what? At the end of your trial, you get to trot back to jail and put the orange right back on with your slide.
Say, yeah, you want that or you want the needle,
Mhm.
you know?
I get to sit at my house and eat a good dinner and relax all night in my
Can I have
bed.
Exhibit
She's eating
166,
slop.
please?
Fuck her.
Mhm.
Did you see this photograph, sir?
I did, yes.
And do you see the cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose, the left side of his nostril?
I do.
In your analysis of whether there was a collision with the defendant's Lexus, did you consider or know that there was evidence that a piece of glass or a piece of broken plastic was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
Objection.
Glass
I'm
or
gonna allow
plastic.
One question.
I'm going to allow that.
You are?
So, hold on. Let's get an answer, Dr. Mitchell. Your objection's noted, Mr. Jackson.
I was aware there was some piece of material allegedly pulled from the nose, yes.
Allegedly pulled from the nose?
Yeah, you heard him.
Okay. And that alleged piece of material, were you aware that it was perhaps a piece of glass or broken plastic?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
You are, that's not the evidence. That is not the evidence.
So,
Glass, not
hold on, Mr. Jackson.
You bitch.
Mr. Brennan.
I can
do you have a
reword
quick-
it.
Okay.
You're welcome. Are you aware of that object that was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? What material that was?
I believe it was glass.
Did you want to know in your assessment about collision where that came from?
Well, I did evaluate that, and it's actually entirely inconsistent with coming from an impact with the vehicle.
Man slammed that glass into that man's face.
Can we have Exhibit 52A, please?
That's what I think.
Do you know what that is, Doctor?
It's hard for me to see from here.
Karen pulled that glass out in her own words.
I believe that's the drinking glass.
A drinking glass. Do you
Yeah.
know where that is in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I believe it was found in the vicinity of where he was found.
And could I have Exhibit 195, please?
I doubt it, Butterfly. She probably picked it out and tossed it, not thinking. You know what I mean?
You recognize that?
That is another photograph of the drinking glass, yes, sir.
197A, please. B. C. D. And in your assessment, did you know that a piece of glass that fit the broken drinking glass was found in the street area in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 98, please. A little more, please. Do you know what that is, sir?
It's hard for me to tell from
Does it
back.
look like a drinking straw?
Okay, the black, that does appear to be a drinking straw, yes.
Have you seen that before?
I've seen that photograph before.
Okay. And you appreciate that is in front of 34 Fairview Road?
What day was that?
Yes,
now?
I believe that's correct.
Ooh,
And sir, in your analysis, in your reconstruction analysis, did you consider the broken glass found near Mr. O'Keefe's body, the suggestion glass is found in his nose, and that glass that fit the broken glass was found on the street? Did you consider all those things in your reconstruction analysis?
Well, my biomechanical analysis, I did consider especially the glass in the nose, yes, and whether that could have been as a result of the impact.
A result of what?
A result of the impact with the vehicle.
When did you find out about the glass from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? When did you learn that?
I don't recall specifically.
Well, was it before you came and testified last time, or was it before this time?
I honestly, I couldn't tell you. I know it was before this time. I don't know when I found out about it.
Weeks ago, months ago? Could you turn the lights on, please?
I have no idea, sir.
You don't know if it was weeks or month ago?
I don't remember with that specific piece of evidence when I found out about it.
What do you mean you don't remember it? Have you seen it before?
Well, I evaluated certainly for my report for this case. I don't know if I had known about it prior to that.
Is it mentioned anywhere in your report about the piece of glass in Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
No, it's not.
When you received that information, did someone tell you about it? Did you listen? Did you watch? How did you evaluate this evidence?
It might have been in an interview or something that it was pulled from his nose, I believe.
Okay. So you saw and listened to something?
I believe so, or was made aware of it.
Okay. Just a couple more questions, sir. I had asked you at the beginning of your examination whether you denied that receiving information certainly helped prepare to understand what was going on during the trial. Do you remember those questions?
With respect to the trace DNA, correct?
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
April 28th, 2025. Page 124, line 16. Yes. 124, line 16. May I approach?
Yes.
You've testified a few times under oath in this case, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And you've testified recently for a short bit in April, didn't you?
I did, yes.
On April 28, 2025, did you testify in this very courtroom
I believe I did.
under oath,
Yes, sir.
like the oath you took today?
Yes. Or yesterday.
Now, when I read this, I'm not attributing this in any way to the defendant's attorneys. I'm going to read you this just for clarity. You were asked, did they inform you about witness testimony? And what did you say, sir?
They did inform me, yes, about testimony in situations and events that came forth in the trial that I was not aware of.
Those are your words?
Yes, sir.
Page 125, line 7. I'm going to ask you if this is your sworn testimony, sir. On page 125, line 7, I'll read the question, and if this is your answer, you should read the answer. Were you asked, and by calling and raising issues and telling you information, even if you weren't requesting it, it helped prepare you for your trial testimony, didn't it? What did you swear?
I said it certainly helped prepare me to understand what was going on during the trial, yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Jackson?
Oh, thank God.
Okay.
Well, thank goodness.
Mm-hmm.
That's so old. I never want to see this guy again or hear his voice or nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just like a steady little light rain here for a while now.
I don't think it's rained here at all today.
We got a lot of hard rain fast yesterday, and it flooded a couple of the creeks around here, but it didn't take them long to go back down. But
Yeah.
apparently it's supposed to rain like this off and on all week long.
Yeah, same here, like monsoon style rain. Yeah.
Yeah. My son's like, it's going to be record rain. I looked at him and I'm like, what are you talking about? I just expect rain in the summer. I'm in Florida. He's over here. Mom, we got like a lot of rain coming. I was like, oh, I'd float away. I wouldn't know what the hell's going on outside these walls. I like staying in my little bubble. I don't know nothing.
Yes.
I live
Thank you.
dangerously.
Dr. Rinchler, you were just asked a couple of questions about they provided information about the prior trial, correct?
Correct.
They is no one associated with the defense team, correct?
That's correct. No one associated with you, and they provided information, and again, it let me know what was going on, but it didn't affect my preparation or my opinions. It in no way changed any of my opinions or what I testified to.
Thank you for that.
To get through this, I'm going to let you just
you.
answer the question.
Sorry.
And,
about
That's great.
and with regard to, and I appreciate that, Mr. Brennan asked you a couple of questions about they being your employer. Do you remember those questions at the beginning of his cross-examination?
I do, yes.
Who is your employer, actually? The actual employer that you work for?
ARCA.
Okay. Wasn't them.
No,
It's a client, correct?
it was a client.
A
That's
completely
correct.
separate entity that hired you for that work, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. You were asked about a fender vault collision, and you said, well, this wasn't a fender vault, right?
Correct.
What is a fender vault?
A fender vault is when you're hit by the front of a car and you're moving across the car So you're moving across the center towards the driver's side of the car, and the car hits you. You go up over the car, and you fly over the fender to the driver's side of the car. So you vault over top of the fender.
Dr. Richler, where is my, as I stand here, where is my center of mass?
Right about your belly button.
Right there. Right?
Yes.
So what would happen if I was hit by a vehicle, front collision, and the vehicle struck me below my center of mass?
It's going to flip you. Your center of mass will go, you'd go right up, if it was coming right at you and it hits you at your legs, you'd flip right into the hood or over top of the top of the car.
Is that what's described in the industry as a fender vault?
That is part of a fender vault, yes, but it's at an angle. So instead of going direct back, it's because if the person's walking across and you get hit, you fly kind of back and over the top of the fender.
Did that set of circumstances, physics, have anything to do with your analysis in this case?
No, none whatsoever. The profile of the car is completely different, the back of the SUV.
You were asked several questions about the debris field in the test F as in Foxtrot. Well, actually you were asked about both test E and test F. Test E being the 24-mile-an-hour impact to the right arm of Randy, correct?
Correct.
And test F, the full rear impact, center of mass impact, correct?
Correct.
You were shown several photographs, exhibits of very tiny, tiny shards. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
I'll get to that in a second. You were also shown some photographs of pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been found at 34 Fairview. Clear plastic, piece of red plastic, correct?
That's correct, yes.
In your review of all the data in this case, do you know when those pieces of plastic got to 34 Fairview?
I do not.
Got
Do you know
to 34
how
Fairview.
those pieces of plastic got to 34 Fairview?
I do not know.
Do you know who put those pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview?
I do not.
Were you aware in your review of the police reports that none of the plastic that you were shown was found at the time John O'Keefe's body was discovered and the area was initially searched?
That is correct, yes. I was aware of that.
You indicated that the cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose, the right side of his nose, was inconsistent with coming from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe why you came to that conclusion?
Well, if you're standing at the back corner of the vehicle and it strikes the arm, and let's be clear, if nobody wants to say where the arm was or how it was positioned, if they're claiming the abrasions are a result of the fractured taillight, it has to strike the arm. You have to be standing like this. The debris goes forward with the vehicle. So it's with your arm like this, it already passes by the person. And if there would be any contact whatsoever, it would be with the right side of the face. The shard can't come out and then make a right turn and then somehow embed itself on the left side of the nose. That's entirely inconsistent with the fracture and how the glass and the cover would actually move.
Dr. Rentschler, you were asked a series of questions about a hat. Do you remember that?
I do.
About some shards of plastic material, correct?
Yes.
About a drinking glass?
Yes.
About a drinking straw?
Yes.
Doctor, if there was no collision, does any of that matter in terms of your biomechanical analysis and your reconstruction in this incident?
It does not.
Why?
Because if there wasn't a collision, it wasn't that debris or those items weren't a result of that impact. You can explain how that got there, I believe, easier than if you can't explain how the impact occurred, if the injuries don't match up. if you can't even prove what happened, then you can't use information or evidence if you have no idea how it got there to try and prove what you don't even know what happened. Scientifically, it makes no sense.
Scientifically, is the first question that has to be answered is, was there a collision?
Objection.
Sustained. You have to watch the foreman question.
Of course. In your expert opinion, based on all of your review of all of the data in this case, all of the testing that you've undertaken, do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was a collision with John O'Keefe?
I do.
Yeah, I'm sustaining that, Your Honor.
In your view, was there evidence of a collision with John O'Keefe?
Objection.
Sustained.
In your opinion, were any of the injuries that you saw suffered by John O'Keefe consistent with having been struck by the subject Lexus?
No, they are not.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do.
Thank you.
Doctor, you just said that you do
Oh,
not believe
Jesus.
that there was a fender vault collision.
I knew he was coming back.
Could it have been a clip?
Could it have clipped Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes. Not hit him, but clipped him.
Well, I don't believe that's consistent with the evidence and what occurred. I mean, someone can get clipped by a car, sure, but in this case, no, I don't believe the evidence indicates that's what occurred.
The glass. When you learned of the information of the glass in Mr. O'Keefe's nose, when do you think it was that that glass was pulled from his nose? What date?
I think it was the morning when his body was discovered.
January 29, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Somewhere around 6:15 a.m., is that your understanding?
Sometime when his body was discovered, that's correct.
Do you know or understand that, did you see any evidence that Mr. O'Keefe had a drinking glass outside of 34 Fairview Road that morning after he got out of the defendant's Lexus? Do you understand that?
What do you mean evidence?
Drinking glass. Did you hear anything about that in your review about?
What evidence would there be? Is there a video or a photograph, you mean, of him holding a drinking glass? Because otherwise there's a drinking glass there, but there's no evidence that he had it.
We have a clip, right? Okay. Judge, can I come sidebar?
Okay.
You want the defense witnesses to prove your case for you, jackass?
Yep.
It's unbelievable. He's so hung up on certain things that don't even. I mean,
Yeah.
he thinks it's gonna just drive home. This couldn't happen.
Like, just stop. I was
I
like,
know.
really, just want to tell him to stop.
I know. I'm ready for it to stop too.
You've lost the case. Just
I
being
hope
obnoxious as hell. Her,
Exactly.
him and her.
Exactly. That alone. You should have made a better impression on that jury, mister, but you chose to take a different route.
Who's the woman in the green blouse with her head down? Right there by John O'Keefe's family.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't seen her before. Hmm.
Oh, I thought maybe she was asleep, but no, she moved her head just a sec.
She did. I don't even know if she was there this morning.
Hmm.
She may have been. Butterfly says she was there. Oh, I just didn't pay her attention, I guess.
You were asked about whether or not any plastic taillight shards were found near Mr. O'Keefe's body. Do you know the limits of the search that the Canton Police Department did around Mr. O'Keefe's body? How small of an area they searched when they first went there?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see a video of somebody with a leaf blower blowing snow off the ground?
I did see that, yes.
And did you see the confined area in which that happened?
Well, I mean, I saw the area where he was blowing with the leaf blower.
Have you seen any information or evidence whatsoever that the pieces of taillight that were found after that search, have you seen any evidence that they were found in that exact area, or were they found in different areas on the lot?
I'd have to go back and look. I don't recall specifically.
So when there was a snow blower or a leaf blower search in that area, there would not be a piece of plastic taillight to find if it was never there, would there be?
If it wasn't there, you wouldn't find it? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
Okay. Did you notice in the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, most of them are on the right side of his body?
Well, we have the abrasions and then a half-centimeter abrasion, and then we have the laceration and scuff on the left side, and then the skull fracture. It's a little bit to the right, but it's mainly on the back of the head.
And the bruise on his knee?
That's the half centimeter. It's not a bruise. It's a half-centimeter abrasion, about an eighth of an inch.
When you're conducting an investigation or you're doing your analysis and you keep saying the physics and the physics, do you add a little bit of common sense in the equation when you're considering the evidence?
Oh man, that's insulting.
Well, you can sit back or step back and look at whether what someone's claiming makes sense in the bigger picture.
So when you have common sense and you look at the big picture, it's not just physics. It's considering all of the evidence, right?
Well, it depends what you're looking at. To certain parts of it, the biomechanical analysis, you look at the physics. It tells you what it is. I mean, if you don't like it and you don't think it fits, well, sorry, it is what it is. That's the science.
Oh,
so
shit.
you have to step back. I mean, you can look at it the bigger picture if things make sense. You know, if somebody was standing on the side of the road with their arm like this while an SUV backed up at them and they didn't flinch or they didn't put their arm up, that's kind of the smell test bigger picture. That doesn't make sense. But the physics, you can't deny it. You have to accept what science tells you.
You can't deny it. That's the line you were laughing about in the documentary as one of your answers that you were all celebrating.
Objection.
Isn't it?
The objection sustained.
How'd that taillight break, sir? How'd it break that night?
How did, oh, I don't know. There's no evidence of how it broke.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. You're all set, Dr. Lynchman.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well,
Is there an objection? So, subject to us discussing it. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson? Subject to me taking a look at it and us discussing it. It's not coming in right now. Okay. They've been marked for identity. Jurors, I'm going to see counsel for a couple minutes.
what are they trying to bring in? Hmm. I got some things to do around my house. I wish they'd get on with the show.
Yeah, Bev's got 27 minutes, so you know
Right?
she's not trying to be late to cocktail hour or whatever
No,
it is
God,
that she
no.
does
Mm-mm.
after work.
I need that time for my boys come strolling in to get some things done. She gives me just about enough time too. I don't have to do much. Just need to prep my dinner. I need to start a load of laundry. Should have done that this morning like I usually do. I was being lazy.
Oh yeah, I've been nothing but lazy since I've been back. Well, first I was sick, and then yeah,
Yeah.
then busy with other stuff. But yeah,
I've been having to multitask around here for 30 damn days, 31 days, Karen Reed case.
yeah, I will have to probably start doing some stuff soon. Oh, this
Miss,
woman in the green woke up, huh?
yeah, she did a few minutes ago. Oh man,
What?
this they just arrested a guy locally, 35-year-old. He
Hmm.
seduced a boy over Snapchat, lied to the boy about his age. Now he's charged with lewd and lascivious battery on a victim, 12 to 16. He met up with the kid.
Mm.
Damn it, man. These kids.
Oh shoot. Yeah. I want to know what happened in the case. This girl, try to remember where she was, but she was missing for like maybe 6 weeks. She was 15, and they got her back because I think she went somewhere and said, "Hey, I'm who you're looking for." She was going to go meet some guy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know
Well,
that?
yeah.
Yeah. Has anything else come out?
No,
Because
there was some.
people, yeah, are like, somebody had her because how
Mm-hmm.
would she survive, on her own for 6 weeks with no
There
money and,
was
yada yada. So,
there was something I saw about it a while back that like I think she ended up going back and meeting up with the guy again. It was a whole thing, and it was just like it was so much drama involved with that, and the
because I
message.
heard something recently about her.
I
Can't
haven't seen
remember what the
anything
girl's
recent.
name is,
I
though.
can't remember her name either. I haven't seen anything new about it
Or was
lately.
it Ohio or somewhere in the Midwest,
Jurors, we're
maybe?
going to leave
It
issues for
sounds
the
like it
day.
might have been.
We
I can't
will
remember to
see
be
you
honest.
tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning.
Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
All right, so the jury.
I wonder if they have anything they need to work out before she ends the day.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll give her a minute. Oh man, she was supposed to meet. What?
Oh,
All right,
Vegas.
so Mr. Brennan, I'm going to take a recess. You go ahead and look at that PowerPoint. I'll come back out in 10 minutes regarding the PowerPoint.
What guy in Vegas? Who?
All right, so the court.
She
The
was.
girl that I was just talking about,
Oh,
I
oh,
think is
okay.
what she's, yeah.
So he needs to
Let's
review a
see.
PowerPoint. That's the PowerPoint that the defense just once was talking about presenting.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, give him 10 minutes. Well, the state has rested in the Lori Vallow trial. Lori will not be presenting a defense. No shit.
Oh, she was from Utah. Okay. Found safe in Colorado Springs.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Karen Reed trial with us, but I wanted to tell you guys about something real quick. We talked.
3 men were charged in connection with the case. Hmm.
But Jennifer Coppendapper mad because that guy had on a pink tie and wished his kid happy birthday. The fuck, lady? Who cares what color his stupid tie was?
Ah, that's her name. Elisa Petrov. Yes.
Yeah, that one kind of reminded me a little bit of that one case where I forget the name of the girl, but the dad and the mom. The dad tried to claim that she was missing, got kidnapped. It turned out to be a whole bunch of crap drama that the dad was cooking up, and it was like family drama, right? That caused everything. And I'm like, when I started reading some of the stuff to go with that case, I was like, this mother, this whole situation was weird. And
Was that the case out of, what was it, California?
yeah,
And something in Indiana, wasn't it? Didn't the mom live in Indiana? Or they lived in Indiana and then
I
he
couldn't
went on a
tell.
run with her?
No, he didn't go on the run with her. He had like, they had been fighting for custody for her for a couple years, and
Oh, never
they
mind.
were
I'm thinking of a
making
different case. It was a
they made up
younger girl.
accusations.
Hmm.
They were making up accusations about the mother, and then they were putting it on social media. Well, come to find out, that had already been all in court documents, and the mother was just about to win custody of that kid because he had been proven to be a liar and all this stuff. But I
Hmm.
can't remember that one. Once I realized, because somebody came into my chat and was like talking about some certain drama, and I was like, and I knew it came from a Facebook group, so I had to ask them. I'm like, where did you just get that information? Oh, the
Hmm.
Facebook. I was done with that case. I'm like, there's so much family drama that was involved there at home that needed to be sorted out, but I
Hmm.
couldn't follow that no more. And that one kind of, it was leaning toward that because of the relationships with the mom and the daughter. I was
Hmm.
like, I don't even know if I want to keep
But that's
following.
an older child you're talking about, right?
No, they were teenagers
Well,
because
that's what I'm talking about.
yeah,
That's older than what I'm thinking. The other case I was talking about, it was a little girl.
she
The
was younger.
dad
She
had,
was, oh, the one
huh?
that kidnapped her. What you? I thought you meant the one that you were first mentioning. You mentioned
No,
it was
I'm talking about something different.
yeah.
Yeah. This one was, I remember what it was now. The dad, it was a little girl, like maybe like one or two, or something like that. And the dad was supposed to have they brought the girl back to the mom, but then the dad's girlfriend missed a flight or something like that, and then like I think he swung by, she disappeared from the airport because they said the dad's girlfriend was missing or whatever, and then like all three of them, the dad's girlfriend, the dad, and then the little girl, disappeared, and I think
That
they
was
went across
Idaho.
the border
That was Idaho.
to, I went
That was out
like
there. That was literally in
Texas.
Moscow, wasn't it? That's the case you're thinking about?
I think so.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's Moscow, Idaho.
And then
Um,
didn't they go across the border into Mexico or something?
yeah, people think they went ahead and crossed the border, and it come.
Whatever happened with that
I
case?
think they ended up figuring out that he did kidnap the daughter, and the girlfriend just went and met him and took off with him.
Mm-hmm.
As was the end of. I never saw much more about it, and I never. There's some of them I don't follow up on if they're,
Yeah.
and that was one of those. I know that they did go find them, and it appeared to be that he kidnapped the daughter, and she just went with him. The girlfriend
Mm.
went with him.
Oh,
They
okay.
didn't want the mother was trying to get custody or whatever, and they were trying to keep that from happening.
Right.
And the mom lived in Moscow too, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah. Dang. Yeah, that's what I kind of, the one thing that I do wish that, people on YouTube and, in the true crime community would do is follow up on stuff.
There's
Because a
so
lot
much.
of people just put a little quick blurb out or something, a couple of days, and then that's it. Because, like, the girl Sade Robinson that was killed by that guy, she went on a date with the bartender or whatever. Like, they've just had his trial. I remember everybody was talking about it for like a hot minute, and then it just went quiet. I mean, they were still looking for pieces of her, you know?
Hmm.
And Nancy Grace had the family on and everything, like several times. Shit, I think Nancy Grace covered it more than YouTubers,
Well,
and
that's
whatnot.
because most of the YouTubers out here are only going to cover high profile cases.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Period. That's all they're going to talk about.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to, there's a lot. If I start a major case we're following, we're going to get follow ups. But these little stories that break here and there,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes there's not a ton of follow up information. And sometimes I can't keep up with all the ones I've looked at. There's ones I look at, I don't even talk about publicly because I am a true crime consumer, right? So
Right.
I'm not going to be able to cover all of them. So I have to be, but I like to get updates. If there's something we're following and there's an update, then I like to try to get it out. Otherwise, but a lot of the family cases like that, and like
Mm-hmm.
that Hannah Kobashi situation, those things just turn me off sometimes
Oh yeah.
with that family
Yeah.
drama shit. It's
I'm
like,
probably gonna watch this guy's trial Maxwell Anderson, I think is his name. He's the one that
Yes.
killed Sade Robinson, I think is her last
Yeah,
name.
there's a few people out there covering it.
Yeah, because I think the trial was a week, if that. I mean, they
Yeah.
got him really quick,
Yeah.
wrapped up and taken care of. I was like, okay, great.
I don't think I will cover every trial. There's just I'm not going to do trials all the time. Not like
Hmm.
it takes up so much of my time. I can't even focus on other things I want to focus on that I am covering and trying to stay caught up on.
Yeah.
I'm going to be picky and choosy about covering trials because I'm not really setting out to be a trial coverage channel either. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I mean, you only do it for
And
the
thankfully,
really large
right.
cases. Yeah.
Yeah, 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 and a lot of those are super interesting trials, but they don't last that long either. Those are, if it's something we're following and that they're gonna have a trial, hell yeah, by all means, but
Hmm.
just to cover random trials, I don't know, I don't follow all of them.
Well,
Should I
see,
have
this
a
particular case, I want to know what other evidence they found because, or whatever happened with their investigation because they found other DNA in the dude's basement, right? And other, like, blood trails or whatever, stains and stuff, meaning he killed other people.
yeah,
So, yeah.
and there's another one that I've kinda watched briefly there well, I'll say there's a couple of them I'm kinda watching a little bit here and there just to see if there's anything, more to any of them that I want to talk about. There's a lot of different things out there that can be talked about, honestly. A lot of different
Hmm.
cases. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to push that button. I was doing something on the side here. I'm trying to multitask. But there's just a lot out there. Firefly, hey, Firefly, she says, did I miss any excitement? Just Hank being his general rude ass.
And the Dr. Rentschler slinging it back at him.
Yeah,
I was like,
Rentschler
good for you.
he gave it right back, that's for sure. And now they're on a 10-minute break. Bev's on her 10-minute break while Hank reviews a PowerPoint the defense is trying to bring into evidence.
Yeah, and the jury's gone home for the day. Wow, so this 15-year-old girl was having chats with three different men, and she was found 500 miles from home.
Mm-hmm.
Little hot mama.
These kids today on these
Yep.
damn devices, chatting it up with whoever. I don't guess parents teach stranger danger anymore.
Guess not.
I know I damn sure do.
One guy was 41, one was 37, and the other was 35.
Mm-hmm. Some
Damn.
sick bastards out there.
Yeah, I'm gonna save this. Put this to the side. Where is? Damn. Nothing new for Idaho.
Mm-mm. It need to hold off for a minute, so I still got all them damn Stefan Stearns documents to dive through.
Mm. Did that stuff just show up, or?
Yeah,
Hmm.
because we were just on the website like yesterday, the day before, and then I checked.
Mm-hmm.
I checked the CSAM case this early this morning. There was nothing new there, and then Butterfly and I both got a notification about the new docs, and we checked, and yeah, they were all there. It's strange that they had them all drop at once because there was literally nothing being dropped for a while in the murder case.
Okay. And the phone decision, is that in the CSAM case or the murder case?
CSAM.
Okay.
And those haven't been as of let me check real quick while we're sitting here, but as of this morning, they had not dropped any decisions on that yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Forrest, we saw that they have rested over there. We knew she didn't have no defense. Oh, wait, what just happened here? Hang on, this thing. Oh, there we're going. It's almost like, what happened to their website? Now it's working. There we go. Nope, those motions were dropped 4/29/25 into the docket, and they have no rulings on them yet. And the notice of appearance is requested, but still not viewable. And those in the CSAM case.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get the feedback up, guys. We were waiting on Bev to get done with her 10-minute break and Hank to get done with his PowerPoint review, because it's all about what Hank wants. What does Hank approve today?
Did you see what Forrest said about Lori?
The last thing I see on my restream is the update
Mm-hmm.
that the prosecution rested.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said that a few minutes ago.
Oh, I'm
Before he
sorry.
came in, yeah, before he came in, I was just relaying that the prosecution had rested and Lori was not going to be presenting a defense. A little while ago, she was still questioning Nick Balance, and then she had got done, and the state rested. I'm assuming they'll try to get to their closing arguments this afternoon. So they still got a ways to go before they can close down for the day. So Trina might go for it.
Is that the judge in her case?
No, that's the prosecutor.
Oh.
Judge Boreski is her judge, and Trina Kay is the prosecuting attorney.
She's the one you guys were talking about the weirdness with her hair or something yesterday.
Yeah, no, there's nothing weird with her. She's had a little round spot in the back of her head, and I just had noticed it because her back of her head kept showing to me.
Mm-hmm.
Looked like where her ponytail might have been before. Let me see. They're on a lunch break over in the DeBallo case. I'm assuming that they will do closing statements. Was Joe live for lunch or whatever? Doing his updates. It won't take long to review last day of Lori. Only witness they had the day was Nick Balance anyway. Because I think after this right here is over, I'm turning off trials. I mean, I couldn't even trial no more last night. I was trialed out. It's like, y'all have at it. I stuck around way too long, longer than I should. But yeah, tonight I'm not think I'm doing all that. I got something I want to watch.
Yeah, it's definitely a commitment. You know.
Oh yeah, look, I've been committed to Lori Vallow and Karen Reed for well up beyond 31 days.
Well, and then you did Delphi, didn't you?
Oh
Kind of
yes.
like paying attention to that too. So,
I have paid
yeah.
attention. Yeah, I've been busy for a long time, but that's what I enjoy. I like it, but sometimes it's a little much. After a while, I got other things to do. other things I want to get to, and I don't have time to sit at this computer 24/7 and be that creator here 24. I got a life, a little bit of one. I'll be here as long as I can when I want to be, but it is cutting into other things I want to do. But God, before this trial started, I was doing a Lori trial, and then this trial. Now I know the Lori trial. It's like enough already. But I'm doing a pretty good job at multitasking, keeping everybody informed of all the latest, I think. Maybe. Yeah, Forrest, y'all don't know how that was a struggle, and I was doing it because I was being kind. I was supporting my friend, right? And but that was a little, yeah, it's a tedious night listening to play-by-plays of Lori. All to find out he rode down with Nancy Joe. Trace told me to ask, so I had to ask and got instructed I had to wait to the end of the stream. What? Come on, Joe Schmo. We're going to give you a hard time over here today. He knows it's all in good fun. Yeah, this is. I've said it before, guys. Y'all know I try to do a good job here, but if you're looking for perfection, you come to the wrong place. Putting that kind of pressure on myself. $10, Bev. We gave you 10 minutes. Hell, I've covered like 2 Koberger hearings in the midst of all this. I brought all the documents out and read them all. Now I gotta deep dive these stupid Stefan Stern ones. Do that this weekend. Or you know what? If they do closing arguments tomorrow, will the jury get this case like tomorrow evening? Will they be on deliberation all day Friday? We'll have to wait and see, won't we?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to take them a full day.
Maybe not. Sometimes we sit there and think, oh, these juries are going to come right back with a verdict. And it's like, what are they doing? What is taking so long? You just don't ever know. And if they have as many notes as I have, they're going to be a minute unless they're just automatically going to walk in there and go, you know what? Their prosecution's full of shit and we all agree.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the personalities of all the people who've been up on the witness stand, like the locals or whatever.
Hmm.
That's who your jury is made of, you know?
I know.
So they probably have a short tolerance for BS, you know? And this is the second trial. So, you know, yeah, they're probably just over it. And they've
And they're
been,
fed up. Yeah.
yeah, what is it, 31 days? Held hostage for
Yep.
31 days for this?
31.
For the second go round, you know? Yeah.
It may not take them that long. They may have pretty
I
much
would
made.
be like, yeah, let's just get this done. Oh God, if I was a jury foreperson, I'd
Like
be
y'all don't
like, yep.
don't even be that holdout.
Mm-mm.
Listen to us. Me too, Butterfly. I'm gonna chill out and watch that tonight. I don't want to fall
Who's the
asleep.
documentary? What channel was that on?
Oh, it's on Peacock. It's the
Oh, Peacock.
Rex
Okay.
Sherman documentary, and they have his wife and daughter in it. Yeah,
Is it
it's
a Dateline one or something? Or
no, it's an original Peacock series that we've known for months
oh,
doing. They've been following her around for a fucking year. And
mm-hmm.
they went to the
Let me
court
pull it up.
hearings and different things with Rick Sherman's wife.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, his daughter, his wife and daughter are in the documentary. Yeah, it came on last night. Butterfly and I both started out in Seeking Justice Discord watching it. She had trouble hearing it very well in there, but I had a phone call, so I didn't get back in there. But then I went to watch it at home last night and
Oh,
fell
I
asleep.
see.
Yeah, it's yeah. I'm gonna
House
watch.
of Secrets,
Yep, that's it. It just aired. Came
three
out yesterday.
episodes. Yep.
Mm,
Hmm.
I'm gonna binge watch it tonight.
I see this
Just
one.
see.
Ugh. I'll throw
That's on
this in
my
my
agenda
list.
tonight. Well, besides, it would be on maybe verdict watch for Lori, but that's about it. But somebody else is taking that rodeo. I'll just keep my eye out. Yeah, his wife's always been a little creepy, and there's been things said about her in court documents that were creepy, affidavits from witnesses and stuff. Remember that members only list special we did? And y'all remember the stuff we presented about the press conference that the attorney John Ray put out with Dr. Ricardo, and they displayed all of Herman's daughter's artwork, her dark, weird artwork out there for the world to see. Apparently, there's a very different take on her in this Peacock special.
Oh, wait. This documentary is one of the ones that 50 Cent did?
Yeah, he's the producer.
Oh,
Hmm.
my goodness. That's funny.
Yeah, his production company's
Yeah,
there.
I just saw his name flash on the screen.
Hmm.
I had heard that he did one for Diddy, but I didn't know he was
Yeah.
doing others.
Oh, he's actually been doing a lot, production wise, with different things. I don't like
Let me
follow him
see.
or anything, but I hear about that stuff all the time.
Let me look him up. I mean, I know he's an
Yeah,
actor.
yeah,
Let's
he was a
see.
rapper too. He's been a little bit of it all, artist. But yeah, this has been in the making for quite a while.
Oh, he's got 35 production credits. Let's see.
Yeah, he's been doing this a while.
Okay, yeah, his videos, but then some movies. Okay,
There
his
was some
TV
kind of
series.
there was some sort of a tank full of acid ended with planes grounded, schools packed with evacuees, and the sky turning post-apocalyptic orange in Ohio. Over 3,000 gallons of nitric acid leaked from an explosives factory. Ugh.
Oh, wow.
Ugh. Oh, you don't know? Yeah, Shannon Gilbert has to start out that series, and I knew I saw that immediately. I was like, yes, justice for Shannon Gilbert, because without Shannon, it may have taken a lot longer to find those bodies out there, and they cannot tie Rex Horman to Shannon's death, right? So it does appear to be totally unrelated, but the search for Shannon and that one cop's dedication to finding Shannon is what led to the bodies being discovered out there on Gilgo Beach. Yep, Ohio again.
I saw something and I don't remember if it was in like some streaming service or if it was YouTube or if it was just an article. But there's somebody did some story or something about why do so many serial killers come from the Pacific Northwest. Have you seen
Mhm.
that?
Yeah,
What is it? Is it a
I haven't.
series or
I don't know. I haven't. Like, I think I had it
I'm
on my
trying to remember where
save.
I saw it.
Did I see? I had to have seen it on YouTube if I didn't see it on Peacock because I don't watch anything else. Um,
Hmm.
like
Well, I know it
most.
wasn't TV. I must have been looking at the computer for something because
Yeah,
I haven't sat down and watched anything on TV except for Vampire Diaries lately. I'm still binging that.
I watch
Let's
a
see.
lot of stuff on YouTube. It might be in my watch later. I got stuff in my watch later list I need to start watching.
Yeah, same. I've
Well,
got a
I'll have
ton.
time soon. There's a couple things I got notes on to review as well. Oh, we got
Oh,
movement. Lord help us. Here comes
oh,
Bev.
it's a book. I found the article on Time. Oh, I see her.
Mr. Jackson?
Exactly the substance of this. Dr. Welch's PowerPoint.
Which was not objected to, right?
No, the court keeps saying that, yes, there are things that Mr. Leslie, like evidence, yes, there are things that
But did he object to the PowerPoint coming in?
it's been well under pressure. I don't know what Mr. Leslie did or didn't do regarding the PowerPoint. That's the question. The question is whether this PowerPoint is admissible, and it is. There's nothing in it. We've taken out all hearsay, a discussion of the opinions or thoughts, thought processes. These are all the tests that were completed and done, exactly as Dr. Wolf's PowerPoint was done. Dr. Wolf's PowerPoint is in evidence. This PowerPoint should be in evidence.
Is there anything in this PowerPoint by way of videos that is not already in through Dr. Wolf?
I believe the video of the drop test is in Dr. Welch's PowerPoint. There are most of the videos are included. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Things have been slowed down. So the videos are the same, but the videos that Dr. Renshaw used because of the side of the case that he was handling, the biomechanics side of the case that he was handling, were slowed down significantly to show the deformation of the arm, the force impact on the elbow, the hand, forearm, about which he testified. So what he did, and I remember asking him this before I ever saw the PowerPoint, is there going to be anything different? He said, I use the slow motion cameras more than Dr. Wolf does because I need it.
Okay, so I need you to tell me tomorrow which slides specifically answered that question for me, okay, whether they're in evidence or not, and which ones are not, regarding the videos.
Is the court suggesting that it's not going to let just the entire PowerPoint?
Maybe. I'm going to take a look at it. There's an objection before me now,
I realize that.
so I have to rule on the objection. So I will take a look at this, okay?
Okay.
So if you let me know, and if you want to let me know tonight, I can let you know first thing tomorrow. All right.
Have you heard briefly?
Yes.
Very briefly?
Yes.
I am objecting. It's not admissible. It's hearsay. It's a strategic decision. The past introductions have been strategic. The defense did not object to Dr. Welchers. I did not object to Dr. Wolf's, but that was a strategic decision. I'm objecting.
Okay.
The defense objected to Shannon Burgess. Only a select amount of documents were allowed. I wanted the whole thing in. I was precluded properly from introducing it because it was hearsay and they objected. I'm objecting.
Okay.
There's no hearsay. They objected to certain slides. We took out the slides. If they had an objection to the PowerPoint, they should have proposed that objection before it was displayed for the jury.
Well,
The jury has now seen the entire PowerPoint. I mean, it's tactical. It's not strategic. It's tactical. They just don't like it because it hurts their case. If they didn't want to think certain things before the jury, which is exactly what admitting it into evidence does, brings it before the jury so that they can see it, they should have objected in a timely manner. When they objected, they chose certain slides, certain data on certain slides, and we took all of that out at their request and at the court's instruction. We did that with the court's instruction, with the Commonwealth's instruction, and there was no objection to playing it before the jury. Given the fact that it's been displayed not in part, in whole, as it now sits before the jury, sits before the court for quadruple K for identification, it should be admitted.
okay.
Just like Shannon Burgess. It's no different.
All right.
Shannon Burgess' PowerPoint is in evidence.
So, Mr. Jackson, when you let us know which slides answer my question about slides that are not in evidence and you want to put in evidence, the videos, just the videos, let me know that. And if need be, I'll hear you all on this tomorrow morning as well. Okay? All right. Is that it for today? Will we see everybody just tomorrow morning? What else do?
Mr. Leslie needs to, I didn't mean to interrupt.
After the defendant rests, we will not be calling any witnesses, putting on any further evidence.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, it's late in the day. We would like to review our motion for required finding of not guilty at the close of all evidence. It won't be a lengthy argument, but I'm happy to be heard on that in the morning if the court prefers when we got tomorrow morning.
Okay. Is that all we have left now? I have no idea what Mr. Alessi wants to talk about, but would it,
I'd like to respond to that, Your Honor, and the answer is, given Mr. Brennan's answer with no more witnesses, my issue is moved.
okay, great. So,
The only other technical thing is we need to move in the 3 items of evidence, the documents associated with the sweatshirt. I think they've been marked for identification.
no, they were marked as evidence, right?
They're correct, Mark, exhibits.
Yeah, they're exhibits.
But no, they're come into evidence, Your Honor, made a ruling that
Are they,
I thought they were marked as identification, not evidence. If they're in evidence, they're in. If it's identification.
so I need to find that. It would be my intention that they get put into evidence. I'm not going to display them and bring a jury in just to see those at this point.
I'm not asking for that.
Okay.
As long as they're in evidence and I can use them in closing argument, then so be it.
if I can, for clarity, Your Honor, there are exhibits. I have Y.
So that's not an exhibit, Mr. Alessi, if that's how it marked. That's identification.
I have a different parlance. I'll use this word's parlance. Yes, it's YYY, ZZZ.
Those were exhibits they just did the other day.
So that means that, all right, so that's for identification. Letters are identification, numbers are exhibits.
Your Honor, I understand that. We all know what we're talking about, and Your Honor agreed that they're going to be in evidence.
Right. So, and I've ruled that they're in evidence. I just need to know for this record whether they're in evidence or not. What you tell me, you just told me they're in evidence. They're not. They're exhibits. They're identification. Now they will become exhibits. Can we do that now? Do we have them? Where are they? Oh, Jim, they're in there? Okay.
That's what she was supposed to have been doing yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before, or
Not
whatever.
in evidence, and I want to make sure they did it. That's my point.
What number are we at, Madam Court Reporter?
Exhibit 230.
Okay, and we'll do A, B, C, D.
So is it Y, Z, A, and B? I think I have them. I don't think I have those. Counsel, I'm not sure I have those.
All right,
Well,
so
you
we will
should,
make,
'cause
so
I
as of
remember
now, they're
them doing
in
that.
evidence. Tomorrow, we need to physically put the sticker on those.
Can I stick another list while we're waiting?
Yes.
230A,
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
230A through C. 230C.
All right.
Council, there are 4,
Four of them,
A through D.
just so the record, this is limited in saying different things. They were marked for identification as triple Y, triple Z, quadruple A, and quadruple B.
Okay.
And all I need to do for my records is figure out which one is which in terms of the whole court's marking. As soon as we do that, I'm good and I'll get out of here.
We will do that first thing tomorrow morning.
That's fine.
All right. We will, so everyone is in agreement then. I will let you have tomorrow without the jury. We'll have our charge conference here in person. Then I'll give you the rest of the day to get your closing arguments ready. I'm imagining that you don't want to argue tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Mr. Brennan, are you in agreement?
I'm in agreement. I'm not interested in arguing tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So we'll give you tomorrow. We'll have a charge conference tomorrow. I'm going to ask the court officers to call the jurors tonight as soon as possible. This is great that you did it. I was going to give you until 7 o'clock tonight, but if you're certain, then the court officers will call the jurors now and let them know they don't have to come in tomorrow. And then when they come in Friday morning at 9 o'clock, we'll do arguments and charge. Tomorrow morning will be the charge conference. Since we don't have jurors, do you all want to come in at 10 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock?
That would be great.
Does that work for the Commonwealth as well?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 10 for the charge conference. Do you have them now, Jim?
I do, Judge. And just for the record, YYY, ZZZ, AAAA, and BBBB are 223A through D. If you want to look.
In the same corresponding order, so you know what they are, Mr. Jackson, in order, okay?
223.
223.
Thank you. My only other question, Your Honor, was regarding the parameters of closing argument. Last year, we were relegated to 1 hour. I would ask 1 hour and a half.
Just let this pass. Okay. No, I got it, but now you can go. Thanks.
I would ask for I would ask for an hour and a half for a final summation, given the gravity of the case, the length of the case, the amount of evidence that's been adduced. I think that's outrageous, and the court normally allows only an hour.
You might get an hour and 15 minutes out of me. Let me see it out an hour. Let me see. You would not have got an hour and a half by asking for 2 hours. Mr. Brennan, what are you looking for? Do you want the same?
I don't have a position. I'll take whatever the defense gets.
Let me think about it. All right, so we will see.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll see everybody at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Is there anything else we need to discuss?
No, thank you.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
All rise for the court, please.
Alrighty then.
Great. So it sounds like tomorrow's just like housekeeping stuff for them.
Yes. That's exactly what that is. And I guess they will get to opening or closing arguments starting on Friday.
Sounds good to me.
Me too. I'm ready. So we'll be back here Friday morning with that for sure. I don't know that I'll be back in the morning for this little conference. It depends.
Yeah.
I'm not really knowing if I'm in the mood to watch them go at each other. It just depends.
I know I'm not.
I know. I got other things I got my mind's going somewhere else right now. So anyway, I'll look and see if they're going to even air it, guys. I don't know, but we'll have to wait and see. Guys, I'm not going to even start anything on Lori Vallow's right now. I don't feel like airing it right now. We can all go at our leisure and get our updates on that. If not, you can go to Joe's channel tonight and get a complete Lori Vallow update of the day. Like I said, Balance was the only witness of the day, and they've rested in that case. And I don't even know if they've started closing arguments. Well, they may be at lunch still. We'll have to wait and see. You guys go check it out. Dolphin, thanks for joining me as usual.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and we'll do a show, and maybe tomorrow we'll just come on and start diving into those Stearns documents versus worrying about housekeeping over there, because they're on my nerves.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I would just rather skip a day and take the day off and go back at it on Friday, because there's nothing I can do with this case. So with that said, we'll probably plan to do just that so we can get a jump on those documents. And yeah, I don't guess, Butterfly, they're going to call Welcher back. It would be a disaster if they did, in my opinion, because it's going to give the defense one more time to tear down their bizarre testimony experiments, So, and there it is, Vixie. Thank you, Forrest. There is Joe's link in the chat, and you can go over there and get your full recap of the Lori Vallow trial tonight over there for sure. I'll probably watch part of that here this evening while I'm getting dinner prepped and getting my little things done around here. Again, thank you, Butterfly. Thank you to my mods. You guys are excellent. Thank you for being here and supporting and doing all the things that you guys do for me. Butterfly, thank you for the information you help me collect over here when we're covering these different things. I appreciate you letting me know when we're getting alerts about something that I'm ignoring at the moment because I'm busy. I appreciate you, girl. All right, guys, we'll come back in the morning. We'll do a show, and we'll start diving into those Stearns documents and see what we have over there. Everybody, thank you, and we'll see you in the morning. Have a great one.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas.